Lair of the Demon Dog, a shot of midlife magic novel, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Megan Kelly. Introduction. Hi, and welcome back to Dolphin Key. My name's Jules Cavanaugh, and at 49, I've turned the page to the next chapter of my life, leaving behind a cheating husband and a life so boring that story would make you want to go watch paint dry. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't all bad. I had my best friends, Cece and Laurel, but my two sons moved away to college right before my seemingly wonderful, if lackluster husband of 20 years decided to trade me in for a younger model. Since then, my life has been utterly insane. Since even I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the moving pieces, I figured it might be good to catch you up before I just dive off the cliff and into the next part of my story. Just FYI, I have a whole new level of respect for that phrase, but I'll get to that. When Rob, that's the cheating husband, came clean about his affair, I upended my suburban housewife life to move to Dolphin Key, Florida, where my father had left me a tiki bar on the Gulf Coast. Once I made it to my new little slice of paradise, though, it didn't take me long to figure out I'd gotten way more than I'd bargained for. In addition to being a newly single middle-aged bar owner, I'd also inherited his magical powers along with his enemies. To add a delightful twist, one of them is Lila, a sister I hadn't even known existed. Her idea of a warm and fuzzy family reunion had involved trying to kill me so she could steal my magic along with my heritage. Without giving too much away, I managed to thwart her evil plan, insert a cartoon-style mwah-ha-ha here, because that's the level of crazy her boyfriend is. Though I am turning out to be a bit of a badass, if I do say so myself, I can't take much credit for stumbling to victory in my first go-round. I had a lot of help from my shiny new hotter-than-sin shifter boyfriend, Ronan, my gargoyle guard, Lapis, and my two new wizard friends, Eddie and Eric. Oh, and their hellhound disguised as a puggle, Serby. That brings you pretty much up to speed. Before we dive into the next part, you might want to get a glass of wine or tea or whatever your poison is, because this one's a real doozy, and I don't want you to miss any of it. Chapter 1. Jules! My eyes snapped open when I heard my name. The room was dark, and Ronan snored softly beside me. I stared wildly around my bedroom, searching all the nooks and crannies for the source of the voice. "I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk," the voice said again. It was vaguely familiar, tickling the back of my brain, but I couldn't place it. Mist swirled in front of my dormer window, and my sister, the woman who'd kidnapped me and almost killed me trying to steal my magic, appeared bathed in a warm light, her blonde hair shining like spun gold as her silky black robe swirled around her. "What are you doing here?" My heart raced, and adrenaline pulsed through my veins as I bolted out of bed with an agility that surprised me. How had she even gotten into the house? I had no weapons, but I did have my magic. I reached deep within myself, but couldn't find it. She shook her head and held out her palm in a gesture of peace. "You won't be able to use your magic here, neither will I. I only came to talk, and it's easiest to reach you when you're asleep. It's the only time your shield is down. Excellent job on picking that up so quickly, by the way." She meandered across my room, running her fingers over the books on my shelf and the picture frames on my dresser. "Yeah," I replied, my voice heavy with sarcasm. "I kinda had to learn how to guard my mind since, you know, you and your boyfriend are trying to kill me and stuff. I'll ask again, why are you here?" She looked at a picture of the boys. "You know, in another life, we might have been close. I always wanted a sister, and now I find out I not only have you, but 2 nephews as well." My eyes narrowed as anger and protectiveness burned through me, hot and wild. "Stay away from my boys. I swear to God, if you go near them, I'll rip you to pieces." She sighed and rubbed her forehead. "I'm not here to fight with you, Jules. I'm here to warn you. And for the record, your kids are safe. Drake found out about them, but I wiped the knowledge from his mind. My fight is with you, not innocent children. Despite our last encounter, I'd rather settle this peacefully." While she was talking, I tried to find my magic again. When I couldn't, the only comfort I had was that she was probably telling the truth and couldn't use hers either. I stood, doing my best to be quiet. I couldn't believe Ronan hadn't awakened. I glanced back at him and was shocked to see that not only was he lying in the bed sleeping soundly, I was too. My mind raced to make sense of my current situation. "Am I dreaming?" I asked without thinking about it. I regretted the words as soon as I'd said them because now she knew I was clueless, and that put me at a disadvantage. I rushed to cover my flub. "You said you were here to warn me about something." She stopped wandering and turned to me, her brow arched. "Nice try, but it seems you haven't learned about dream telepathy yet. It's a handy skill to have, really. As far as my warning, the Dark Fae are planning a coup against you." Ronan, Lapis, and Alexa, Ronan's mom, had been bringing me up to speed on the various magical races, but they hadn't explained the Dark Fae. As badly as I hated to ask, I felt like it was relevant to the conversation. "You're going to have to break it down for me. I'm not sure who that is." She huffed out a frustrated breath. "This would all be so much easier if you'd just give me the necklace. I'm much better equipped to defend the title, and you could go back to your normal life running the bar, sinking your toes in the sand, and enjoying being your own woman. Now that your magic has awakened, you wouldn't even lose it, though you probably wouldn't be as powerful." Since I obviously couldn't wake anybody up, I barked out a disbelieving laugh. "That's never going to happen. Dad left it to me for a reason. If I handed it to you, it would be the same as handing it to Drake. There would be no balance because you two would wield it like a club to overpower anybody who opposed you." She stared at me for a moment, her head tilted. "And isn't that exactly what you're doing? What makes you the right one and me the wrong one? The necklace chose me and the ring chose Ronan." I didn't see any harm in telling her Ronan was my official advisor, since all it could do was strengthen my position in her eyes. Taking on me, a brand new witch who'd barely scratched the surface of her powers, was one thing. Taking on me and Ronan, who had the full force of his pack behind him, was another thing entirely. She had to know that if Ronan and Alexa were by my side, they had the full support of their family. They were formidable just on their own, but with my magic and the magic the ring gave Ronan, we were a force to be reckoned with. And that wasn't even considering Lapis and his entire gargoyle clan. She flapped an impatient hand. Yeah, and I have a powerful wizard and an army ready to take you on. If the pissing contest is over, we need to get down to business. I don't have much time because Drake doesn't know I'm here, and I'd prefer to keep it that way." That made me wonder if she was starting to see him for what he was. One of his men had confessed to me that he'd killed our father, but when I'd told her that, she hadn't believed me. Maybe she'd had time to think it through and was having a change of heart. That would be amazing. But I'd be satisfied if I'd just managed to put a crack in the partnership. If so, I could poke at that a bit at a time and erode the threat from the inside. I cleared my throat, still a little weirded out by the fact that I was completely awake and having a conversation while I was sleeping in the bed behind me. "Then spit it out. Explain to me why you're hijacking the first decent night's rest I've had in a while." She turned her full attention to me. "I think we should join forces. A temporary truce." Join forces? I wasn't sure I'd heard her right. Why on earth would I do that? You want the necklace, so why would you help me? I ran my hand over my nightshirt, tugging on the hem to better cover my slightly dimply thighs. My sister had maintained herself a lot better than I had, and was also a decade younger, and I was feeling pretty frumpy beside her. She shrugged as she picked up another picture of me and the boys, wrapping a lock of her long hair around her finger in an absent-minded way that made me think it was something she did when she was thinking or worried. I want your necklace, but the Dark Fae absolutely must not get it. The squabble we have is between you and me. I have a legitimate claim, but they do not. They just want to take it from you and have the power for themselves. No offense, but the magical community looks at you as an easy mark. Personally, I think they're underestimating you, but that doesn't change the fact that they are coming for you. And I have a lot to bring to the battle. We can settle our score after we secure the necklace. I turned her words over in my head, trying to figure out her motive. No matter how hard I picked at it, though, I couldn't imagine how helping me could possibly benefit her. Then it hit me. She thought it would be easier to take it from me than from the Dark Fae if they managed to defeat me. I couldn't disagree that I was the underdog. Worse, if she and Drake chose to attack us at the same time the Dark Fae did, I could very well get my head handed to me on a platter. This might be an opportunity to neutralize one of the threats, assuming she stuck to her word. It boiled down to risk analysis, though, and I didn't understand what we were facing well enough to make an educated decision on my own. The level of frustration was enough to make me want to punch something, but I was getting used to that feeling. It was pretty much the only emotion I'd felt consistently since I'd found out about the whole witchy thing. I'll have to talk this over with my team. She nodded. Frankly, I would have been disappointed if you'd just agreed without consulting them. For that matter, I would have been disappointed if you'd just turned me down flat. You have plenty of weaknesses, but hubris and stupidity are not two of them. When can we meet again? I was almost certain they were going to shoot the idea down, but I'd be an idiot to make a decision without them. Her image began to fade. I'll come to you again tomorrow night. I beg you, though, Jules, take my offer seriously. The only motive I have right now is to keep the ring and necklace out of the Fae's hands. That would mean destruction for us all. We can hash out our differences after we neutralize them. She disappeared before I could respond, so I turned back to my body, wondering how to get back into it. The best thing I could think to do was just lie back down, so that's what I did. I slipped into a restless sleep full of evil fairies that I couldn't quite defeat no matter how hard I fought them. The next thing I knew, it was morning. Chapter 2. Ronan's brothers had shown up the day before, so he'd stayed up drinking and catching up long after I'd gone to bed. As a result, he was still sawing logs when I woke up. I debated waking him, but he looked so peaceful, and I wanted some time to think about what Lila had said before I talked to him about it. Careful not to disturb him, I crept out of bed into the bathroom, hoping a hot shower would ease the aches and pains I'd accumulated over the last few days. Once I'd stripped down, I smiled when I saw my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I wasn't about to be picked up by a major swimsuit magazine, but all the training over the last few weeks had added some muscle and firmed up some spots that had gotten jiggly. I held my arms straight out and wiggled them, and I was delighted to see that my flying squirrel arms were starting to disappear too. When I got out of the shower, I cleared off the mirror and about jumped out of my skin when a shadowy figure flitted behind me so quickly that I thought I might be imagining things. I whipped around, clasping my tattered pink robe to me like it was the one thing standing between me and certain death. For all I knew, it was, so I gathered my magic as I secured the belt. If I was about to die, I refused to do it naked in the bathroom. On the other hand, If somebody wanted to pick a fight before I'd had a chance to get dressed, I could always blind them with the glare of my pasty white, slightly dimpled backside to buy myself some time to curse them. When a swirl of mist I'd mistaken for shower fog began to take shape, I squealed, then slapped a hand over my mouth. I'd gotten used to a lot of strange things lately, but nothing had gone so far as to visit me in the bathroom. Some things were sacred. I opened my mouth to yell for Ronan, but the words lodged in my throat when the figure took the shape of my father. He was wearing an aloha shirt so tacky that a disjointed part of my brain thanked the fates I hadn't inherited his fashion tastes. I blinked a couple of times, hoping he was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the light. Rather than disappearing, though, he smiled at me.
"You're not imagining things, Jules. I've wanted to come speak with you for a while now, but it's a whole lot harder to go visiting when you're dead. It took me this long to store up enough energy to appear."
I cleared my throat and tried to focus on something other than the fact that my dead father was hovering midair in front of me. It wasn't like this was in my wheelhouse, but raising 2 boys had taught me to be prepared for anything. With kids, you got used to having your own shower time interrupted to take care of one imagined, or actual, emergency or another. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind, even as my brain cataloged the details. The tacky shirt, the rune-like arm tattoos similar to Ronan's, and the fact that his bottom half was still mostly lost in the mist. A month ago, this would have been beyond surreal, but in my new world, that word had sort of lost its punch. "You couldn't wait until I was dressed, or at least had the courtesy to knock?" He smiled, and the mix of emotions warring in me was nearly paralyzing. I was angry at him for leaving, grateful because he'd left me the bar and a livelihood when I'd needed it the most, and curious, so curious, about all the witchy stuff. He winced.
"Sorry for the timing, but I can't see anything from the other side. I didn't mean to catch you like this."
I finally had the opportunity to find out why he'd chosen me over my sister, especially when she'd already known all about his world. If I had to ask it in my tattered pink robe, so be it. "Of course. You just surprised me is all," I replied as my Southern girl manners slipped into place. "By the way, thank you for leaving me the bar and apartment. They were a real lifesaver because things kind of went to shit for me after you died." He tilted his head.
"Did they really, though? Or did your world open up at just the right time to allow you to become who you're meant to be?"
That struck me speechless for a minute because I'd never really looked at it that way. Since I was a big believer in the concept that everything happens for a reason, that sort of tracked in a weird way. I guess I never really thought of it like that. Either way, thank you. But why me instead of Lila? He didn't even think about the answer.
"There isn't just one reason you were chosen over her, but I suppose the 2 simplest are that the title traditionally passes to the firstborn, and you're more emotionally mature and less prone to be influenced by outside forces. Your sister came to me with the sole intention of inheriting the necklace."
That was an awfully risky way to make the decision when you considered what was at stake. "And how did you know I'd accept the role, or that the necklace would accept me, or that I'd even find it for that matter?" The safe was hidden. He stroked his chin in thought.
"I knew you'd accept. The best leaders are the ones who step into the position out of necessity rather than eagerness. I knew the necklace would call to you because I'd willed it when I named you successor. You were quite literally born to fill the role. Choosing the wolf as your advisor was risky, though. It's not a conventional choice, and it's not one that everybody is going to be pleased with."
Now that I was past the initial shock of having my ghostly father pop in for a visit, I was feeling a little more like myself. Irritation washed over me, and I rolled my eyes as I grasped the front of my robe. Too bad for them, then. It was my decision to make, and I'm doing the best I can with what you left me to work with. You're dead, and I've been thrown to the wolves, pardon the expression, with absolutely no training. On top of it, I'm fighting a sister I didn't even know I had. Any belated words of wisdom or maybe an explanation as to why you had to die for me to find out about her?" He mashed his lips together and drew down his bushy red brows.
"I'm here to help you now, not rehash the past."
I crossed my arms, trying not to acknowledge that I was taking the same pose the boys did when I was lecturing them. "Yeah, here you are. But you're dead, and you're kinda a day late and $1 short. Where were you when she was trying to kill me a few days ago?" Irritation flitted across his face as he mimicked my position.
"This isn't exactly how I imagined this conversation going."
I scowled right back, ignoring the fact that I saw shadows of my own expression reflected in his. "And how exactly did you picture it going? Was I supposed to greet you with teary eyes and open arms? I haven't seen you since I was 11 years old, for Christ's sake. You left me and Mom with no note, no explanation. Forgive me if I'm not gushing with daughterly love."
"I expected a little gratitude at least,"
he growled.
"I did, after all, leave you a means to make a living, a place to live, and power beyond your wildest dreams."
I narrowed my eyes at him. "I said thank you. And I thought you said this wasn't about the power."
"You're being intentionally obtuse,"
he replied, throwing his hands in the air.
"My energy is waning, and there are important things we need to discuss."
I realized on some level that I was being petty when I should have been taking the opportunity to fill in the blanks, but I couldn't seem to help myself. The anger and hurt built over years of wondering what I'd done to drive him away rushed to the surface. Sure. In fact, I don't even know why I brought it up. It took years of therapy, but I do realize that you leaving had nothing to do with me. Now, by all means, let's get down to what I can do for you." He took a deep breath and softened his demeanor.
"Start at the beginning. I need to know what spells the book has given you and what your friends have taught you so far. I can't exactly help you if I don't know what you've already learned or what your strengths are, and the Dark Fae are coming. We don't have much time."
His words echoed what Lila had said about the Dark Fae just a few hours before when she'd done her dream telepathy thing, so if nothing else, her words felt more credible even if her offer still seemed a little shady. I opened my mouth to speak, but Ronan called to me through the door.
"Hey, beautiful. Are you talking to me?"
I glanced from my father to the door and back again. Dad shook his head and put his finger to his lips. He lowered his voice.
"I don't think it's a good idea for anybody to know I'm coming to visit you. We don't know who we can trust. Quickly, though, your sister is going to offer a truce if she hasn't already. Don't accept it."
Before I could ask him why, he disappeared. Fabulous. First my sister, and then my father drop in with dire warnings, but very little useful information. I felt like I'd spent the night living in the dysfunctional magical family edition of the Christmas Carol. The question was, which visitor should I listen to? Chapter 3. I pulled the bathroom door open, doing my best to smile. To be fair, the sight of Ronan in nothing but his boxer briefs usually made me want to do a lot more than that, but my overnight guests and lack of sleep had put a damper on my libido. Plus, even though he was still smoking hot, he looked a little like something the cat had dragged in. When I brushed past him after giving him nothing but a quick peck on the cheek, he put his hand on my arm.
"Is everything all right?"
His expression was a combination of hurt and confusion because we usually started our morning a little more amorously. I closed my eyes because I needed to stay on track. "Not really, but it'll keep until you've showered. I'll meet you on the deck." I didn't want to repeat myself, and it felt like a situation that required a hive mind. After I got dressed, I made Ronan and myself each a cup of coffee, then took them and a plate of bagels with cream cheese, my standard breakfast, to the porch. It was already nice out, and I didn't want to wake up Cece and Laurel, who were sleeping in my guest room, or Alexa, who'd crashed on the couch. Lapis flapped over from a nearby tree limb to the railing in his parrot form, and I laid his bagel on the railing in front of him. It was a passion we shared so deeply that we'd spent the first week of my new life literally fighting over them. "You look like ass," I said without preamble. He usually looked rough in this form, with missing feathers and only one good eye, which I didn't understand because he could see just fine out of both of them in gargoyle form. But this morning, he looked particularly ragged. "I didn't see you partying last night, though." He swallowed and blinked a couple of times, and when he replied, his voice was even more gravelly than usual.
"With all the shifters around you, I figured it would be okay to meet up with a couple local gargoyles for a dram or two. Watching you is turning into a full-time job, so I was glad for the break. Not so much this morning, though."
That surprised me. He was the only gargoyle I'd ever met, and I didn't realize there were more of his kind around here. It also made me curious to see if they were all as quirky, which was my southern polite term for crabby and weird, as he was, or if that was just his own personality. I blew across the top of my coffee, then took a sip. "That sounds like a barrel of laughs. Will I get to meet them?" He took a tentative peck at the bagel.
"I expect you will at some point, but I should probably prepare you. Unlike me, they're not friendly and outgoing toward other races."
I choked on my coffee, trying to hold back a snort. There were a lot of words I'd used to describe Lapis, but neither friendly nor outgoing were anywhere on the list. Sure, he could be friendly when he needed to be, but it certainly didn't feel like a trait that came naturally to him. Rather than point that out, I just tried to keep a straight face as I nodded. "Noted. I'll keep my expectations low then."
"Did you have any luck last night picking out a potential spy?"
He was referring to the fact that Drake and my sister had somehow managed to worm an informant into our group. That person had been feeding them information that had allowed them to attack when I was alone, and they'd also stolen the ring Ronan now wore. I'd been trying to scan the crowds at the bar when I could, but so far, I'd come up empty. I shook my head and tried to rein in my frustration. I feel like I've tested 100 people, but no dice. No magic at all. Well, Janelle, but we already knew she has some level of magic. She wasn't in any of our plans, though, so I don't see how she could have told anybody anything of value. He shifted from one foot to the other.
"Don't be so quick to write her off, mistress. Spies specialize in observing without being observed. Think back. Did you say anything while you had drinks together that might have given her any clues about us?"
I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything along the lines of, "Oh, hey, did I tell you I was a witch and it's my responsibility to keep the balance between good and evil magic?" I rolled my eyes. "No, I didn't slip up and say anything to her." He still looked doubtful.
"I don't think we should pass her over just because you can't remember saying anything to her."
I just nodded since my mouth was full, but then goosebumps spread across my arms as I thought about my sister's visit. Maybe she'd gotten her information straight from my head. Is it possible to spy on somebody's thoughts via dream telepathy? He dropped his bagel on the railing and snapped a piercing gaze to me.
"Why do you ask?"
I sighed. Just give me a minute until Ronan makes it out. I don't want to run through this story twice. Despite my dad's wish to keep his visit between us, I'd decided to ignore his advice. Though I didn't have much life experience as a witch, I had plenty as a human, and anybody who read or watched TV knew that the last thing you did if you wanted to stay alive was keep weird information like that to yourself. It was the non-horror version of running up the stairs instead of to the car waiting outside. Before Lapis could argue, Ronan slid the patio door open and joined us. He still looked a little under the weather, but he was much better than he had been just a few minutes before. He bent down and gave me a quick kiss before taking his seat in his regular spot. "Feeling better?" I asked as he took his first sip of coffee and popped the Advil I'd laid beside his cup. He nodded.
"Much. Thank you."
"Good, because something has happened that we need to discuss." As quickly as possible, I filled them in on my visits from Dad and Lila, careful not to leave so much as a word out. They remained quiet for so long that I was starting to think they weren't going to answer me. They did exchange several looks between themselves, though, and that annoyed me. I tapped my finger on the table for a few more seconds, giving them a chance to speak their thoughts out loud. When they didn't, I decided to grab the bull, or rather the parrot and the wolf, by the horns. "Okay, you both obviously have thoughts on this, so please share." Ronan cleared his throat.
"I realize you didn't know your father, and there has to be at least a small part of you that's excited at the prospect of getting to know him now, even if it is in an unconventional way. The problem, though, is that it rarely pays to take a spirit at face value. It might be your father, or it might be some other force trying to get information from you. Or worse."
For some reason, the idea that it wasn't my father after all was sort of a punch to the gut. It hadn't even occurred to me that it wasn't him. I'd questioned his motives, but not his actual identity. I supposed the splinters from the abandoned little girl that remained in my soul just wanted to believe her dad had come back to see her, even if it had been as a ghost. I mentally cursed all the therapists I'd helped buy second homes. Obviously, my daddy issues had extended beyond their expertise. "I got the idea I haven't seen the last of him," I said, still fiddling with the placemat. "So we'll probably have another shot at figuring it out." Ronan scooted his chair closer to mine and interlaced our fingers.
"It might very well be your father,"
he said gently.
"We just don't have the luxury of assuming that it is, not with who you are and how much is at stake."
"Is there any way to tell for sure?" His eyes filled with a combination of pity and helplessness.
"Not really. I mean, begin asking questions that nobody else could answer, but there's still no way to be sure. You never know just the right questions to ask. In this day and age, it's not hard to find out even the most private and confidential of information with a few keystrokes."
I nodded. "I'll try to think of anything that fits the bill, but I think it's fair to say that I don't know much more about him than a stranger would." That was frustrating to me, and it also picked at scabs I'd thought were healed. "Do either of you have any ideas?" Lapis shifted his weight on the railing and caught his bagel when it almost slipped off the edge.
"Well, I was his guardian, just like I am yours, so I guess it's safe to say we were close. I'll try to think of something."
I looked at Ronan. "What about you?" He lifted a shoulder as he took another swig of his coffee.
"We weren't as close as he and Lapis were, but we worked together for a lot of years. I can't even tell you how many times we drank together once the bar was closed, and I suppose he saved my life about as often as I saved his. And for the record, that was a lot."
Considering the shower invader had called Ronan the Wolf instead of using his name, coupled with his warning not to tell anybody he'd visited, was a big red flag. My actual father had left me a note specifically telling me to trust Ronan. I was a whole lot less enthusiastic about the identity of whoever'd blindsided me in the bathroom than I had been 20 minutes ago. So what now? I mean, if it's really him, I could use the help, if for no other reason than to find out about the mystery tips he was chasing before he died. According to what Alexa had managed to piece together, my father had been privately investigating something, but nobody seemed to know what. If it had been that sensitive, I felt like it was information we should probably have.
I think you should find a way to banish it,
Ronan said, his expression fierce.
Spirits aren't something to be messed with.
Lapis clacked his beak.
Let's not be hasty. First, she's right that she could use the help. Second, if this is somebody spying on us, we don't want to miss the opportunity to send them on a goose chase.
Before we could say anything else, my front slider whooshed open and Alexa stepped out, coffee in hand. She'd been working hard to train me, and I was beginning to worry about her. Despite her denials, she'd looked run down since we'd barely beaten Lila and Drake. She squinted in the sun, then plucked my spare pair of shades from the center of the table and slid them on.
Morning,
Ronan said, winking at her.
You look like you feel even worse than I do. Are you getting too old to keep up with the pups?
She huffed and took a sip from her steaming cup. That day will never come, young man. I'm actually glad you're up before Cece and Laurel, I said, then told her about my nocturnal and early morning adventures. She tapped a fingernail on the table for a few moments after I was finished. I'm sure this isn't what you want to hear, but you can't trust a spirit. Not until you know they're who they say they are, anyway. As far as your sister, that's not as cut and dried. Winning is about manipulating the players on the board, and it might be better to have her in your direct line of sight while you're dealing with the threat on your flank. Ronan shifted his weight and ran a hand over his face.
And what if their plan is to box us in and come at us from both sides?
Alexa chewed on her lip, then took another drink of her coffee, obviously buying herself some time to think.
That's possible, but I don't think it's the case. It's not in Lila's best interest for the necklace to fall into the Fae's hands. If they get it, she'd be going up against a much stronger force, and I doubt they'd jump in bed with her and Drake anyway. They have every advantage, and they wouldn't risk the double cross.
I frowned, irritated and tired of being seen as an inconvenience rather than a real threat. My youngest son, Brian, had been a hardcore gamer at one time, and I'd learned to play in order to spend more time with him. As it turned out, I'd ended up enjoying it and had turned out to be great at strategizing. As much as I hated to think that my life was some sort of fantasy role-playing game, there were certainly parallels. I considered her words. I agree. Even if she's planning a double cross, I think keeping her close is the way to go for now. Lapis, who'd been quiet during the exchange, flapped his wings and hopped from the railing to the back of a chair.
My lady, I need you to cast that privacy spell.
What? Why? We were alone, and the bar wasn't open yet. He shifted his weight, but looked me dead in the eye.
Because I have something to say, and I don't think we can be sure we're alone. It's not something I want to share with anybody who might be listening.
I sighed, but did as he said. This whole thing was becoming exhausting. Once it was done, I nodded. He flapped a wing and turned his good eye to us.
I think you'd do well to talk to the Oracle. It's possible she could guide you and help you make an informed decision.
The Oracle? I cocked a brow. My life was becoming weirder by the moment.
That's not a horrible idea,
Alexa said, nodding slowly.
She's not far, and her input could be valuable, should she choose to offer it.
Okay, I said, raising my voice a tad, since neither of them wanted to fill me in. Who's the Oracle? Ronan placed his hand over mine and gave it a squeeze.
She's an ancient witch with a reputation for predicting multiple outcomes of battles. Throughout history, leaders have sought her wisdom, and it's paid off.
I sighed. Sure. Why not jump down another pseudo-mythical rabbit hole? At this point, any bit of wisdom might be useful. So where do we find her? Ronan smiled.
We're in luck. She's just down the road, maybe a half hour or so in Sunset Bay. She has a business doing tarot readings and running a little junk shop.
Then I say we go first thing in the morning. I shook my head when I realized I was, in all seriousness, agreeing to consult a fortune teller about how to defeat an army of dark fae. Such was the absurdity of my new life, but when Ronan slid his hand from my knee to my thigh, I couldn't deny there were most certainly upsides. As if he knew what I was thinking, he winked and leaned over to kiss me on the forehead. In the balance of all the weird things going on, I knew in that moment as a shifter kissed me and a gargoyle rolled his eyes in disgust that on balance, the good outweighed the bad. As far as new lives went, at least this one wasn't boring. Chapter 4. Apparently, Ronan and his mom weren't the only ones having a bit of a rough start because, by 8, Cece and Laurel were still in bed and Ronan's brothers had called to postpone breakfast for an hour. That gave me a little bit of time to go down and work on decorating the bar before it got too hot. Despite the magical shenanigans going on, I still had a business to run. I'd decided to throw a happy hour hula party as a way to meet more of the locals and introduce myself to them. Technically, I'd been running the place for over a month, but I'd been a little busy fighting evil forces trying to take over the world. A month and a half ago, I would have laughed at such a ridiculous statement. Now, I was just wondering how I'd managed to make it through the first encounter without getting myself killed. I spent the next half hour hanging lays and stringing streamers with dangling totems throughout the bar, then sank into a patio seat to have an iced coffee and admire the beach view before breakfast. I was enjoying getting to know his family and having the girls there, but it was a lot all at once. I was on sensory overload and needed a few minutes of quiet time before I dove back into hostess mode. After centering myself, I glanced at my phone and realized I only had 10 minutes left before the crowds descended. On my way back to the bar, I collected a few stray glasses left over from the night before. As I stepped from the bar area to the back, my toe caught on an uneven paver for about the 1,000th time, and I stumbled forward. I managed to save myself, but the tray of glasses didn't make it. They tumbled off the tray and shattered against the bricks. I strung several words together in a way that would have made any sailor proud, then set the tray on the ground and started picking up pieces. Thanks to my new magic, the chunky beer mugs were salvageable. I focused on my magic repairing them and smiled when they zapped back together good as new. The wine glasses, on the other hand, had shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. They were a lost cause. I groaned. Half my guests went barefoot since they trekked back and forth from the beach to the bar, so having tiny shards of glass on the floor was less than ideal. I glanced around, making sure I was alone, then muttered a few words and infused them with my magic. I smiled when all the little sparkling shards turned to sand, then used my magic to bring up a gust of wind just big enough to scatter the pile.
What in the actual hell?
Cece exclaimed from behind me. I whirled around and she was standing there, her hand over her mouth and her eyes wide. I was busted dead to rights, but it wasn't exactly like I could confess. Instead, I decided to redirect. "Hey, I didn't realize you were awake." Without taking her eyes off the unbroken mugs and the sand that had been glass moments before, she replied, "Obviously. I've already showered and thought I'd come down to give you a hand. Do you mind telling me what I just saw?" As much as I hated to play dumb, I couldn't exactly spill the magical beans. I lost a contact. I blinked for effect. At least I actually did wear contacts, so she couldn't call me on it. Cece shook her head and wobbled her finger back and forth. "Oh no, Don't you dare try to gaslight me. You broke those glasses, then you fixed some and turned the rest to sand. She narrowed her green eyes at me. And I know when you're lying, you have a tell. I laughed, trying not to sound like a lunatic about to have a panic attack. I do not have a tell. You do, she said, slamming her fists on her hips. And you're doing it right now. I know what I saw. I arched a brow, doing my best to play dumb. She and Laurel had gotten blitzed the night before to end their vacation with a bang, so I pulled that card. Are you still drunk from last night? Cece paused, uncertain as she glanced from me to the glasses and back again. Guilt washed over me as I watched her try to reconcile what she'd seen with her version of reality. She shook her head as if to clear it. Apparently, I guess I'm more hungover than I thought. I sighed and thanked the fates for covering my butt while I gave myself a mental forehead slap. Even though I'd checked to make sure I was alone before I'd worked the spells, I obviously hadn't checked well enough. It was a good thing I'd only used a touch of magic. If I'd done something significant like spelling a broom to sweep by itself, there's no way I would have ever gotten away with it. Cece was like me and trusted her own eyes more than she did somebody else's word, and if she hadn't been drinking the night before, I'd have been screwed. I wouldn't make that mistake again. Let me just run upstairs and get another contact, I said, figuring I better make a good show of my excuse. A minute to breathe wouldn't hurt either. Sure, she said, giving me the side eye. I'm making myself a Bloody Mary. I rushed upstairs, then closed the door and leaned against it, willing my pounding heart to drop from my throat and settle back into my chest. I gave it a couple minutes to make it seem like I was actually putting a fresh contact in, then returned to the bar. Where's Laurel? I asked, trying to bring the conversation back to even footing. She'd made us both a Bloody Mary, but despite my raging nerves, I wasn't quite up for vodka yet. While she ate the olives and celery from her drink, I pulled out the champagne and orange juice and made myself a mimosa. She waved a hand. She's still getting ready. You know she takes forever putting on her face. I laughed because Laurel really was notorious for taking forever to get ready, even if we were only going to lunch. Come on, we're on the beach, and she hasn't worn makeup all week. That's the beauty of it. She grinned and waved the little garnish pick that had held her olives at me. Maybe so, but not today. We're going shopping for something for the party tonight, and I think Ronan's brothers have her hormones in a tizzy. Not that I can really talk. Those guys are insanely hot. You should convince them to move here, then keep them around. They'd draw a better crowd than any male review team you could hire. I know I'd come to see them on the regular. She waggled her brows, and just like that, we were back to normal. I gave a sigh of relief that, for now, she'd let the magical thing go. If I knew her, though, it wasn't permanent. I'd likely have to face her again once she'd had time to stew over it, but at least she'd dropped it for now. Chapter 5. I should be doing more to decorate for the party, I said a couple of hours later as Ronan and I sat at the bar with Eddie and Eric. I examined my work from earlier that morning with a critical eye, trying to decide if I'd conveyed the spirit of a luau well enough. Eddie raised a brow.
Sugar, I'm all for doing it up right, but if you hang even one more lei or totem streamer, this place is going to look like the tropical section at a party planning store rather than a bar. I love you enough to tell you you're bordering on tacky.
Glancing around, I conceded that he might be right and shoved my mental decorating maniac back in her box. Fine, I just want everything to be perfect. I haven't met all the locals yet, and I want them to like me. More importantly, I want them to know that the bar is going to be at least as good as it was, if not better. Ronan squeezed my knee.
They're gonna love you, and not just because you're giving them free booze.
Eddie cleared his throat and smoothed his orange palm print aloha shirt.
Well, the free booze won't hurt, but if they don't like you, too bad.
Sighing, I plucked a chicken finger out of the basket in front of me and turned to give it to Cerberus, their puggle/hellhound. Though he'd been begging for it just moments before, he was nowhere to be found. I glanced around, figuring he was scavenging for leftover French fries on the brick floor, but he wasn't there. Where'd he go? Considering I'd seen Serby absorb magical fire like it was cocoa butter lotion right before he'd bitten a full-grown wizard almost in half, I wasn't too concerned about his whereabouts. Besides, he hadn't gone far from the food. A stiff ocean breeze wafted through from the beach, blowing down some of the leis I'd hung around the bar, and I frowned. Ronan reached out and put his hand on my knee before I could get up to fix them.
Stop fiddling with them. There are enough decorations that a few missing flower necklaces won't make a difference. The place looks great, so sit down and relax.
Austin, the bartender and wolf shifter like Ronan, slid a big glass of iced tea across the bar from me.
He's right. His mom and brothers already love you, so you've already won over half the people who'll be here. They all say you're the best thing that could have happened to him. It's gonna be great, so stop worrying.
I'd been hosting dinner parties for high-powered executives for 2 decades, so I don't know why a few bar patrons and wolf shifters living on island time had me in such a tizzy. My nerves settled, and as soon as I could see past them, I was surprised to find I was actually looking forward to the evening. My mood lifted. You're right, and thank you. After he'd gone, Eric glanced around to make sure we were alone, then leaned in and lowered his voice to a near whisper.
Are we any closer to figuring out who the spy is?
That seemed to be the question of the day. I sighed as I swirled my straw in my tea, then dropped my chin in my hand and traced a finger down the condensation on the glass. Any way I looked at it, the situation was bad, and a shadow of worry dampened my good mood. Eddie scowled at his husband.
Way to be a turd in a punch bowl. Now you've gone and upset her. Hey,
Eric exclaimed, glaring.
Excuse me for not wanting everybody here to die. I wasn't trying to be a wet blanket, but I figured we should address it. Maybe while people are here for the party, we can all throw out some magical feelers. We'll have many of the people who've been here over the past month all in one spot. And with the 4 of us focusing on it, maybe lightning will strike.
I waved a careless hand as I picked up my coaster. No, you're right. We need to figure it out, but I still have no idea how. The only thing we can really do is keep our circle tight and not talk about anything unless we know for a fact we're not being spied on. That wasn't ideal, but they'd all passed a magical test. Everybody in our inner circle was cleared, and I was out of ideas. Before we could discuss it further, 2 barks sounded from the edge of the patio. I glanced that direction and grinned when Serby trotted onto the patio with a little French bulldog puppy trailing along behind him. Hopping off my stool, I waited for them to reach me, then leaned down and rubbed Serby's ears. Where have you been, boy? Did you bring home a friend? The puppy gave my hand a lick and hopped in excitement. Are you too hungry? Apparently, the puppy understood that word because it ran a lap around my ankles, then plopped down on his butt, blue tongue lolling, and ears perked. The top of his head was blue-gray, but his snout was white with bluish spots, making him look like he was wearing a hood. Blue eyes peered from the bar to me and back again. Apparently, he was no dummy. I gave him a scratch, then stood, wincing when my knees popped. Come on, then. Let's get you 2 something to eat. Both dogs watched expectantly as I reached into Eddie's basket of chicken fingers and pulled one out. I broke it in half, then held one piece in each hand. Neither wasted any time devouring the treat, and Eddie and Eric joined me in fussing over the puppy.
"He's adorable,"
Eddie exclaimed, squatting down to give the newcomer some love.
"He's not wearing a collar, so I wonder where he came from. Surely somebody's gonna come looking for him. Frenchies aren't cheap, so I'm sure he belongs to somebody."
The puppy jumped up onto his bent knee, sucking up the attention. Austin shoved a bowl of water across the bar. Setting it in the shade, I shrugged. "We'll keep him here and see if anybody turns up looking for him. I'm sure his owners are probably just down at the beach and will be here any second. I know if I lost him, I'd be panicking right now." Rob had been allergic to dogs, so we'd never had one. Now that I was free of him and spent so much time with Serby, I really wanted one of my own. I felt a little bad for hoping that nobody showed up looking for the little guy, but he was adorable and exactly what I was looking for. Ronan, who'd been talking to his brothers, came up to admire the puppy.
"As much as I hate to pull you away from the cuteness, we really do need to get some training in while the girls are shopping."
I pulled in a put-upon breath and blew it out as I sucked down the last of my tea. He was right, but, oh, what I wouldn't give for just one day to do nothing at all. Chapter 6. "Again," I said an hour later, echoing the word he'd used on me relentlessly over the past month. I crossed my arms and did my best not to grin. "You blew up the whole row, not just the pot you were aiming for." Ronan scowled at me.
"You're enjoying this."
My grin widened. "Maybe. It's not as fun being on the other side of the training stick, is it?"
"I was never this hard on you."
He wiped his hands on his jean shorts, then bent over, bracing his hands against his knees. "You were worse," I replied flatly. "At least you know how to do it in theory, and if you'd let down your guard and tap into my knowledge, it would be easier for you. I didn't have that going for me, but you didn't cut me any slack for that." In his defense, I'd needed to come up to speed as quickly as possible because once I'd taken my rightful place as the mistress of balance, shit had gotten real fast. Still, I was enjoying getting my pound of flesh now that he was the one who needed the crash course. Before I could move, he was on top of me, pulling me into a bone-crushing bear hug before his lips dropped to mine. The kiss stole my breath and sent a rush of heat from my belly outwards. Before it could consume me, I put both hands on his brick wall of a chest and shoved him backwards with everything I had, adding just a little zap of magic to give it some oomph. "Don't think you're going to distract me with your wicked ways," I said, smirking at him when he landed on his butt on the training mat. It was his turn to laugh, and he arched a brow.
"Did you really just say my wicked ways? I don't know whether to grow a mustache so I can twirl it or try to sprout a pair of horns. Either way, I'm offended."
I stepped forward and held out my hand to help him up. "I'm sure you'll live, and don't you dare grow a mustache." I rubbed the reddish day-old stubble on his cheek. "I like you just the way you are. Seriously, though, how does it feel to be on the other end?" He turned his attention back to the clay pots at the end of the long training room. For the last 45 minutes, he'd been practicing blowing them up, and though he had the explosion part of the magic down, he had zero precision.
"Not nearly as fun as it is being the one giving the orders. I won't apologize for working you so hard because it probably saved your life, but I have a whole lot more respect for how much effort you put in." He wasn't wrong, though there'd been times during the grueling sessions that I'd wanted nothing more than to blow him up and then go take a nap. The skills he'd forced me to learn had come in damned handy when people had tried to kill me.
Now, I was returning the favor, and if I could get the knot-headed man to accept my help, the process would be a lot easier. All his life, he'd had the brute force and raw power that came with being a wolf shifter, but he'd never had my kind of magic. This was all as new and practiced to him as it was to me, and just like me, he didn't have the luxury of taking his time mastering them. Despite my sister's suspicious offer of peace, she and Drake were still out there. I'd barely escaped my last brush with them with my life, and as far as I knew, it hadn't slowed them down even a little bit.
You know,
he said, brushing off his hands as he gave the pots a hairy eyeball.
I've been wondering if this would be easier for me in wolf form. I mean, that is my natural fighting form, so it makes a weird kind of sense.
I rolled my eyes. Really? You think it would be easier for you to blow things up when you have no thumbs and can't speak? How about giving it one shot with your mind open to mine? Fully. Since he'd accepted the ring, the mental connection we'd already shared had grown stronger. And if he'd just quit overthinking it and stubbornly refusing to accept my help, he'd be able to draw on my knowledge such that it was. He huffed out a frustrated breath, but closed his eyes. His presence tickled my conscience. Then he turned toward the pots. His magic merged with mine, and the single pot in the middle exploded. "See?" I said, unable to keep just a tad of "I told you so" from my tone. Was that so hard? His expression was a weird mix of irritation and satisfaction, but before he could respond, the door clicked open behind us. I turned to see Alexa twirling her brown hair up into a messy bun. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports bra, and there wasn't a single spot where she could pinch an inch. I shoved down a little burst of envy, because even though I'd been training hard and was starting to tone up, I was still in baggy t-shirt shape. She, on the other hand, had decades on me and still looked like a 40-something fitness model. I frowned at the dark circles under her eyes and her less-than-peppy movements, but didn't nag her about it. I'd said something the day before and had gotten the sharp end of her temper. "Have you two made any progress?" She motioned to the line of broken pots and turned to Ronan. "Did you do all that?" "Yeah," I said before he could take too much credit. "He did, but he only blew up the last one properly. He's figured out how to put the power behind his magic, but he's like a bull in a china shop. He can't focus it, and he's being a hardhead about tapping into my knowledge. He finally did just before you came in." She laughed. "So the pupil's become the master." I huffed. "That's more than a little terrifying to think. I'm glad you're here because maybe you can knock some sense into him." She turned to Ronan. "Don't think of it as depending on her. Think of it as teamwork, like you do when you're doing drills with the pack. Then focus on one particular pot and pretend the others don't even exist. Try it again." I flicked a hand, sending a little magical intention toward the pots as I muttered the spell, and a little thrill went through me when all the shards and dust zapped back together into whole pieces. Alexa clapped her hands and smiled at me. "Well done! You need to learn how to do that without using words or your hand, though. You won't always have that, as you well learned when your sister tied you up. Next time, try using just the power of your intentions." Ronan stepped to the bench to wipe the sweat from his brow and get a drink of water.
"Why don't you two go ahead and do what you have to do, and I'll stay here and practice this."
Up till now, Alexa had sparred with me, teaching me how to use my opponents' weaknesses against them since I didn't have 200-plus pounds to depend on. She shook her head. "Not today. I want you to spar with her. She needs to go up against somebody bigger than she is, so I'll stand back and coach." I raised a brow. I'd progressed in leaps and bounds over the last couple of weeks, but I didn't feel like I was anywhere near ready to face somebody Ronan's size hand to hand. Still, She hadn't steered me wrong yet, so if that's what she wanted me to do, it's what I would do. I wouldn't be able to pick and choose who I battled in a real fight, so the sooner I learned to physically hold my own against a larger attacker, the better. We spent the next hour sparring, and just as I'd thought, Ronan bested me almost every time. When I finally managed to come out on top, he grinned as he pushed up from the mat.
I think I like this side of you. It kinda gets my motor running a little.
Alexa rolled her eyes.
Of course it does. I think that's gonna be it for the day. You two have been here long enough, and I need a nap. Plus, the girls are waiting for you, right?
I nodded. Yeah, they're leaving tonight after the party, and I'd like to spend some time with them beforehand. Ronan shoved our stuff into a duffel.
That sounds good to me. I'm starving, and I'm ready for a drink. Plus, I'd like to grab a shower before people start showing up.
I was glad he was tired, too. I felt like I was always the one begging to stop, but between entertaining and training, I was beat. I hated to show human weakness, but reality was reality. I was a middle-aged woman who'd spent the last 2 decades as a soccer mom and a housewife. The closest I'd come to physical combat was squeezing myself into my Spanx. After a month of hard training, surviving a kidnapping, and learning how to run a bar, all I wanted to do was chill, pretend things were normal, and sip a margarita or 2 with my girls. Chapter 7. Aww, a woman's voice exclaimed a couple hours later as Cece, Laurel, and I were sitting under an umbrella at one of the patio tables. Whose puppy? I smiled as Janelle, one of our regulars and a sort of friend, headed toward us. Nobody knows. He just wandered up with Serby. I'm sure somebody's going to be along shortly to claim him. I scooted my chair around so she could add another to the table, and both dogs moved with me and plopped down in the shade at my feet. How've you been doing? Janelle pushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, then pulled a seat from an empty table. Though she was a little flaky, the plucky real estate agent was fun to talk to. One of the things I was trying to embrace in my new life was to accept people as they were and to go with the flow. Since I knew she had magic of some sort, I couldn't get too close to her, but I did enjoy spending time with her. She huffed out a breath as she sank into the chair. Business has been nuts lately. People are moving here faster than I can find houses to sell them. My bank account isn't complaining, but I sure would like to have a couple days off to recuperate. Thanks for putting this together tonight because I really needed a break. Laurel laughed. Don't sell them all. Cece and I've been talking about going halfsies on a vacation condo down here now that we know a local beachfront bar owner. I jerked my gaze to her, wondering if she was serious, but she just shrugged. I wouldn't put it past them to do something crazy like that. As much as I love them, I wasn't sure having them around more frequently would be a good thing, considering my current magical issues. I'd barely talked myself out of one little oops with Cece. I couldn't imagine how hard it would be to explain an entire magical war, assuming they lived through it, that is. My 2 lives were becoming harder and harder to keep separate, and I was going to have to find a way to balance it. I took a big gulp of my ice water. It was hot enough that my makeup had already melted off my face, and I felt like my actual skin wasn't far behind. I looked at the expanse of ocean just a short walk away and reminded myself I'd still have this view in a couple months when most of the rest of the country was complaining about snow. Laura waggled her brows as she took a pull from her straw, draining her margarita glass. I'm glad you're throwing this shindig, too. Are the Ronan brothers gonna be here? I certainly hope so, Cece added with a lascivious smile. I grinned and shook my head. You 2 deviants are off the chain. At least Laurel's single. What about Marcus? Cece lifted a blithe shoulder. What about him? He's my rock and my one true love, but if he went on vacation and stayed in the same hotel with the Miss America pageant, I wouldn't jab his eyes out with a hot poker for looking. She fanned herself as Ian and Seamus, Ronan's brothers, came toward us. Besides, all my exposure this week to funny, intelligent men built to be sex gods is going to pay off for 'em big time once I get home. I turned the conversation back to real estate, thinking it was a better topic than the vivid image of their descriptions of my boyfriend's brothers brought to mind. While they chattered on about location and prices, I divided my attention between them and my mental checklist for the evening. Cold sweat broke out over my whole body when I came to a critical unchecked item. Oh shit, I exclaimed. I have to go put together the cheese platters. I'll be right back. All the effort I'd put into decorating, and I wouldn't have any food to serve. The party hostess and me was about to have an aneurysm. Laurel started to stand, but I waved her off. Most of it's done. I just need to get it onto trays. Y'all carry on without me. The puppy jumped up to follow me. I was surprised when he stayed hot on my heels but managed to stay out from under my feet. While I was preparing the platters, he flopped down on the cool bricks in the shade. When I finished, I tossed him a piece of ham. He snatched it out of the air, and I smiled. I'm starting to think nobody's going to show up for you. I don't get it, but I'm okay with it. I can't keep calling you puppy, though, so we need to find you a name. I leaned against the stainless steel table and studied him for a second, hands on hips. Though he was only a few months old by my estimation, he was already stout and growing into his bulldog body, and his feet were huge. I tossed him a nibble of cheddar cheese. What about Brutus? You look like a Brutus to me. He caught the cheese and swallowed it in one bite, then barked so enthusiastically that his front paws came off the ground. I laughed. Brutus it is. Since it had gotten hot, I propped the back door open to let some air blow through, and something clanged from the fenced area that led to the dumpsters. Brutus bolted out the door, ignoring me when I called his name. I glanced over my shoulder to make sure nobody was coming back, then pulled my magic to the surface and followed him. Carefully, I crept to the door, every sense on high alert as the crash of fallen boxes sounded from the same area. I called to Ronan through our link, then waited for him. If I'd learned anything, it was that the baddies that were after me were best handled with as much manpower as I could muster. I knew what happened to people who went to check out suspicious noises alone. In just the space of a couple breaths, he was there. What's going on? His body was so tense that even without our connection, I would have felt the anticipation rolling off him. I heard noises. I'm almost positive somebody's back there. The words had barely left my mouth when we heard another big crash. Ronan pushed past me, and I was happy to let him take the lead. I was a brave, independent woman, not a moron. He had size and experience on me. He stopped so abruptly 2 steps out the door that I ran smack into him so hard that I stumbled backwards. I recovered my balance and tried to see around him. What's going on? Ronan moved so I could see, confusion etched on his rugged features. There's nothing out here. Well, nothing but your goofy dog. He strode out into the area, even though there wasn't anywhere besides the giant green dumpster to hide. While he lifted the lid on it and checked, Brutus trotted over to me, tongue lolling, and I squatted down to pet him. Right as I leaned over, he let out a belch that would have made a full-grown mastiff proud. I waved my hand, trying not to gag when the smell of old cheese and dirty socks reached my nose. That's it. No more cheddar chunks for you. Ronan's nose was in the air. Somebody was back here. Are you sure? I asked, still fanning the air as I stepped back inside. The sun was pounding down outside the door, and my clothes were already sticking to me. Maybe it was one of the delivery guys. He sniffed a few more times, his brow furrowed, before he turned and came back inside, closing and locking the door after he made sure Brutus was in. Tension crackled over him, reminded me I was in the presence of an apex predator.
Maybe. Keep that door locked, please.
Ian called out to him from the bar, asking if everything was okay. Ronan yelled that he'd be right out, and then turned to me, his eyes the smoky gray that never failed to set my insides on fire.
Aside from collapsing into bed from exhaustion, this is the first second we've had alone in 2 days, so I'm not going to waste it. I missed you in the shower this morning.
He pulled me into his arms and dropped his mouth to mine in a searing kiss. My fear from a few minutes before melted away as warmth curled in my belly, and I wrapped my arms around his neck. He slid his hands down to cup my butt and pushed me back against the prep table. Sighing against his mouth, I slid my hand to the nape of his neck, wrapping my fingers in his red blonde curls.
Ronan!
Ian called again, this time with a note of worry.
Do we need to come back?
Growling, he pulled back and put his forehead against mine, then rubbed my nose with his, smiling.
I better get back out there before we have an entire pack come looking. If you hear anything else, let me know.
Breathless, I watched him go, wishing instead we were heading up to my apartment. I couldn't imagine ever getting tired of kissing him that way, but until we had some time to ourselves, stolen moments would have to do. Until then, I had cheese platters to put away. The girls popped into the back area with fresh drinks in their hands right as I was wrapping up the last tray, and my heart about stopped. For a second, I was sure they were there to confront me about what Cece had seen. I examined their expressions, though, and they were relaxed.
We started to think you got lost,
Laurel said, plucking an olive out of the jar.
So we brought you a fresh adult beverage.
She said the last 2 words in a snooty French accent. I rolled my eyes as I took it, pushing away the anxiety from a moment before. As usual, I'd been borrowing trouble. I'd ask what's wrong with you, but I'm a little embarrassed and disturbed to say I find you amusing. Plus, you brought booze. I don't care what accent you use to deliver it. I took a drink and smiled at them. I'm really going to miss you, too. I pulled them into a quick hug, trying my best not to cry. They'd been with me through thick and thin, and it was killing me that I had to hide such a huge part of my new life from them. They pushed back from me, and Laurel frowned as she wiped a tear away.
Stop that! We're here for the evening, and we'll be flying back and forth so much that you'll get sick of seeing us. Now, let's finish up back here so we can go enjoy the sunshine. You work way too hard.
The puppy butted his head against my leg and barked, seeming to agree with her, and I laughed.
Et tu, Brute?
Laurel laughed as she tossed the little guy a cracker.
Brutus, huh? So you're keeping him?
A little twinge of guilt zapped me because surely somebody was missing him. I guess. I'll put up flyers and post it on the neighborhood site, but I can't just keep calling him Puppy until his owners show. And if they don't, he's already approved the name. Laurel followed me to the walk-in and opened the door for me.
Honestly, I'm shocked he's still here. French bulldogs are outrageously expensive. Mitzi Stevens paid like $3,000 for hers.
My eyes about popped out of my head. For a dog? Come on. We also know Mitzi Stevens is an idiot. She has her head so far up her own ass, she chews her food twice. Cece choked on the olive she'd just popped into her mouth. That's a true story, but still, those dogs aren't cheap. But you definitely need one. They're cheaper than kids and easier to get along with than most husbands. I pulled a face. Rob was allergic, so we were never able to have any animals. Laurel scoffed. Allergic my ass. He just didn't want to have to share the attention with anybody, I bet. My first impulse was to defend him, but then I caught myself. I'd never actually seen him sneeze around a dog or cat, and it occurred to me that she might be right. Disbelief at my own gullibility and his audacity curled my lip. What a freaking idiot I was. I never even thought of that. I mean, we weren't around animals very much, but you'd think over the course of 20 years I would have seen him sneeze at least once. My maybe father's words about everything happening for a reason flashed through my head, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was right about that at least. Maybe the universe had set everything up just like it was supposed to be, and that apparently included having a dog. Chapter 8. The next morning, Lapis was waiting for us as soon as Ronan and I stepped onto my balcony, coffee in hand. The sun hadn't risen yet, and my head was still fuzzy from the night before. I'd taken the girls to the airport, and I hadn't gotten home until after midnight. I was running on fumes and desperately needed a minute to let the caffeine kick in.
"We don't have time to waste,"
Lapis said without preamble, his voice hoarse. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who didn't wake up full of piss and vinegar.
"Mistress will ride with me. She needs the practice. If the Dark Fae are truly plotting a coup, she needs to be more competent in aerial battle. They'll likely make use of the dragons, and we don't know how much time we have."
Ronan's body went stiff, and the glare he turned on Lapis would have turned him to stone if he wasn't already.
"Absolutely not. She'll ride with me. As you say, we don't know when they're coming, and traveling would be an ideal time for an attack. We'll have 4 full-grown shifters with us. We can defend her from anything that comes at us."
Lapis crossed his arms and grunted.
"Really? You can defend her on the ground with so few people better than I can defend her in the air? I'm immune to magic. My body is made of stone, and I can take her as high in the air as she can breathe. Also, I have eons of practice with aerial battle and can rip through steel with both my teeth and claws. Unless anybody has a surface-to-air missile and can manage to hit me with it, I'm obviously the best choice. Are you really willing to risk her safety just so you can puff out your chest, Wolf?"
He didn't ask the question with malice. His tone was simply matter-of-fact. As much as the silly woman in me wanted to spend as much time with Ronan as I could, the logic told me Lapis was right. Shifters were formidable in battle, but they weren't bulletproof. They could fall victim to spells, and the odds of being outnumbered on the ground were much greater than in the air. Though they were the experienced ones, it annoyed me that they were talking about me as if I weren't there. It was my life, after all, and I had a gut feeling that this trip was going to be rocky. I kept that to myself for a second, though, because I didn't want to stand here and argue. Not that anybody asked what I thought, but I'll be riding with Lapis. He's right. From a strategic standpoint, he can protect me better from the air. I'm still not great in hand-to-hand combat, and my magic isn't 100% within my control. For now, at least, evasion is the best strategy. I put my hands on my hips and gave them a look that let them know it was no longer open for discussion. My decision had been made. To his credit, Lapis didn't smirk. He did, however, give me the faintest nod of approval.
"Good. There's no time to waste, so let's get going."
He jumped from the railing to the deck, shifting into his gargoyle form as he did. I winced a little when the red-stained boards groaned under his weight. He must have seen my expression because he winked at me.
Don't worry, it won't collapse. Your dad reinforced it with steel beams underneath, and I suspect the house itself makes allowances. Now let's go before daylight breaks. We don't want the beachgoers to see a woman flying on a gargoyle.
Even though Florida was firmly in the day-drinking category, most people at least waited till the sun was out, so we couldn't count on that to provide cover. Good call. I could tell Ronan still wasn't happy about it, but to his credit, he didn't argue with me further.
Straight there. We'll take the SUV, so we'll probably beat you there. We'll meet you at the donut shop. It's right down the road from her shop.
I'd flown with Lapis enough to doubt that they'd get there before we did, but I figured saying that would just be salt in the wound. Give me 2 minutes, I said. The last time I'd ridden with Lapis, the insides of my legs had galled, and I wasn't in for a repeat. I need to change into jeans. I rushed back into the house and smiled when I yanked open the closet door. Right beside my jeans hung a pair of leather chaps. As usual, the house had anticipated my needs. They fit like a glove and appeared to have been made for riding a gargoyle rather than a horse. The seat of the inside of the thighs had a layer of suede that would provide some traction, and the backs of the knees were elastic, perfect for allowing flexibility I'd need to grip him. As promised, I was back on the balcony 2 minutes later, much better dressed for the ride. Both men eyed my new gear with approval.
The house, I assume?
Ronan asked, and I nodded. Lapis knelt so I could climb aboard, and I locked my knees around the joint where his wings met his shoulder. Bending over, I looped the leather strap that he'd given me around his neck, strapping it tightly enough that I'd have something to hang on to in case things went south. At first I'd worried I'd choke him until he'd pointed out that he was made of stone. Then I felt a little silly. Looping my hands through the handles, I bent over and gave Ronan a kiss goodbye.
Be safe,
he said, touching his forehead to mine.
Now that I found you, it would kill me to lose you.
I gave him one more quick kiss before I shared my bit of intuition. Promise. You guys be careful, too. I have a bad feeling, so make sure you stay alert. See you soon. With a mighty push, Lapis launched us off my deck before Ronan could go all alpha. As soon as we were airborne, he gained altitude as quickly as he could without making it uncomfortable for me. Once we settled high enough that we'd just look like a bird from below, he leveled out and took advantage of the currents. It still amazed me that something made of stone could fly. But who was I to doubt nature? After all, airplanes much heavier than Lapis flew every day. The sun was just starting to rise when Lapis's muscles tensed, and I felt a spike of urgency through our link.
Hold on, mistress, now. Tight.
I barely had time to process his words and do as he asked before he made a hard right bank and shot up. Screeching sounds so loud I had to resist the urge to cover my ears sounded from directly below us, and something bumped Lapis from underneath. I felt his body shift into a left bank just in time to hang on with my knees. I was glad for now for all the training we'd been doing, both physically and mentally. I opened my mind fully to his so we could operate in tandem, right as a massive sharp beak snapped closed on the area where my ankle had been just a moment before.
Going down hard, mistress,
Lapis thought to me through our link. I stared wildly around as he dove, trying to figure out what was going on. Creatures that were half bird, half lion charged behind us, matching their maneuvers to Lapis's. Griffins? Are you fucking kidding me? I mentally shouted at Lapis. Why are they attacking us? How did they even know where to find us? I don't suppose I should have been surprised the creatures were a thing since I was riding a gargoyle, but the whole situation was surreal. He went into a nosedive so steep that it flung me forward on his neck. If not for the notch of his shoulder blades and the leather strap, I'd have gone over his head for sure. My heart was pounding 1,000,000 miles a minute, and I struggled to keep panic from overcoming my brain. "What do we do?" I asked him through our link.
"You just hold on and let me do all the work,"
he thought back. I couldn't help but notice his voice in my head wasn't exactly confident. 2 more creatures had swarmed down on us, following the trajectory of his dive. I jerked my leg up and slipped to the left just in time to avoid long, sharp talons. The beast managed to nick me, but apparently the chap saved my flesh. I struggled to regain my balance, and Lapis shifted underneath me to help. Should I try to use magic? I had no idea what would work against them, but I hated to leave it all to Lapis. Rather than reply, he rolled to the right and turned, going on the offensive. He grabbed the creature that had almost snatched me and ripped an ugly gash through flesh and bone down its side with his talons. With a scream of pain, it went into a tailspin, plummeted from the sky. I struggled to keep my wits about me as Lapis banked hard to the right and shot up, straight at another one of the creatures. I thought for a second that we were going to strike it head on, but he rolled at the last second so that he caught it by its wing at a near 90-degree angle. His muscles tightened with effort as he held the wing in one claw and pushed against the creature with the other, wrenching its wing off. While he was preoccupied with that, another rushed us from above and to our right. I summoned a fireball and blasted it with everything I had. It exploded into bits that drifted toward the ground like still burning ashes, and I whipped my head around, searching for another incoming attack. Instead, the 2 remaining creatures dropped back, and I hoped they decided to give up considering the fate of their 2 comrades. Just in case, while Lapis was flying straight, I turned and sent a wall of fire at them. They dove, but I managed to singe the wings of one of them. The griffins screeched, but didn't give chase. I think they're giving up.
"They're not retreating, mistress. They're just regrouping and possibly summoning backup. But while they are, let's take advantage of it."
He turned hard to the right and beat his wing so hard that I had to grip the strap to keep him from shooting right out from underneath me. I'd lost all sense of direction, but I assumed we were headed toward the Oracle. He didn't say anything for several moments, though, so I kept a lookout while he moved us forward at an eye-watering speed.
"I've managed to put some distance between us, mistress, but if you think you could do that cloaking spell, now would be the time."
Urgency weighted his tone. "We've only practiced that twice, and only once with any success," I replied in my head, struggling to push through the panic that had taken hold now that I wasn't scrambling to hang on for dear life.
"It's a chance we have to take,"
he replied, his tone grim.
"I have no doubt more of them are on the way, and it's our best shot at getting there in one piece."
I took a couple of deep breaths to calm the adrenaline rushing through my veins, then reached for my magic. Effortlessly, it came rushing to me, and I'd barely uttered the cloaking spell before the air around us shimmered.
"Well done, my lady. You focus on holding the spell, and I'll get us there as quickly as I can. If they catch up, don't give away our position by using magic to attack."
With renewed energy, he thrust us forward, and I kept an eye behind us. Sure enough, within a few minutes, several more of the creatures appeared in the far distance. I relayed the information to Lapis, and he doubled his efforts and thrust us forward. Luckily, I was ready this time.
"Just hang on, mistress," he said. "We're almost there."
I glanced over my shoulder, alarmed to see the creatures gaining ground, though they were flying in a pattern that suggested they were searching rather than pursuing. I breathed a tentative sigh of relief. The cloaking spell was working. A town began to take shape below us, first as a few outlying houses, then as clusters of buildings. Lapis circled around, then found a deserted stretch of beach and landed. Even though we were on firm ground, he didn't drop down to all fours so I could dismount.
Maintain the cloaking spell and stay aboard," he growled. "We don't know who our enemies are, and I guarantee you, those creatures were controlled by somebody. We need to be able to take instant flight. Do you think you can hold the spell?"
Yes. Surprisingly, the magic hadn't taken much out of me. Unlike when we'd practiced, I wasn't even having to put much thought into it. I had always worked best under pressure, and I thanked the goddess for that trait. I continued to ride on Lapis's shoulders as he strode through town. We came to the donut shop where we were supposed to meet up with Ronan and the crew, but rather than stop, he continued past it. A quarter of a mile or so down the road, he turned into the parking lot of a dollar store. He crept around the side of the building behind a dumpster, then dropped down for me to dismount. "Is it safe to drop the cloaking spell now?" I asked. He peered around the dumpster and held his claw up while he took stock of our surroundings for a solid minute.
"Yeah, I suppose it's okay for now, but be prepared. If I see them coming, I'll just toss you on my shoulders and I'll need you to put it back in place."
"What about Ronan?" I asked, knowing he would be concerned if he made it to the donut shop and we didn't show up. He shook his head.
"It's too risky. The only people I know for a fact we can trust right now are me and you. We've been compromised by somebody on the inside, and until we know by whom, it's best we hold our position and keep quiet."
Jules,
Ronan's panicked voice exclaimed in my thoughts.
answer me, damn it. I feel your fear, but you're not responding. What the hell's going on? Are you okay?
I raised a brow at Lapis. Speak of the devil, I have to answer Ronan. He's freaking out. He sensed my fear. I must have had him blocked when I panicked, or else I couldn't focus on both of you in my head at once. He's demanding to know where I'm at and what's going on. Lapis paused for a moment behind the dumpster.
"Answer him. Tell him we've been compromised and to take everybody back to Dolphin Key. Tell him to use the excuse that we got here first and the Oracle is gone. There were only a handful of people who knew you were riding with me, and we need to figure out which one of them ratted us out and to whom."
I relayed the information to Ronan along with a brief description of the attack. He was quiet for so long that I thought maybe he hadn't heard me.
I don't like it, but I'll do it. The only way those griffins found you was either because they were tipped off or they just found you by dumb luck, and I don't believe that. I hate leaving you alone, but I can't think of any other way for you to safely see the Oracle, and I know in my bones you need to. Call her and ask to meet her somewhere else. The shop isn't safe. Tell Lapis if anything happens to you, he'll answer to me.
I wanted to assure him that nothing would happen to me, but I wasn't one for false platitudes, and he'd have known I was lying anyway. I'll do my best, and I'm not alone. I'll see you when I get home. I eased the door shut between his mind and mine. As badly as I hated to admit it, Lapis was right. Though I knew Ronan would never betray me on his own, he wasn't infallible to magic. Just thinking about that pissed me off, and I swore I'd find out who was behind this and make them pay. Chapter 9. According to her website, the Oracle didn't open her little odds and ends shop until 8, and there was no number listed. So much for calling to request a meeting somewhere other than her shop. We still had a solid half hour to waste, and unlike some people, stress did not drive away my appetite. My stomach rumbled, and the battle had drained my energy. Food and caffeine called my name. Lapis glanced at me sideways.
"Why doesn't it surprise me that 10 minutes after surviving your first attack by griffins, you're hungry? Most women would be cowering in fear, crying, and swooning."
I glared at him. I don't swoon. And if you ever see me crying, either somebody's dead or you'd better run because I'm about to lose my shit. I don't fall apart and cry when I get scared. If you'll remember, it was your idea to leave at the butt crack of dawn before I even had a second cup of coffee. I don't think it's wise to go to the donut shop, but surely there's a fast food joint around here somewhere. Sure enough, I only had to walk to the edge of the parking lot to see one right down the road. Lapis assumed his parrot form and flew alongside me, swooping up and circling around so he could keep an eye out in all directions. Once he gave me the okay, I went in and ordered a couple of breakfast bagels and an extra large double-shot latte, full fat, because I'd earned it. I carried our food to one of the outside tables where Lapis was waiting for me. He'd watched me through the window the whole time I was ordering, and I'd never been so grateful for anything in my life. As badly as I hated to admit it, the attack had shaken me. Sure, my nutjob of a sister had kidnapped me, but she was at least human. So far, my only experience with magical creatures had been with Lapis, Serby, and the Shifters. Being attacked by creatures you'd only read about in mythology books turned out to be even scarier than you'd think. It also made the situation real. Is this what I have to look forward to for the rest of my life? I asked as I unwrapped his sausage and egg bagel and laid it on the table in front of him. He tilted his head and studied me for a long moment, and I wondered what he was thinking.
Maybe. Or maybe it's just going to be a struggle for you in the beginning to secure your position. It could be that after you establish yourself, most people will respect you enough to behave themselves. Your dad only encountered a handful of serious threats the entire time he held the position. So let's hope that's the case for you, too. I expect you're going to have to prove yourself, considering you weren't born into the magical world.
What does it mean that those griffins attacked us? He plucked a chunk of egg off his bagel and tossed it back and down his throat.
It could either be the Dark Fae gathering forces, or it could have been Drake. For that matter, it could be somebody we don't even know about yet. I wish I could tell you it was all coming from the same direction, but there's just no way to know that.
Do you think they'll be waiting for us on our way home? I asked, taking a big swig of my coffee and wishing there was something stronger than caramel syrup in it.
They'll likely be waiting for us in the air. You're not going to fly home. You'll rent a car, and I'll fly above you in parrot form to keep an eye out.
By the time we finished eating, it was almost time for the Oracle shop to open. We went behind the restaurant, and Lapis shifted into his gargoyle form. Then I climbed aboard and cloaked us. By the time we got to the shop, the lights were on and the door was unlocked. I slid off Lapis, but kept my hand on his arm and maintained the cloaking spell as we went in. An old woman with stringy gray hair stooped over the counter, her back bent with age. She turned to us when the bell above the door tinkled, pulled a shabby woolen shawl tighter around her bony shoulders. I could have sworn by the way she looked directly at us that she saw through the cloaking spell. "Welcome to my shop. I've been expecting you." I hadn't anticipated that, but I dropped the spell since it obviously wasn't working anyway. Before I could respond, her form shimmered a little, and I got a peek at a much younger woman behind the face of the old woman. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but it was like looking at a live double-exposed picture. "What's the matter, dearie?" she asked, peering at me with roomy brown eyes, except the ones shadowed behind them were clear. I blinked again and rubbed my eyes, then realized what was going on. I shook my head. "Nothing's the matter except your glamour is giving me a headache." I didn't figure this was the time to pull punches, and frankly, I was sick to death of deception. She cackled and shuffled toward the door, then turned the lock and pulled the blind. She turned back to us, and the glamour slipped away, revealing a woman who looked to be about my age, with dark hair and brown eyes. "You're the first person who's ever seen through that," she said, tilting her head and examining me. "How did you do it?" I shrugged. "I didn't do anything. I could just see it as soon as I looked at you. I mean, I saw the glamour, but I also saw the real you, or at least the shadow of the real you." Her lips curved into a small smile. "I didn't know what to expect from you. I knew since you were working with Alexa and Lapis that you'd come to me eventually, but I've heard rumors that you were raised human, that you can see through a glamour that usually fools even the most powerful of beings, changes things." She said that last part mostly to herself, muttering as she ambled toward a doorway curtained with beads. She looked back at us. "Well, are you coming or not? We don't have all day. Well, I do, but you don't. By the way, I'm Esmeralda. If I had any friends, they'd call me Mary." Unsure, I glanced at Lapis, who nodded.
"I'll go first."
After the morning I'd had, I was more than happy to let him take the lead. Unlike the front room of the shop, which was cluttered with just about anything you could imagine from iron skillets to voodoo dolls, the back room was neat and organized. Shelves of herbs, tinctures, and salves lined the walls, and several wide cabinets sat at the far end. Padlocks hung from each of them, and I had to wonder what was so important that a woman as powerful as she was would need to keep it locked up. A scarred wooden table with 6 ladder-backed chairs took up most of the middle of the room. "Have a seat," she said, motioning toward them. "We have a lot to discuss and not much time to do it." I pulled out a chair and sat down, and Lapis stood behind me. "To be honest, I'm not even sure why we're here. I was told you could help me. I need to figure out who I can trust, and I need to outline a path to defeat the Dark Fae who are planning a coup against me. My advisors believe you might have information about when they'll attack and how many will be with them." When I said it out loud, it sounded silly. I didn't believe in fortune-tellers, but then again, I hadn't believed in griffins until an hour before, while I was battling them from a gargoyle's back. She studied me for a moment. "And do you believe you can do all that?" I wasn't sure how to answer her. I didn't want to offend her, but I didn't want to lie to her either. "Honestly, I don't know. If you'd asked me if I believed in fortune-tellers or prophets or whatever a month ago, I would have laughed. But I've seen and done so many things that I thought were myth and fairy tale that now I don't know what to think. Intellectually, no. There are too many moving parts for anybody to accurately foretell the outcome of this mess. You might have knowledge of the grand scheme of things through your experience and your connections that might help me, though." I held my breath, hoping I hadn't offended her. After a long, tense moment, she laughed and slapped her hand on the table. "By Zeus, I like you. And I don't say that about many creatures. I'd heard you were raised human, so I have to apologize now for the assumptions that I made. You're not some jelly-spined twit. You've got grit, and I can respect that. You also say what you think, and you'd be amazed how rarely that happens." I returned her smile, surprised to find that I liked her too. "So how is it that you've come to be known as an oracle? If you don't mind me asking, that is." She waved a careless hand. "I guess it doesn't matter if I mind or not, considering you asked it anyway. Get rid of your guard gargoyle, and I'll tell you. I feel talkative today, and I sense a kindred spirit. This hasn't happened in centuries, and I find myself wanting to spend some time with you."
"I'm afraid I can't do that, Oracle,"
Lapis replied.
"We were just attacked by—"
Mary flapped her hand, and the dim light of the room flashed off the silver bejeweled rings on her hand. "Griffins, I already know, and if you want my help, you'll have to do it my way. Rest assured, if I wanted to harm her, she'd already be dead, and so would you. I've taken her measure and deemed her fit for her position. Now go stand guard out front. I have the back so heavily warded that nobody can get through there, but by necessity, the front is weaker." He started to protest again, but I held up my hand. My gut was telling me she was on the up and up, and if we were to defeat the Dark Fae, or even Drake for that matter, we needed all the help we could get. She shook her head. No, I believe it would be best if you stood guard outside. I sense trouble, and I'd rather have a bit of warning. Lapis started to protest, but I held up a hand. It's okay, I said aloud, then spoke to him through our link. If I need you, I'll call. He glanced back and forth between us, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, before he finally nodded.
I'll do as you ask, because I don't like leaving the front unguarded. But if you heard her, Oracle, you'll answer to me. You're ancient, but so am I.
She raised a brow. I think you're the first creature in 5 centuries to threaten me. I'll let it go because I know your heart's in the right place, and I know what's at stake. However, do not do so again lightly. Lapis grunted as he ambled toward the curtain.
Just keep her safe, and there will be no need.
Chapter 10. Once he was gone, Mary stood and glided toward an old wood stove. Would you like tea? Since I had a to-go cup of coffee in front of me, I thought it was an odd question. Why? Are you going to read the leaves? I was only half joking when I asked. The more I was around the woman, the more I believed she might just be capable of doing anything she wanted. She scoffed and flapped an elegant hand. Hardly. I don't do that mumbo-jumbo, though I do know a few witches around the world who swear by it. Far be it from me to question their methods, and I've never found it effective. I just noticed from the sound of your cup when you set it down that it's almost empty. My social skills are rusty, but I was trying to be polite, and conversation and tea go well together. The woman was an odd duck, but I supposed if she was as old as she claimed, she'd probably seen some shit and had earned the right to be eccentric. I smiled, warming toward her, even though I had a healthy dose of wariness. If I'd learned anything over the last month, it was that I couldn't put my full trust in anybody outside my tiny circle. I frowned when I realized that now even they were suspect. Then yes, tea would be great. She went about filling the teapot, then set it on the stove, her every move graceful. Why do you wear the glamour? Since I was struggling to accept crow's feet and had been dyeing my hair for a decade, I couldn't understand why anybody would want to make herself look like an old crone. She glanced over her shoulder at me. I see you haven't come to respect the advantages of old age. Youth has many disadvantages, but the biggest one by far is that people, especially men, tend to see your face and form rather than your mind. Society has progressed, but that stigma still exists. Back when I was truly young, women were property, and young pretty women were desired. Young pretty witches were burned. Nobody paid attention to the old crone living in the cottage outside town unless they needed a bit of wisdom. Once I figured that out, I used it to my advantage. She wasn't wrong. I'd struggled against the good old boy's mentality for years from Rob's colleagues, and after a while I'd given up. It was easier to just do everything behind the scenes than fight for a position up front. Even in today's times, everything she described was an issue. So what about the oracle part? I get the old crone thing now that you've explained it, but how did you get the reputation as an oracle? She laughed and pushed a lock of dark hair behind her ear. I do have a bit of intuition and a touch of the sight, but mostly it was just a matter of being smart and understanding people well enough to know the lay of the land. I understand both battle strategy and human behavior. Since I'd chosen the form of an old woman, I could get in and out of places without people giving me a second glance, and I paid attention. She paused to tap her head and wink at me. It wasn't hard to learn about upcoming wars when leaders acted as though I were invisible. Once you know the details of each army and the other factors going into battle, it's not hard to predict an outcome. The only thing better than being invisible is having people in power believe you can affect the outcomes of their fate. Once I made a few accurate predictions, she put that in air quotes, leaders began to respect me. It was a matter of survival, really. Nobody was going to burn an old woman at the stake when she could tell them how to win wars. The more I listened to her, the more my respect for her grew. Being a woman in those times would have been hard enough. Being a witch would have been a death sentence. She'd found a way to survive using her smarts, and I respected that. In fact, it made me feel better about coming to her. I had a lot more faith in objective common sense and logic than I did in subjective mystical woo-woo. She dropped tea bags into our cups and poured hot water over them, then glanced over her shoulder at me with a smile. I do have to say, though, Helen of Troy threw me for a loop. I didn't see that one coming, and I barely escaped with my life. If not for the utter chaos, my goose would have been cooked. I shook my head in wonder. I couldn't even imagine the things this woman had seen, and here she stood talking about it like it had happened last year. That's incredible. You survived all these years, millennia, on your wits. She carried the cups over to the table and placed one in front of me, then took her seat with hers. How else does one survive? I found dumb luck doesn't go far, and the universe has very little patience for fools. Now, about your predicament. I'm not going to lie, you're facing an uphill battle, but you can win. Your greatest advantage is that they are underestimating you. They think it's going to be easy, so they're preparing to come in with force and numbers rather than strategy. She tilted her head and her eyes glazed over for a second. You, of course, are going to use the brain the goddess gave you, and you'll find that you have more allies than you know. You need to utilize the gargoyles and shifters. Right now, they are your greatest assets, aside from yourself, of course. I barked out a laugh. I don't feel much like a force to be reckoned with, to be honest. I'm barely scratching the surface of my magic, and I know very little about strategy. I know even less about the creatures coming after me. I can help you a bit there. The Dark Fae's greatest weapon is that they can steal the light. They're tricksters, so watch out for that. She stood and glided across the floor to one of the locked cabinets. What do you mean, steal the light? She unlocked the cabinet and began moving the contents inside around, obviously looking for something. I mean exactly that. They can join their magic and cast darkness over the battlefield. Their enemies are rendered blind, and they're free to swoop in and defeat them. I collapsed back in my chair. How on earth was I supposed to fight that? I searched through my mental Rolodex of spells I'd learned so far, and nothing came even close to being able to counter something on that level. Sure, I could summon fire, but that was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I didn't have enough control over it to target it, so I'd be just as likely to take out people on my side along with, or instead of, the bad guys. Ah, here it is. I knew I had it, but I wasn't sure where I put it. She pulled a purple crystal suspended from a piece of black velvet from the cabinet and held it up to the light. What is it? I couldn't imagine what a crystal could do to help me, but then again, I hadn't exactly been into them my whole life. It's amethyst, which doesn't really matter. What's special about this is that a good friend of mine charged it a couple of centuries ago when we were facing a threat from the Fae. We didn't end up using it, but I held on to it because I had a feeling it would come in handy eventually. She put the amethyst on the table, then returned to the cabinet and opened a small cedar box. I'm not sure why, but my intuition is telling me that you'll need this as well. Returning to the table, she held out her hand and dropped a ring into my palm. It was simple as far as jewelry went, just a blue stone set in a silver band. I held it up to the light and examined it. Runes adorned the silver, and the light shone through the stone, turning it a lighter blue. It's very pretty, but I have a feeling that's not the reason you're giving it to me. She cackled, which seemed incongruent with her appearance. Your feeling is right. The crystal is only good for one use. It will dim the powers of those you focus the magic on. If the Fae steal the light, use the crystal. It won't restore total daylight, but it will give you a few minutes of dusk to counter their attack. It's only good for one use, so choose your timing wisely. I slid the velvet cord over my head and dropped the crystal into my shirt. And the ring? She took it from my hand and slipped it onto my finger. The ring will serve you well, though I hope you don't need it often. It detects magical threats. If the stone turns milky, beware. You're in the presence of somebody who wishes you harm one way or the other. Unlike the crystal, the magic within it doesn't fade. Thank you. I leaned forward on my elbows. You said I had more allies than I knew. Can you expound on that? My sister came to me and offered a truce specifically to defeat the Fae, and my father has come to me offering advice, or it might be my father. She paused, then took a deep breath and released it through her pursed lips. Your sister is tricky. It's likely she realizes it would be catastrophic even to the other dark practitioners for the Fae to gain control of the necklace. She also views you as the lesser of the threats. She'll help you defeat the Fae, then turn on you again once you're her only threat. I'm getting sick of everybody viewing me as an easy target, I grumbled, though it wasn't like it was untrue. That was part of the rub. Mary twisted one of the rings on her finger, gazing into the ether for a moment. I also sense she's torn. All her life, she's wanted a family. She wants the power you have, but she also wants a sister. She shook her finger at me. Watch that one. She's walking on the edge of the sword. Since even she doesn't know which way to fall, there's no way I can predict it either. Too many variables. And my father? I held my breath, dearly hoping she had a cut-and-dried answer there. One side of her mouth curved into a wry smile. I wish I could help you, but I don't deal in spirits, and you have too many unknown threats coming your way. I can only tell you to follow your gut, and don't trust blindly, but I think you already know that. Will the ring work on him? She shook her head. Unfortunately, no. It's meant only for the living. I took the last drink of my tea, not sure what else to ask. Before the silence could become awkward, she stood. That's all I have to offer. You, Mistress of Balance, have thrown the whole deck of cards into the air. People don't know what to think of you, so they're undecided who to back, or even whether to jump into the fray or not. There are just too many variables for me to offer anything else of use. She took one of my hands in both of hers, and a little zing of energy shot up my arm. Tilting her head to the side, her gaze became unfocused. Choose your allies wisely. The line between friend and enemy often blurs and changes. Friends appear as enemies, and vice versa. You may at times find your best interests aligned with others, but watch your back and trust the allegiance of few. When push comes to shove and all seems lost, be true to yourself. She shook her head and smiled at me. That sounds cryptic even to me, but that's often the way my visions work. I found that their meaning often becomes clear when the time is right. She moved toward the beaded curtain, and I followed her, mulling over her words. Leave it to me to be one of the few people in history to flummox even an oracle. Chapter 11. As I'd expected, Lapis was waiting impatiently in the shop, gazing out the windows. What surprised me was that Ronan was also there. The tension in the air was palpable, but when they saw me, relief washed across both their expressions. "What are you doing here?" I asked Ronan. "I thought you were staying home until we figured out the threat." He glanced from me to Mary.
"It didn't occur to me when we talked that I would still be able to sense your presence. I knew you were here anyway, and I didn't like the idea of you and Lapis traveling home alone."
He motioned to the floor, smiling.
I wasn't the only one worried. He refused to stay home.
I hadn't noticed Brutus until he bounded toward me, his blue-tipped tail wagging. I bent down and scratched his ears. "Hey, little guy, did you miss me?" "Where did you find him?" Mary asked, studying the puppy. I laughed as he jumped up onto my leg and licked my hand. "I didn't. He found me. He just showed up at my bar yesterday." Her lips curved into a smile. "That's interesting. You're a curious woman, Mistress of Balance. I look forward to watching your reign. I have no doubt it will be entertaining, assuming the stars align and the fates decide in your favor." Entertaining wasn't exactly what I was shooting for, but I let it go and thanked her for the gifts instead. "You're welcome, but I have one more piece of advice to offer you. As I'm sure you taught your children, don't be so quick to trust. You got lucky today because I wish you well, but you had no way of knowing that. Had it been my intention to harm you, either of the objects I gave you could have just as easily been lethal. Then where would we be?" With that, she turned and went back through the beaded curtain, leaving me standing there feeling a bit foolish. She was right, and I took her words to heart. I'd pounded the whole "don't take candy from strangers" thing into my kids from the time they were babies, and I'd just broken it without so much as a second thought. I was lucky to be alive, and I wouldn't waste the lesson. Rather than move toward the door, Lapis glared at Ronan.
"We came in with caution. Can you say the same? Are you sure nobody saw you? And who did you tell you were coming? Obviously, somebody in our inner circle betrayed us. Only a handful of people knew we were coming here."
"Of course I was careful,"
Ronan snapped.
"I took everybody home, then told them I was running bar errands. When I got here, I circled the place 3 times before I came in, and I drove up and down the main drag before I even came here. I won't risk her safety, or yours for that matter. I even parked 3 blocks away and walked using back streets so I could watch the skies."
I was glad he'd been careful, but the thought of walking 3 blocks made me groan. It was already hot as the hinges on Hell's Gate out there, and I was tired. Still, better safe than sorry. "We'll leave cloaked. When we get to the car, you can shift, Lapis. We need to go home and figure out who ratted us out." I wasn't looking forward to that conversation because no matter the outcome, it was going to be awful. I cast the cloaking spell, and Lapis hopped onto my shoulder in parrot form. As soon as we were out the door, I gave them the Reader's Digest version of what Mary had told me and also explained the ring and the necklace. When we made it to the car, I dropped the spell and Lapis took to the air. Brutus jumped in as soon as I opened the door, then scrambled into the back seat, his chunky spotted butt wiggling as he got stuck for a second between the seats. For the first time all day, my heart lightened, and I genuinely laughed as he plopped into the back, then spun around and poked his head over the console, tongue lolling and one ear lopped. I hoped again that nobody came to claim him. He seemed to have wormed his fuzzy self into our lives as a permanent fixture, and I was already in love with him. As soon as we were in the car, Ronan reached across the console.
"Come here,"
he growled, sliding his hand to the back of my neck. His mouth crashed down on mine in a searing kiss that sent my heart racing. He pulled back and looked me in the eye, cupping my cheek.
"You scared the shit out of me. When I could feel your terror but couldn't reach you, I about lost my mind. I'll be beside you from here on out. I can't go through that again."
I wasn't going to complain. It never hurt to have a loyal man who could fight in both human and wolf form at your side. I didn't want to examine the other motions that accompanied his declaration. I was doing my best to coast along and let the relationship develop naturally, but sometimes, like now, I felt like I was being swept away. I'd been married for 2 decades, and now everything in my life had changed so much I wasn't even the same person I'd been when I'd left Atlanta. I was afraid if I didn't take the time to find out who the new me was, I wouldn't be able to do justice to any relationship. I shook that off. He hadn't pressed me for more than I was willing to give, so I wasn't going to borrow trouble. Lord knew I had enough of my own. I hated to bring it up, but we had to address the elephant in the car. As far as I knew, the only people who'd known we were going to see Esmeralda besides us and Lapis were his brothers and his mom. I hated to think any of them would knowingly betray us. Was there anybody else around when you guys left? Is it possible somebody overheard one of you discussing the trip? He sighed.
No and no. But I know for a fact nobody in my family would have done this willingly. What about you? Did you maybe hint to the girls that you were going to Sunset Bay, and maybe somebody magical overheard them and put 2 and 2 together?
I shook my head. I didn't want any more people than necessary to know, considering we still have no idea where the leak is. His expression was both thunderous and tortured.
Well, I guess we've narrowed it down now. What are we going to do?
I lifted a shoulder as I caught a glimpse of Lapis flying above us. I have no idea. If even one single other soul would have known, there's no way your family would have ever come into question. But that's not reality. I don't want to, but I think we need to use the truth spell. It would be best if we could get them alone and do it one-on-one. I didn't take manipulating another person's privacy lightly. It felt like an abuse of power to me, and that wasn't how I wanted to start this new life. However, I also had a serious bias against being dead, so it looked like the spell was the lesser of 2 evils. He gave a sharp nod.
There's no room here for divided loyalties. We can't look at them as family members right now. There's too much at stake, and I won't have your safety compromised. Also, like I said, none of them would have done it willingly. I know that in my bones, so we need to figure out what's going on and make sure they're safe too.
I hummed, thinking. You're sure they don't know about the attack? He looked at me out of the corner of his eye.
No, I didn't tell any of them. I said you and Lapis beat us there and noticed on your way to the donut shop that her shop was boarded over.
You didn't tell them something was going on? If not, he was much better at hiding his emotions than I was. Of course, he was also a tactical thinker. He shook his head.
At first, I didn't want to panic Mom until I knew what was going on. As soon as I felt your fear, I couldn't drive. I pulled over using the excuse that I needed to use the restroom. I'm not sure they bought it, but they didn't press. Then, when you told me what was going on, I knew right away it had to have been one of us.
I thought about how I'd feel in his situation if it were my family I suspected of betrayal, and my heart went out to him. I reached over and laid my hand over his, not knowing what else to say. We spent the rest of the ride home discussing what Mary had told me. I was both relieved and anxious when I saw that both his brothers and Alexa's rental cars were parked in front of the bar. I knew we didn't have any time to waste, but I dreaded having to question them.
It looks like we're not going to have to wait much longer,
Ronan said as he put the SUV in park. Rather than reply, I just got out and headed toward the bar. I'd never been one for putting off unpleasantness. Anytime the boys had ever gotten into trouble, I'd always preferred to face it head-on and get the punishment over with, and I wasn't about to treat this any differently. Luck was with us, and the only people in the bar aside from Austin and the guys were Ian, Seamus, and Alexa. She looked better than she had that morning, and she smiled as we approached. "Welcome back. It's a shame she wasn't there. I was really hoping she could lend us some insight." "Yeah, so was I replied, uncomfortable with the deception as I pulled up a stool beside her. Considering the way my day had started, I wasn't surprised when a couple came in before I could say anything else. "Let's take this upstairs," I replied, wanting to get them alone so I could whammy them and get it over with. I wasn't looking forward to it, and I was a firm believer in taking the bull by the horns. "We need to talk." Her gaze snapped to me, trying to suss out what was up with my somber tone. I shook my head as I slipped off my stool. "Not here. We need privacy, and I'll explain once we have it."
"Us too?"
Eddie asked. "Nah, we won't be long. Hold down the beer fort, and we'll be back in a bit." They'd already passed the sniff test, and they hadn't even known we were going to Sunset Bay anyway.
"Actually,"
Ronan said, his expression grim.
"Yes, we might need a hand if you don't mind."
They drained their beers and stood to follow us, and Eddie motioned for us to proceed.
"I'm not moving any heavy furniture, but if you need me to go around with that cranky parrot, I'm your guy. It's been a day."
I smiled, but shot Ronan a questioning glance, unsure why he wanted them present. Rather than say anything aloud, he used our link.
"What if it ends up they're all three involved? If they've been cursed, we might need help. To be honest, I'm not sure I'd be able to go against my family. These guys have the ability to diffuse a situation without violence."
He was right. Eric was a null, meaning he could cancel out magic, and Eddie had that whole soothing thing. Both skills could come in handy. I took Ronan's hand as we led the way to my apartment. I had a bad feeling about this, and unfortunately, my gut was rarely wrong. Chapter 12. Once upstairs, I decided to come straight out with it rather than be deceptive. If that hurt anybody's feelings, tough shit. Lapis and I had nearly died that morning, and with more than one faction out there trying to take me down, I didn't have time for coddling. After herding everybody to the dining room table and inviting Lapis in, I grabbed bottles of water from the fridge and handed them around. The air was pregnant with expectation and just a touch of tension. I took a seat and looked each of them in the eye. "Okay, here's the thing. I called you here because we need to suss something out, and I'm not willing to do it without your knowledge. Eddie and Eric, we went to see the Oracle in Sunset Bay this morning. Ronan, Ian, Seamus, and Alexa took the SUV, and I flew with Lapis. We were attacked mid-trip by griffins, and they nearly took us out. If it weren't for Lapis's skill and my cloaking spell, we wouldn't be here right now." Lapis grunted in response from his position to my right.
"Somebody ratted us out, and the only people who knew we were going or that she'd be with me are in this room, right?"
He looked at each of them in turn, giving them a chance to tell us they'd spilled the beans to somebody. Instead, they all nodded, uneasily looking at each other. As the implications of what we'd just said settled in, the mood in the room shifted from expectant to outraged and hurt. Alexa slammed her hand on the table, anger oozing out from every pore.
"Are you calling one of us a traitor?"
Seamus muttered, and Eddie leaned forward on his elbows. Even I felt the calm of his magic floating through the air, and Alexa turned and jabbed a finger at him, half rising.
"Don't even pull that shit on me. We've come here to help her. I've spent weeks training her, and she has the balls to accuse my family of betraying her?"
The worst part of her outburst was that I totally got it. She was defending her family just like I would have done. Another layer of guilt settled over my shoulders atop the one already there from accusing them in the first place. This woman had been more than kind to me. Ian held up a hand.
Calm down and think for a minute, Mom. If not one of us, then who? You know as well as I do that you'd be thinking the exact same thing, and you'd be right. Nobody else knew.
Ronan had said he was the laid-back one of the bunch, and I was grateful for that trait right now. I held up my hand, but the words on my lips died unsaid. The ring Mary had given me had gone from a clear deep blue to a hazy purple. I turned it casually so that Lapis and Ronan could see it, and I knew when Ronan sucked in a breath that he'd realized what I was trying to say. Lapis wasn't as subtle.
Cast the truth-telling spell, now!
I cringed, hating what I was about to do, but said the words anyway. I filled them with intent focused at each of them. I don't know why I did it, but I reached across the table and took Ian's hand. The ring went from the smoky purple back to the clear blue it had been when Mary had given it to me. I debated how to word the question and decided to start simple. Did you tell anybody about our trip to see the Oracle? Being the rogue he was, his lips curled into a devilish smile, and he kissed the back of my hand.
No, nor have I ever shared any of your secrets or discussed anything that isn't common knowledge about your cause with anybody not directly involved in your security. I've never done anything that could bring you harm.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, but couldn't resist smiling. It made me feel so much better that at least it wasn't all of them as Ronan had feared. Next, I shifted to Seamus, who was sitting right beside him, and asked him the same question. The ring stayed a clear blue, and he answered the question verbatim as Ian had, minus the light-hearted flirtation. My heart dropped. That left only Alexa. I turned in my chair since she was sitting right next to me, and I asked her the same question, putting my hand over hers as I did. The stone turned the smoky lavender it had been earlier, and I felt as if my heart were being crushed in a hand of stone. She looked at me, her expression a mix of disgust and defiance.
No, I didn't tell anybody other than people in this room anything about the trip or about you. And I never have. I'm not working against you, and all I want is for you to succeed.
That couldn't be right, at least not if the ring Mary had given me was working properly. My mind raced as I tried to solve the puzzle. My gut told me Alexa was on my side, but I still had a sick sense of foreboding.
Is that what I think it is?
Eric asked, his eyes glued to the ring. I pulled my hand to my chest protectively, though I don't know why. What do you think it is? His eyes never left my hand, and Eddie reached toward me.
Let us see, please.
Tentatively, I laid my fingers in his and let him pull my hand across the table. The two of them leaned in and studied it, then stared at each other for a second before turning to Alexa.
Occulta apparent,
Eddie snapped, and even I could feel the sharp crack of magic behind his words. This time, my limited Latin came through for me. Secrets appear. In just the couple seconds it took me to figure that out, a black aura formed around Alexa. Since a collective gasp rose from the table, I assumed I wasn't the only one who saw it. What does that mean? I asked, unable to look away from her as my heart raced. Eddie and Eric were clasping each other's hands, white-knuckled. Eddie swallowed, his face as white as a sheet.
It means somebody slapped a doozy of a curse on her, or some sort of magic anyway. The spell Eric used was meant to reveal any type of deception. It's sort of like the broad-spectrum, harder-hitting version of your truth-telling spell.
For the first time since I'd met her, Alexa looked old. Her hand fluttered to her onyx wolf necklace, a mirror image of the ones her son wore, and her brow furrowed in fear.
That can't be.
Eric sighed.
But it is. Have you been sick lately, or had any blackout spells?
She shook her head.
I mean, I've been extra tired for the past few days. I fell asleep in the bathtub last night, but I don't know if that's really blacking out or not.
We've been training hard and running on little sleep." Her voice trailed off. I'd been so focused on her and Eddie and Eric that I'd nearly forgotten the others in the room. Ronan stood and laid his hand on his mother's shoulder.
"It's okay, Mom. We'll figure this out."
He raked his fingers through his hair and turned to the guys.
"How do we fix her?"
"Can we fix her?" Eric rubbed his face.
"It depends on what's attached itself to her. If it's some sort of spirit or being, it should be relatively simple."
"And if it's a curse or some other sort of magic?" I couldn't believe I was asking such a thing, because Alexa was one of the most powerful beings I'd ever met, but apparently fate didn't feel like I needed any downtime between one bitch slap to the next. Apparently, she was paying me back for all the times I'd asked for what else could go wrong. Eddie pressed his lips together for a second.
"If it's a curse, it'll be a lot trickier. We'll probably be able to undo it, but it'll take a lot more effort. First, we'll have to figure out what it is and how it works. Then we'll have to create a cleansing spell to remove it." "Will she be okay?"
Ian asked, his face pale. All traces of the happy-go-lucky side of him were gone. In its place, worry, fear, and anger had settled. Eric pulled in a deep breath and blew it out through pursed lips.
"We'll do our best. Alexa, when did you start feeling bad? And is the bathtub the only time you've accidentally fallen asleep?"
She rubbed her forehead, then ran her hand over her hair, holding it back from her face in frustration.
"No, I—"
Before she could finish her sentence, she passed out cold. Chapter 13.
"Oh,"
Eddie said, rushing around to her.
"That's so not good."
Ronan scooped her from her chair and carried her to the couch, carefully laying her down. Panic and helplessness seeped through our link.
"Do something."
Eric knelt beside her and felt for a pulse, then breathed a sigh of relief.
"She's fine, but we need room to work."
Seamus, who'd remained mostly quiet throughout the entire ordeal, growled.
"She's obviously not fine. What's happening?"
As if I weren't already grateful to Ian, his calm demeanor came through for me once again. He laid one hand on Seamus's shoulder and the other on Ronan's.
"Step back and give them some room. They don't know anything more than we do, and it's best to give them space to do their thing."
I breathed a sigh of relief when the two older brothers took a few steps back so Eddie and Eric could squat down beside Alexa. They worked over her for several long minutes, muttering spells and whispering to each other. Ian was doing his best to sit still, but Ronan and Seamus were having a harder time.
"So what have you figured out?"
Ronan snapped when the guys paused. Eric rubbed his forehead in a way that told me he was praying for patience.
"What we figured out is that she has some kind of spell on her. We suspect it's some sort of means to eavesdrop, or maybe even allow somebody to slip into her mind and take the steering, but it's intricate." "Can you remove it?"
Ian asked, his face pinched with fear.
"If so, what can we do to help?"
Eddie coughed.
"We think we can, but we need space and some peace and quiet. It's going to take all of our concentration, and we can't give that with all of you hovering around us."
His tone was more snappish than what he'd probably intended, so I stepped in to help. I'd never dealt with a cursed shifter, but I had plenty of experience over the years with surgeries, broken bones, and even, unfortunately, a few deaths. "Why don't we all go down to the bar and get some lunch? Give them a quiet workspace so they can do everything they can to help her. There's nothing any of us can do here, and we're in the way." Though his expression was no less worried than his brother's, Ian nodded.
"She's right. None of us have any sort of skills that can help her, so the best thing we can do is get out of the way."
With that, he laid his hand on Seamus's shoulder again. Seamus, however, shrugged it off.
"I'm not going anywhere. I don't know these people, and I'm not leaving her with strangers."
"Seamus," I said.
Are you deaf?
He snapped, his green eyes flashing.
I said I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not.
I took hold of my temper with an iron grip. I understood what he was going through, but nobody talked to me like that, especially in my own house. He was responding with emotion rather than logic, and now he was being a bully. None of that worked for me. Lapis had stood stoically by in the corner, watching, and cut in before I could verbally flay Ronan's older brother.
Enough! If you want to help your mother, get out. You're wasting precious time puffing out your chest, and if she dies from lack of effort, it'll be your fault.
He crossed his arms and moved closer to Eddie and Eric, daring anybody to argue with him. He and Alexa seemed to have some sort of bond, and he wasn't playing. Ronan nodded and took my hand.
Let's go.
He turned to Eddie and Eric.
If you need anything at all, we'll be downstairs.
Seamus grumbled, but followed us. He turned back and started to say something, but Ian shook his head, and he snapped his mouth shut. Once downstairs, I ordered a round of beer and waited while Austin poured them, then carried them to the table. As soon as I sat them down, I muttered a privacy spell, even though we were the only people there besides Austin. Though I'd never exactly been in the situation where folks were waiting for their mother to have a spell removed, I'd been around plenty of births, surgeries, and other similar situations. Anytime somebody was in limbo, food was a good distraction. Since wolves always ate like a famine was imminent, I figured the same principle applied. If any of you are hungry, speak now before we sit down and dig into the situation. I think we need to talk about how this might have happened, and I might have some ideas. Seamus, who was leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, huffed a breath out through his nose.
Please, by all means, do tell. Right now, I'm questioning our decision to step in and help you.
That was it. I slammed my hands on the table and leaned toward him, my eyes narrowed to slits. And I'm questioning your ability to help at all. You're Ronan's brother, and your mom's going through something, so I cut you some slack upstairs. Make no mistake, that was a one-time thing. I won't take that shit from anybody. You're acting like a spoiled child ruled by emotion rather than a man capable of using logic, and you're a bully to boot. That's not exactly the type of people I need on my side, so if all this, I waved my hands around, isn't your cup of tea, don't let the door hit you on the ass on your way out. I felt like time stood still as everybody waited for him to react. He rubbed the back of his neck, then shifted in his chair.
You're right, mistress,
he finally said, his eyes downcast.
I apologize for my behavior. I'm not going anywhere, and you have my full support if you still want it.
Ronan and Ian exchanged glances that I didn't understand, and I felt like I was missing something. For lack of anything else to say, I kept it simple as I sat back down. Thank you, and I accept your apology. Ronan cleared his throat.
Just so you know, Mom stepped into this knowing full well what she was getting into. You know as well as I do what will happen if the Dark Fae win. We do need to figure out what happened, though.
He turned to me.
You said you had an idea?
I nodded. Ever since we went against Lila and Drake, your mom hasn't been herself. That makes me think something happened to her during the battle. We already know Lila has a gift with mind spells, considering she entered my dreams without so much as by your leave. I think she cast some sort of spell on Alexa that allows her to spy on us. Or maybe Drake did, since your mom fought directly with him. Lapis, who joined us in his parrot form, nodded.
I've seen it numerous times over the years. Honestly, if that's what's going on with her, it's a best-case scenario. If Eddie and Eric can't fix it, I know several practitioners who can.
A wave of relief washed over Ronan and carried to me through our connection, and it helped ease my own fear and guilt. Since it felt right to me, I had a little more faith that Alexa was going to be okay. Brutus, who hadn't left my side the entire time, jumped up and put his front paws on my thigh and licked my hand. With a small smile, I scratched his ears. Ian leaned forward on his elbows.
If you think this happened during the battle, that still leaves somebody else who was feeding information to them before that.
I sighed and took a drink of my beer. Yeah, I realized that too. Since we haven't been able to figure that one out, we'll just have to be careful to keep everything contained. Austin asked me what was going on, but I blew him off. I just told him everything was okay and that Eddie, Eric, and your mom were upstairs dealing with something.
Well,
Ronan said, one brow cocked.
You didn't lie. I'll give you that much credit.
Seamus rubbed the back of his neck, and when he spoke, all signs of his crap attitude were gone.
I was against entering into any kind of agreement with your sister, but this changes things. I think we need to keep her close. If that's the kind of shit she can pull, it's better to have her in sight.
Agreed, Ian replied. I traced my finger down the condensation on my glass, thinking. I think so too. I've also been thinking that it might be wiser to take the fight to the Fae rather than waiting for them to attack us. What do you guys think of that? Ronan was the first to speak.
Normally, I'd say you're not ready to face them, but I don't think a few days or a week is going to make any difference. I'd rather we choose the time and place than them. A battle of any sort here could cause serious collateral damage.
Both his brothers nodded and voiced their agreement. Ian bit the inside of his lip, and I could practically see the gears turning in his head.
We need to wait for Mom. I know our first instinct is to protect her, but she'll be royally pissed if we move without her, and to be honest, we need her.
Seamus scratched the red stubble on his jaw.
As bad as I hate to admit it, I think you're right, as long as we can be sure the spell is gone. She's a better strategist than any of us are, at least when it comes to battling people with magic, but it's going to be hard enough beating them if we catch them unawares. If they find out through her that we're coming, our chance of winning is practically zero.
No way, Ronan snapped, shaking his head.
She's done enough. Haven't you guys seen her the last few days? She looks exhausted. We have no idea what toll this is going to take on her. I say we plan without her, and if on the off chance she's back on her feet, she can make the decision. I'm not a fan of chasing down the Fae either. We don't know how many of them there are or who's on their side. Running in blind would be insanity.
I pressed my palm against my forehead and closed my eyes. I felt like I was treading water blindfolded in a hurricane. The guys were bickering about our next move, and my worry for Alexa was like a physical ball in my stomach. Creatures I knew next to nothing about were coming for me. My best friend had busted me using magic, and a woman I cared about was cursed and unconscious. Suddenly, I felt like I was being squeezed from all sides, and I struggled to control my breathing. I'd never had a panic attack, but I was fairly certain I was about to die from my first one. "I'll be right back," I said, pushing my chair back from the table. If I didn't get some breathing space, my head was going to explode. Chapter 14.
"What you need, boss?"
Austin asked when I approached the bar. In an attempt to calm myself, I did my best to smile. "What I need is a shot of tequila. What I'll take is a glass of water, please."
"Yeah,"
he said as he reached for a clean glass.
"That looked like a tough conversation, but you won big. I've never seen Seamus submit to anybody but Ronan, and that was only for the ceremony when the alpha position passed to him officially."
I barked out a humorless laugh. "Submit? We almost killed each other." He grinned.
"Oh, yeah. Sometimes I forget you're not familiar with pack customs. The whole bit with apologizing and averting his eyes, he was submitting to you."
"You could hear what we were saying?" I asked. That was a bad thing, because it meant I'd let the privacy bubble slip when I'd gotten mad. He shook his head.
No, but I could read his lips when he apologized, and any shifter recognizes that body language. I don't know what you said to him, but you put him in his place, and you earned his respect. Even though you didn't have to worry about it because of Ronan, he's officially loyal to you. Not for nothing, but that's a rare thing with a shifter. Though I gotta admit, you're throwing off some serious alpha vibes. I could feel them all the way over here.
Huh. I didn't really know what else to say, but I guess that explained the weird look Ronan and Ian had exchanged. Before I could give it further thought, Janelle slid onto the stool beside me. Hey, girl. When her presence cut through the maelstrom in my brain, I was grateful for the distraction. Sometimes she could be a lot, but she was starting to grow on me, even though she was an unknown factor. Right now, she was a little slice of normal in a crazy world, which was exactly what I needed. Hey, yourself, I replied, doing my best to smile. When I tested her for magic, she'd glowed a light pink, and I was dying to know what that was about. It would be nice to have at least one girlfriend I could talk to about at least part of what I was going through. Since I had no magical way of knowing anything more about her, though, the only way I could learn more was to ask, and that wasn't feasible. I glanced at the ring the Oracle had given me and was delighted to see it was a clear blue. I wanted to take that to mean she could be trusted, but that would be dumb. I would have been happy to just take a walk along the beach with a friend to clear my head, but that didn't seem wise. A wave of homesickness hit me, and I selfishly wished the girls had stayed over a couple more days, not that I would have been able to confide in them anyway. Austin slid her beer across the bar to her, along with a fresh water for me. When she reached for her wallet, I waved her off. That one's on the house. There were some advantages to being the owner. Thanks, she said, running her finger along the rim of her glass. I had a feeling she wanted to say something, but was hesitant to. Everything okay? She worried her lip for a second, not making eye contact. I need to talk to you. I heaved a sigh. That sounds serious. To be honest, I don't have a lot of bandwidth right now, so I'm not sure how much help I can be, but shoot. She motioned toward the beach. Can we walk? I'd rather not be overheard. I tilted my head and examined her for a second. Taking a walk on the beach was exactly what I wanted, so I made a snap decision. It was time to get down and dirty. I summoned my magic and infused the truth-telling spell into my voice. Are you my friend? Can I trust you're not plotting against me? Her eyes went a little unfocused, and she nodded. Of course. You're one of the few women I've met down here that I actually like. I would never do anything to hurt you. That was good enough for me. Give me a second. I hurried back to Ronan. I'm going to take a walk down to the beach with Janelle. I held up my hand when he started to protest. It's fine. Trust me. If it makes you uncomfortable, you guys can move over to the table by the beach, but I need a minute. Rather than protesting, he gave me a sharp nod, then pushed to his feet.
I won't take my eyes off you. Please stay in sight.
I chafed a little bit at his words, but I reminded myself it was in my own best interest. Someday, I'd be able to take care of myself and wouldn't need the overwatch, but that day wasn't today. I will. I bent down and gave him a quick kiss, then touched his face. I won't be long. She needs to talk to me about something, and honestly, I need some air.
Take the dogs with you.
I nodded, even though he hadn't really needed to say that. Serby and Brutus were already on my heels as I turned back toward Janelle. We were halfway to the beach before she said anything, and the quiet was okay with me. You didn't really need to whammy me with the spell, though I understand why you did. I glanced over at her, surprised. Since we hadn't even discussed magic, I hadn't expected her to call me on it. Sorry about that. I'm just dealing with a whole mountain of unbelievable shit right now, and I had to be sure. She waved it off, and the sun glinted off one of the fake jewels on the tip of her red fingernails. I don't blame you. It just sucks that you didn't trust me, but I understand. I haven't exactly been straightforward with you, and I'm fixin' to change that right now. I stopped for a second and kicked off my flip-flops, then scooped them up and wiggled my toes in the white sugar sand. I'd appreciate that. How long have you known about me? She arched a brow at me as we continued toward the beach. Knew you had magic? Or knew you had trouble falling on you like a ton of bricks? My mouth curved into a lopsided smile. Both, I guess. I bent down and picked up a stick, then threw it a little way down the beach, careful not to put any magical oomph behind it. The last time I had, the stick had gone so far that Serby had barely made it back in time to help me fight off attackers. I made a lot of mistakes, but I tried to never make the same one twice. Not long. I figured it out the day you invited me up for wine and hit me with the truth spell for the first time. Honestly, that pissed me off a little, but now I understand why you did it. I sighed. I apologize for the overreach, but not for doing it. Without going into too much detail, I had to know where we stood. We reached the edge of the water, and she kicked off her sandals, careful not to get them wet. I realized that after I thought about it for a couple of days. That doesn't mean I like it, but I do understand it. In fact, that's what I need to talk to you about. I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out as I nudged a shell out of the wet sand with my toe. I was really hoping you just wanted to borrow money. Though I smiled, I was only half kidding. I could use a break from all the magical stuff, but the universe doesn't seem willing to give me that. She laughed. Well, as the mistress of balance, I suggest you get used to it. My gaze shot to her. Apparently, she knew a whole lot more than I gave her credit for, and way more than I knew about her. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Don't look so surprised. To be fair, I didn't know your secret until last night. First, I'm a simple water witch. I don't have a lot of power, and I'm okay with that. All I want to do is live my life and sell enough property to allow me to do that in comfort. I have no desire to be a big hitter, which is why I'm here. Well, that, and I'm a decent human being and don't want to see you get hurt. We walked along in the surf for a few yards. I had the feeling she was figuring out how to say whatever was on her mind, so I just took the stick Serby had brought back and threw it again. Brutus didn't seem to be much of a stick chaser. He'd stuck tight to my heels, bouncing along beside me without running more than a few yards ahead to chase sandpipers. Finally, she glanced over at me. I had a visitor last night. I was offered a lot of money to spy on you. They didn't give me a name, but they were Fae. I've withdrawn from the magical community for the most part because I prefer not to get involved in all the politics, but I made a few phone calls after they left. It seems you've got some pretty rough people coming for you. I swallowed hard. Yeah, that's kind of an understatement. What did you tell them? When hurt flitted across her face, I rushed to rephrase that. I mean, how did you get out of it? Did they threaten you? She arched a brow as she cast me a sideways glance. I didn't get out of it. I told them I'd do it, then I told them you were working with the wolves and the gargoyles and had enough magic of your own to sink a battleship. Literally, I'm sure. I felt like somebody'd smacked me between the eyes with a sledgehammer. I knew people were betraying me, and it made sense that people would have to take sides, but I hadn't expected her to blatantly admit it. The wind blew my hair into my face, and I took a moment to think in the guise of redoing my ponytail. She rolled her eyes and tucked her blonde hair behind her ear, not that the effort was worth it. I meant it when I said you're one of the few women I actually like. In fact, you are one of the few people I actually like. I considered turning him down and coming to you for protection, but I saw an opportunity to help you. I don't know much about you, but I didn't detect any magic at all from you when you moved here. Then you showed up to the bar wearing the freaking legendary necklace designating you the mistress of balance. I might not have much in the way of magic, but I do have a good head on my shoulders. I assume you didn't get your magic until you found it? I nodded. You assume right, but why did you agree to help them? And why did you tell them about Ronan and Lapis? She lifted a shoulder and bent down to pick up a little conch shell. I figured having somebody on the inside might be a good thing. I doubt they give me any information, but if nothing else, I can feed them a line of bullshit, and maybe if they know you're not in it alone, they won't be so quick to come at you. I arched a brow, reminding myself that she didn't know we'd already been through one round. Bold move. You know who you're up against? She smiled. I do. I'm counting on you to take them down before I have to worry about them figuring out my plan. I scoffed. You have a lot more faith in me than I do. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've been thrown over the balcony of a cruise ship with nothing but a set of arm floats. Before I could say another word, a cloaked figure appeared in front of me out of thin air and leapt toward me. I did my best to gather my magic, struggling not to panic. I managed to get off a ball of energy as I yelled for Ronan, but it went wide. The guy dodged it and moved toward us again, his hands to the sky as he began a spell. Sand blew around us, and I focused my magic on calling a water funnel. Brutus bounded toward the man, and I yelled at him to stop. The words died on my lips when I stood witness to yet another impossible thing. My little dog's mouth stretched open to the size of a great white shark's in my nightmares, and he swallowed the man whole, just like that. I blinked, struggling through the rush of adrenaline to understand what had happened. Brutus plopped down on his butt, tail wagging, and let out a huge belch before he started coughing like he had a hairball. He heaved out something, then nudged it toward me with his nose. In a stupor, I stood rooted to the spot, unable to make heads or tails of what had just happened. My little 20-pound puppy had eaten a full-grown man in one bite. I glanced at Janelle, who looked as shell-shocked as I felt. That's some dog you have there. Or something, I said for lack of a better response. By the time I managed to gather my wits, Ronan and Lapis, who was in his parrot form, had made it to me. Ronan pulled me to him. What happened? Brutus barked, obviously pleased with himself as he nudged the object he'd hacked up on the packed sand toward us with his nose. Ronan bent down and rubbed his ears, then held out his hand. Brutus plucked it up with his teeth, then dropped a man's ring in Ronan's palm. When Ronan took it, the pup put his front paws on Ronan's knee and licked his face, proud of himself. The situation was so surreal that I held up my hand. Are we going to pretend that my dog didn't just devour some dude like he was a chocolate truffle? Lapis flapped his wings and landed on my shoulder.
That, mistress, is no ordinary dog.
I twisted my head around to look at them. No shit, Sherlock. I've never actually owned a dog, but I'm pretty sure that's not normal behavior. Should we be worried? Lapis shook his head.
No, but anybody who opposes you should be. You, my lady, have adopted a demon dog, and he seems extraordinarily fond of you. I'm not sure where he came from, but it seems you found yourself a powerful ally.
Call me a cynic, I said, giving Brutus the side eye. But how do I know he won't turn on us? Or a bar patron? Or some random little old lady shuffling down the beach looking for her little shells? Hysteria bubbled in my chest. I thought raising teenagers was bad, but I'd never once had to worry about them up and eating anybody. Lapis shook his head.
That's not how it works. Demon dogs, though rare, are legendary for their loyalty. If he's chosen you, he's done it for a reason, and you have no need to worry that he'll turn on you. Or anybody who doesn't mean you harm, for that matter. They're immune to magic, and nobody can rule them. If it comes down to it, trust him over anybody."
A moderately neurotic laugh escaped my lips. This might be it. My last hinge might finally be breaking. I was heading around the bend. I could feel the cheese sliding off my cracker. This is taking man's best friend to the next level. Brutus bounced over and jumped on my leg, then gave a little yip as if he were agreeing. I pressed my palm to my forehead for a second, trying to absorb the latest absurdity in my life. I was a witch dating a man who could shift into a wolf, having a conversation with a gargoyle who was explaining that a demon dog had mysteriously chosen me and had eaten a man in one gulp to protect me. I seriously couldn't have made that crap up if I'd tried. Without another word, I turned and power-walked toward the bar.
"Where are you going?"
Ronan called, catching up to me in 2 long strides. I threw my hands in the air and tossed my answer over my shoulder. "Where do you think? I need a shot of tequila." With that, I kept walking. If this situation didn't call for a drink, then they might as well shut the distilleries down. Chapter 15. Brutus, apparently oblivious to my misgivings, trotted along beside me, jumping up and licking my hand every few steps. Despite myself, I smiled. I'd heard people say that a dog's cuteness got them out of a lot of trouble, and now I totally understood. I just found out he was a demon dog, whatever that was, but all I wanted to do was give him a treat. Speaking of, I looked at his little body, shocked to see that his belly wasn't even rounded. I shook my head. The dog had just eaten an entire person who'd been trying to kill me with magic, and my poor overloaded brain landed on where he'd put it. Levon, another bartender who worked in the afternoons, shoved a glass of water with a wedge of lime across the bar to me. "Rough day?" She glanced down at Brutus, and I wondered if she'd seen what just took place. Considering she wasn't freaking out, I had to assume not. I took a big swig of water, then set it down on a table. "You have no idea. I need a shot of tequila."
"A really rough day, then,"
she said with a half-smile as she turned around and poured a double into her tin and added ice. Shaking it, she nodded toward Ronan and Janelle, who'd just made it back from the beach.
"Anything for them?"
She strained the liquor into a rocks glass and popped a lime on the rim. I lifted a shoulder and downed the shot in one go, wincing as I bit into the lime. "Probably fresh beers, but you'll have to ask them. All I wanted to do was go to my apartment and lie down for a nap, but Eric and Eddie were still up there with Alexa. I'd never been one to sit around when my mind was working on a problem, so I headed to the kitchen to make us all something to eat. If Ian and Seamus were anything like Ronan, they were likely starving. I worked by rote as my mind turned over the events of the last half hour. I knew I'd have to discuss it, considering Ronan had the ring from whoever had attacked me, but I needed a minute to process. I hadn't recognized him as any of the goons my sister had sent after me. There was something different about him, and I tried to pull his image up to remember what. Everything had happened so quickly that I hadn't really paid attention to what he looked like, but I did remember that rather than being rounded, his ears had come to a point. I sucked in a breath as I realized he must have been Fae. So it had begun. The question was he an outlier jumping the gun, or had he been sent by whoever ruled the dark Fae to feel me out and try to take me off the board when I was alone? Either way, Brutus had taken him permanently off the board. My brain shifted to my innocent-looking blue puppy. I wasn't sure what a demon dog was, but if all the fantasy books I'd read had it right, the line between good and evil in general was more blurry than solid. Angels could be bad, and demons, well, things weren't so cut and dried with them either. I had no idea that applied to dogs, though. Honestly, it had been a long few days, and I wasn't going to question it. He'd saved me from taking another beatdown and possibly being kidnapped. In my book, he was solidly on my side. My eyes slid to the back door, which was propped open, and realization shot through me so quickly I had to grasp the table to stay vertical. The day I'd heard a noise, he'd rushed out back before Ronan and me. When we checked, we hadn't found anybody. Now I suspected why. I finished up the sandwiches and dumped some chips on each plate, then stacked them on a tray and took them out to our table where Ian, Seamus, Ronan, and Janelle were gathered. I handed everybody a plate, then took a seat with my own. "I assume you've brought everybody up to speed?" I said to Ronan right before I took a big bite of my sandwich. He nodded. "I have. We also examined the ring, and I think we figured out who Brutus dealt with." I smiled at the way he gentrified what my little dog had done. "Do tell, then. I guess it would be handy to know who was trying to kill me this time." He tilted his head and looked at me, sandwich in his hand. "Are you okay? You're taking this awfully well, considering it has to be unsettling." Now that I'd accepted that my adorable little puppy wasn't just another cuddly face, I was feeling much better. After all, weird was apparently my new normal, so I might as well take it in stride. Oddly, I am. I don't know whether I'm in shock or whether I'm just getting used to people wanting me dead. Either way, I'm not skirting a meltdown, so tell me about the owner of that ring. May I see it? He pulled it out of his shirt pocket and handed it to me. I almost laughed, insanely of course, when I saw the insignia was a griffin. I returned it to him. "Well, I guess we know who sicked their beasties on us this morning. Do we have a name?" Lapis, who was perched on the back of an empty chair in parrot form, nodded.
"That's the Queen of the Dark Phase emblem. Only members of royalty are allowed to wear it, though I doubt she sent her two eldest. They're in line for the throne, so it's my guess that he was one of her younger children, or maybe a nephew. Either way, it's not ideal. They must be getting ready to move on us."
"I can't imagine their queen is going to be pleased my dog ate her kid," I said, doing my best not to reflect on the craziness of that statement. Ian laughed.
"No, I assume not. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to be pleased about anything you're doing, including breathing, so it won't change anything. You can just add it to the pile." For the first time since that morning, Ronan's face lit up with humor, and he nudged Ian with his elbow. "I wish you would have seen it. He looked like that little blue cartoon character when his mouth opened up."
Ian scowled at him.
"Yeah, I look away from her for 2 seconds, and she goes and does something interesting."
"Hey!" I exclaimed. "You make it sound like I'm boring the rest of the time." He lifted a shoulder.
"No offense, but watching somebody walk isn't exactly high entertainment no matter how pretty she is."
My face warmed at the compliment. Ever since they'd arrived, I'd been feeling a little like the ugly duckling in the group. After all, the entire family was gorgeous. Ronan reached over and gave my knee a squeeze as if he knew what I was thinking. We worked our way through our sandwiches, and we were almost finished when Eddie and Eric appeared.
"Geez, you couldn't even wait for us to eat lunch?"
Eddie asked, snatching a chip out of my basket. I swatted at his hand. It's not exactly like we knew how long it takes to uncurse someone, and I was starving. Wait till you hear what happened to us. You won't blame me. Serby and Brutus jumped up when they saw the chip Eddie stole. "Really?" I asked, looking at Brutus. "You're begging for food already?" He barked once, never taking his eyes off my plate. Eric raised a brow as he sat down.
I don't see why that's so unusual. Both of them are bottomless pits.
Seamus coughed into his hand.
You've heard the expression, I'm hungry enough to eat a whole cow?
Eddie nodded.
Yeah, in fact, I'm feeling that now. What about it, though? Well,
Seamus replied.
That little dog just ate an entire fay in one bite.
Eric turned to Brutus, staring at him for a long moment with fascination scrawled across his face.
Are you serious? I've heard of them, but I've never actually seen one.
His tone was full of awe.
I wasn't even sure they actually existed. I thought maybe they were a myth.
Eddie furrowed his brow.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Demon dogs, Eric replied. That's one of the things they can do. One of many, but it's one of the most interesting abilities they have. I can't believe he's real.
Eddie rolled his eyes.
We literally have a hellhound, and you're shocked there are other magical breeds?
Breeds? I asked before my brain could catch up with my mouth. We're dividing hellhounds and demon dogs into breeds? I thought their breeds were a puggle and a French bulldog.
Come on, Jules,
Eddie said in a tone that clearly implied I had a giant hole in my think tank.
You've seen Serby change. You know he only disguises himself as a puggle to get free food.
I waved a hand. He wasn't wrong, but we'd fallen down a rabbit hole. Enough about our man-eaters. I snickered because even though I'd said it 1,000 times about other little dogs, this time it wasn't hyperbole. Ronan leaned forward on his elbows.
How's Mom? Were you able to figure out who harmed her?
The ice in his voice sent a shiver of instinctive primal fear down my spine. Even though I knew he was firmly on my side, every time he reminded my fight-or-flight instinct that he was an apex predator, my human response was involuntary. Eddie shook his head.
No, we didn't learn that much, but fortunately, the spell was a little clumsy. It was meant to be somewhat of a possession spell, for lack of a better word. Its purpose was to allow the witch to sort of use Alexa to eavesdrop. Once activated, they could have seen or heard the same thing she did.
That was creepy. The idea of somebody being able to jump inside my melon at will made me shudder. Not being in control of my own mind was one of my biggest fears, but up till now, getting old and senile had been the only thing I'd known could cause that.
Did you cleanse her of it?
Seamus asked.
And are you sure they can't somehow redo it?
Ian added. Eddie held up a finger, then reached over to steal another potato chip.
Yes, we managed to cleanse her of it, and it's completely gone. Usually it would have taken a lot longer, but like I said, it was clumsy. If I had to guess, she was whammied by a witch who either doesn't have much power or was making the spell up on the fly.
I took a long drink of my water. That tracks, considering we think Drake zapped her with it when she came to rescue me. I guess it could have been my sister, too, but I was keeping her busy. Either way, Alexa was fine before then, but since that day, she's looked like death warmed over. Eric nodded.
I'm guessing you're right. The spell would have taken a lot out of her because her brain's natural instinct would have been to fight it. If you didn't see symptoms before the fight, chances are good it happened in the battle. The good news is she's going to be fine as frog's hair in no time.
Ian waved a hand.
That's all well and good, but when can we see her?
Eddie raised a brow and crossed his arms.
As soon as somebody gets us both one of those sandwiches and a beer.
I smiled and pushed from my chair. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. I turned to the guys. You 3 go on up. I'll be there in a minute. In the scheme of things, everything had gone as well as could be expected. Yes, it had been a shit day, but in retrospect, it could have turned out a lot worse. For now, I'd take any silver lining I could get. Chapter 16. Alexa was sitting on the couch with an ice pack on her head when I went upstairs. The guys were bombarding her, and she held up her hand. "Please, stop yelling. I feel like there's a full marching band in my head right now, using my brain for bass. I'm fine. And frankly, I don't want to talk about it. It's humiliating." My thoughts drifted again to how I'd feel if I'd been somebody's puppet, and my heart went out to her. "As long as you're okay. The guys said they got all of the ick cleaned, and that's all that matters." She smiled at me, then winced. "I'm really sorry." I waved her off. "You have nothing to be sorry for. It could have just as easily been any of us. In fact, I'm a little surprised they went after you." She shrugged. "I'm not. No offense, but you're still pretty clueless. I, on the other hand, know what's going on with you, with the wolves, and with several other factions. I was the obvious choice if they wanted an inside track, or to take out a critical player." When I thought about it that way, it made sense. Still, I felt guilty because she went through that because of me. I took a seat beside her on the couch. "I do have something interesting to tell you. I was just attacked on the beach a little bit ago, and we found out Brutus is apparently a demon dog. Honestly, though, I have no idea what that actually means." She arched a brow at my pup, who'd settled at my feet. "The guys already told me the story. I gotta hand it to you, Jules. You've certainly made life much less boring." Ronan and Seamus stood by my fireplace, and Ian plopped down in one of my armchairs. "Not to rush things, but we're kind of on a time clock. The guy who attacked her was wearing a royal signet ring from the Dark Fae. We don't know if he was a scout or if he was trying to play hero, but I don't think we have any time to waste." She dropped the ice pack on the floor by her feet. "No, I don't think we do either. In fact, I've been giving it some thought. I think we need to move on them before they have a chance to come here. They won't be expecting us, so we might be able to catch them unaware before they meet up with whoever they've convinced to side with them." I nodded. "I'd rather do that too. So where do we start?" Lapis had followed us upstairs.
"We have to get into the other world."
I ran my tongue over my teeth. Why do I get the feeling it's not a matter of just knocking? Lapis let loose a wheezy laugh.
"No, but it's not as hard as you might think. I contacted my people and told them to prepare. There's a light fae that lives in the woods near them, and he can open the portal."
I let that sink in for a minute. Portal? As in a magical hole that will transport us to another world?
"That's one type of portal,"
Ronan explained.
"There are two. One is used to transport you anywhere in this world. Those can be created by any witch who has that gift. The other type goes to the other world. There are only two, and only one of those can be safely traversed by non-fae. That one happens to be in Scotland, near where Lapis's people live. There's also a regular portal there, thanks to your dad, so we won't have to waste any time."
I turned to Alexa. "Why didn't you use it instead of flying?" She'd traveled to us by a commercial airline, and I couldn't help but think it would have been easier just to step from one place to the other. No jet lag, or getting stuck next to a screaming kid. She huffed out a small laugh.
"Trust me, it was a whole lot easier to fly. Scotland's not huge, but the gargoyles live on the other side of the country, and you have to get to their stronghold by horseback. There's only one portal in or out, and that's the one your father had created for Lapis."
I turned my gaze to my gargoyle guard. "I assume that means it's close by, then?" He nodded.
"It is. In fact, it's the little copse of trees right off the balcony. I have to go in gargoyle form, so he thought it would be best to put it close and hide it."
I thought about that for a second. This might be a stupid question, but how long does it take to travel through the portal? I assume it's instant, but I don't want to run on assumptions. And can just anybody fall through one? If so, that would explain at least some of the random missing persons cases. He cleared his throat with a phlegmy cough.
It's not quite instant, but it only takes a minute or so, and no, not anybody can just fall through one. You have to know the spell as well as the location.
And we can all go. I wasn't willing to go that route if I couldn't take everyone with me. I considered myself brave, but I wasn't stupid. He nodded.
We'll get to my people, though I think we should arrange for the wolves to meet us at the portal to the other world. We're gonna need all the manpower we can get.
Seamus stepped forward and began to pace.
And we can count on your people to back us up, too? I don't want to lead our pack to a slaughter.
Lapis narrowed his eyes at the eldest brother.
My people will be there. I entered into the pact with Morgana specifically because of that, and they'll honor it.
Ian rubbed his hands together, his expression both ruthless and gleeful.
When do we leave? We can have the pack there tomorrow, but we need to get in touch. It'll take them a few hours to get ready, then they'll have to travel through the night to get there.
No, I replied, holding up my hand. You guys may have endless energy, but I'm beat. I'd be no use to you like this, and I assume Alexa probably needs to rest first, too. I glanced at Ronan's mom, and she nodded.
That's out of the question,
Seamus snapped.
Mom will stay here. She needs to recover.
Alexa scoffed.
Since when are you my boss? There's no way I'm letting my family go into battle without me. There's too much at stake, so I'm going.
Her tone brooked no argument, but Seamus opened his mouth to do it anyway. She held up a finger in warning, and he snapped it shut.
I need to contact my people, too,
Lapis said.
Much like yours, they're scattered throughout the countryside, and it'll take them several hours to gather.
There's one more thing, I said. My sister has offered to join forces with us. I'm not saying we can trust her, but in this case, I think it's in her best interest as well as ours for her to fight alongside us. The Oracle said as much. Ian nodded.
It's not a horrible idea. I'd rather keep her in sight, plus, we have no idea if the Light Fae will be willing to fight alongside us. Having other magic users there is prudent.
I hadn't even considered that part. I was the only witch in our party unless Eddie and Eric decided to go. The gargoyles and wolves had physical prowess, but I didn't know how much that would hold up against magic. Since I had yet to test the limits of what I could do, I didn't want them to depend solely on me. When I looked at it like that, we had no choice but to take Lila with us. She said she'd come to me again tonight for our decision. I'll tell her then. I think we should leave at first light, but everybody needs to get a good night's sleep. I have a feeling we're going to need every advantage we can get. Alexa nodded.
It's decided then. Ronan, you contact the pack and tell them to meet us at the portal tomorrow afternoon. It'll take us that long to get there, and we'll camp tomorrow night so we can attack at first light.
My head was spinning a little bit. Just like that, we'd planned a war. I just hoped I wasn't leading everyone to their deaths. Rather than say that encouraging bit out loud, I just kept my mouth shut. We had enough to worry about without tossing in my little rays of sunshine. While Ronan and his brothers contacted the pack and Lapis got in touch with his people, Alexa and I decided to rest. I totally got why she was tired, and I figured I'd earned a hot bath. First, though, I needed to go down and talk to Eddie and Eric. They were sitting at the bar talking to Austin when I went down. "Can I talk to you guys for a second?" Eddie tilted his head and studied me.
Of course. Does this need to be private?
I nodded. No offense, Austin, but we have to worry about Lavanna and the other guests. He lifted his shoulder and smiled.
No offense taken. I prefer not to know unless I need to anyway. Less chance of me sticking my foot in my mouth.
I returned his smile and then moved to a table and cast a privacy bubble around it. I didn't waste any time getting to the point. We're leaving in the morning to take the fight to the Fae rather than waiting for them to come here. Are you two in? I'll totally understand if you want to stay behind. Eric scoffed.
Do you really think we'd let you face that alone? Of course we're in. What time should we be here?
I was surprised at the level of relief that washed through me. We're leaving at first light. There's a portal right behind the bar, apparently, and it'll take us directly to the gargoyles. Serby hopped up and put his front paws on the rung of the stool and butted his head against my leg. I grinned and bent down to scratch him behind his ears. Of course you're going too. Brutus would appreciate the company, and so would I. Once we'd squared away the details, I trudged back upstairs. Even though it was only mid-afternoon, it had been a long day, and I was ready for a hot bath and a nap. Chapter 17. When I got back to the apartment, Alexa was napping on the couch. Fatigue dragged at my legs as I made my way back to my bedroom. The space, decorated exactly as I wanted, almost felt like it welcomed me, and I sagged onto the bed. Brutus jumped up on it and turned in 3 circles before lying down in the center of my blanket. I reached behind me and rubbed his head. It's been a long day, hasn't it, boy? How about you park it right here, and I'll go take a long, hot bath. He whined a little and licked my hand, then plopped his head down between his paws and blinked his blue eyes. I was going to take that as a yes. Before I could stand, the air shimmered in front of me, and my father appeared. A detached part of my brain noticed he was wearing different clothes. At least it was good to know you could change your outfit when you were dead. It would suck to spend eternity in the horrible funeral outfit relatives chose for you. Like Ronan, he had several rune-like tattoos on his arms that surrounded an elaborate one that reminded me of a fleur-de-lis. With everything coming at me, I wondered if it would be wise for me to consider some protective tattoos as well. I smiled at the thought because I'd always threatened my boys with a beating if they ever got one. I did have a tiny Tasmanian devil on my butt cheek, the result of a college dare. They'd never seen that one, so they couldn't call me on my hypocrisy.
Today didn't go so well, I assume?
He asked, floating in front of me. Brutus whined a little bit behind me, then growled. My father smiled.
I see you've gotten a pet. I always thought this place was a little quiet, but with my responsibilities, I never felt it was fair to have one.
I frowned, because that sounded a little bit like a backhanded way of calling me irresponsible. It's possible I was just being touchy, too. Brutus will be just fine. He likes to go everywhere with me, so it's not like he's going to be stuck here at the apartment. Dad crossed his arms.
I wasn't judging you. It's good for you to have a dog. Now, back to your day. You look a little haggard. Is everything okay?
I shook my head. No, but hopefully it will be. What you told me about the Dark Fae was right. I didn't figure it could do any harm telling him that. Apparently, the entire magical community knew. He raised an eyebrow.
And your sister? Did she come to you?
I paused. If there was the slightest chance he was something other than the ghost of our dad, there was no way I'd put her or the rest of us at risk. No. He did the ghostly version of pacing in front of me, floating back and forth between the wall and the closet.
And your battle strategy against the Fae? There are warding spells in a box in the closet. I suggest you use them to fortify this place, and don't trust anybody outside your inner circle."
I opened my mouth to tell him we'd decided to take the fight to them, but then closed it, remembering what Lapis and Ronan had told me. "Maybe you should talk to Ronan or Lapis. They probably have more information than I do." He flapped an impatient hand.
"I'm not here for them, and my time is limited. Just do as I say. Use the spells, buckle down, and don't trust your sister."
"I'll take all that into consideration," I said, huffing out a breath. "Now, I was just getting ready to take a bath, so if you'll excuse me." He held up a hand.
"Of course. I'm just your father here trying to keep you alive. It's not like I have to visit you from another plane or anything."
Wow. So doling out parental guilt wasn't exclusive to mothers, or even live-in parents, or even parents at all, maybe. I didn't mean it like that. It's just been a long day. Pardon me if I'm not the best hostess." He sighed, and I wondered if ghosts actually needed to breathe, or if it was just a habit left over from being alive.
"I'm sorry. I realize you're dealing with a lot. I'm just trying to help. Before I go, what was the matter with the female shifter?"
The way he used her race rather than her name felt off to me. "Didn't you know, Alexa?" He waved an impatient hand.
"Of course I did. Names just come a little hard to me now that I'm dead. Are you going to answer my question?"
We'd plainly discussed what had happened to her in the living room, so it struck me as odd that he knew something had happened, but not what. "She didn't feel well." He pivoted toward me and wagged his finger.
"Maybe it's not wise for you to trust them either. I never did show all my cards, and you'd be wise not to either."
Now he was just annoying me, so I cocked a brow at him. "About that bath?" He held up a hand.
"Of course. I'll come to you again if I hear anything else about the Fae. Until then, be careful who you trust."
Since those were becoming words to live by, I just nodded as he faded away. Brutus, who'd stood beside me with his hackles raised, nudged me with his nose before he turned back to his spot and laid back down. "I know, boy, that's definitely not my father, but finding out who or what he really is can wait. One battle at a time, but I should probably check for those spells." I pulled open my closet door, and sure enough, a men's shoebox that hadn't been there before was stuffed in the back corner. I rolled my neck on my shoulders, debating what to do. I'd gone through the entire apartment when I'd moved in. There'd been no box of spells there, or box of anything for that matter. That meant somebody'd been in my house, and the thing posing as my father had wanted me to find them. The question was, would the box itself hurt me, or would it have actual spells inside it that would? Either way, I wasn't touching it. I thought about getting Ronan or maybe the guys, but everybody was busy preparing for tomorrow. And frankly, I was out of gas. I didn't know how long the box had been there, but apparently I had to interact with it to activate the magic. It would wait. Just in case, I flicked a hand toward the closet and locked the door. I filled the jacuzzi tub and filled in a lavender bath bomb and some Epsom salts before twisting my red hair up on top of my head. I sighed in pleasure as I sank into the hot water. My whole body was sore from the aerial acrobatics with Lapis that morning. Even though I'd been training and my new magic had taken away some of the age-related aches and pains, I still wasn't used to exercising at the level I'd been putting my body through. My neck and back hurt from being whipped around, and my legs ached from my hips to my calves from hanging on. If it hadn't been for the chaps, things would have been a lot worse, though, so at least I had that. Within just a few minutes, all the aches and stress started to fade away as the hot water and salts did their job. Soon, I was floating in that space between wakefulness and sleep. My mind wandered over everything that had happened and everything that was about to happen. My subconscious picked out the detail that my conscious brain had skipped over. My father had left behind a photo album, and I didn't remember seeing a single tattoo in any of the pictures. I sighed and shoved the disparity to the back of my brain. Right now, there was nothing I could do about him, and I had much bigger fish to fry. I'd deal with him when everything was over. I must have drifted off to sleep because the next thing I knew, strong familiar fingers kneaded my shoulders and the back of my neck. Without opening my eyes, I moaned in pleasure and tilted my head a little to the right so Ronan could better reach a particularly sore spot above my left shoulder blade. He pushed his thumb into the spot and worked the knot out. A few seconds later, he replaced his hands with his lips, gently raking his teeth across the sensitive skin behind my ear and down my neck. "Hello there," I breathed, reaching my hand behind me and putting it behind his neck.
"Hello yourself, beautiful,"
he said against my skin.
"I came to see if you wanted me to order a pizza, but then I found you like this."
He moved around and feathered a kiss across my lips, then my cheek. A heat much warmer than the water I was soaking in spread from my belly out. Every place his lips touched sent goosebumps racing across my skin, and I wound my fingers through the curls at the nape of his neck. "Forget pizza. I'd rather have you." The line sounded a little corny as I said it, but he growled and deepened the kiss. Before I knew it, he was naked and in the tub with me, his hot flesh meeting mine as he twisted us so that he was beneath me. I ran my hands over the muscles in his shoulders as I moved to join his body to mine. An hour later, I stretched, totally blissed out. After the first interlude in the tub, we'd moved to the bed, where we spooned on our sides, and I snuggled back into him, just enjoying the moment. My eyes drifted shut, but snapped back open when Brutus began to growl. Ronan was on his feet before I could even register a threat, but then he laughed. I leaned up on my elbow to see the source of his humor. The first night I'd learned I had magic, I'd decided to use it to put a sock in my laundry basket. Instead, I'd slammed it clear through the wall, and my house decided to pay me back by healing the wall around the sock before I had a chance to remove it. The scrap of pink and blue striped material was a constant reminder of my epic fail every time I walked past it. Now, Brutus had it between his teeth, shaking his head and growling as he pulled backwards on it. I giggled. "I'm never going to live that down, am I?" Ronan joined me back on the bed and pulled me close to him, and I could feel the laughter rumble deep in his chest.
"It seems not, though I do have to say I enjoy your house's sense of humor."
I was still grinning as Brutus continued to play tug-of-war with the sock. "I guess you're not the only one, but at least the dog doesn't know he's making fun of me." Ronan nipped me on the neck.
"Well, I guess since it bugs you so much, it's a good incentive for you not to invite anybody else into your bedroom so you don't have to explain it."
I huffed. "Like I could handle more than what I've already invited in." He gave me a little squeeze.
"And don't you forget it. If you ever need a reminder, all you have to do is say so."
The mention of visitors in my bedroom reminded me that my dad, or whoever he was, had made another appearance. I told Ronan about it, and he was quiet for several moments, tracing circles on my shoulder as he thought.
"I don't like it, but the tattoos don't sound familiar to me. His language is also odd."
I hummed. The box definitely wasn't there when I moved in, and it's also weird that he didn't know what was wrong with your mom. I thought about that in the tub, and I wonder if the apartment threw up some sort of shield to block him from hearing us. I mean, we're in agreement it's not actually him, right?
"Right,"
he said, running his hand down my side and around to my belly. I instinctively sucked in, and he snorted in displeasure.
"Stop. I love every inch of your body, and there's no need to be conscious of any part of it. You're perfect just the way you are. If you don't mind, I'm trying to start something here."
My stomach rumbled, interrupting his attempt to restart the fire. "As lovely as another round sounds, I do believe you mentioned pizza?" With one more nip to my shoulder, he huffed out a breath and rolled to a sitting position. Reaching for his clothes, he winked at me.
"Your wish is my command, milady."
He didn't even get the sentence out before his stomach growled, too. "Uh-huh," I replied with a lopsided grin. "You're obviously making the sacrifice only for my benefit." He lifted one shoulder as he shrugged into his shorts and grinned.
"Just because I'm willing to do whatever's necessary to meet your needs doesn't mean I can't benefit from it too."
Given what he'd done to me over the last hour, I couldn't deny that. Chapter 18. Seamus and Ian had gone back to Ronan's house, but Alexa had opted to stay at our place since I had a spare bedroom. When the pizza arrived, she came out and joined us. While we ate, she shared a little more information about the Fae with me. "They didn't always live separately," she said as she munched. "They did that during the Dark Ages when their numbers became so depleted that they were almost extinct. Unlike other races, they don't have a lot of children. Restoring the population has taken centuries, and they're still not back to their original numbers. They created the other world in order to keep from going extinct." I thought about that for a second as I reached for a second slice. "Then I understand why they're so protective of it. I didn't get it until you explained it, but keeping people out is literally a matter of survival." She nodded. "The reason I told you this is to help you understand how hard it's going to be to work with them. Centuries of living apart has made them reclusive and unwilling to participate in wars they don't view as their own." "And they don't have babies?" I asked. I didn't know of a single race or species other than maybe panda bears that had that issue. She lifted a shoulder. "It's just the way it is for them. They live a long time, centuries, but maybe 1 in 20 of them ever has children, and even then, it's usually only one. The Dark Fae Queen has been the exception. She was blessed with 4. Children are viewed as rare gifts. Now that they've replenished their population, things are a little better. Back in Morgana's day, though, they'd been annihilated to the point that there were less than 200 of them left. I don't blame them for what they did, and honestly, I can't say I blame them for remaining aloof. Still, this is as much their battle as it is ours. The Dark Fae live in the other world too, so it's not like they'll escape unscathed if their dark brethren gain control of the necklace." Ronan refilled our wine glasses. "On the upside, your father cultivated a good relationship with them. Hopefully, they'll extend that to you." I examined Alexa, trying not to be too obvious. The dark smudges were almost gone from under her eyes, and the color had returned to her skin. "How are you feeling? I know you're probably getting tired of hearing that, but you look 100% better. Well, 90. She gave me the side eye. "Gee, thanks. Seriously, though, aside from being just a little more tired than I would be after an average day, I feel great. It's more humiliating than anything else. I should have known something was wrong, but I just wrote it off as getting old." I barked out a dry laugh as I tossed a pizza crust to Brutus. "Welcome to my world. That's how I feel every day, especially considering y'all are in so much better shape than I am. Every day, I suck it up and do my best to hide it because none of you ever seem tired. But let me tell you, by the time I get home, I usually feel like somebody's beat me with a bat, and all I want to do is eat, take a hot bath, and go to bed." She smiled as she picked a mushroom off her pizza. "You're doing a lot better than you were in the beginning, and you're not the only one that feels that way. It takes a lot out of me to train like that too, and I've been doing it my whole life. Honestly, I'm impressed with how well you hold up. I was worried when Ronan told me about you. My experience with humans hasn't been the best. To be honest, most of your race are soft and lazy. When he told me you'd been raised human, I figured I had a real battle in front of me. Her words lifted my spirits and gave me the courage to ask the question that had been on my mind all day. Do you think we stand a chance? She made direct eye contact with me, and her gaze turned steely. I wouldn't be sending my sons or my pack with you if I thought we were going to lose. You need to have the faith in yourself that the rest of us do. You're strong and you're powerful. You're also smart, and when you put those three together, you're a force to be reckoned with all on your own. Ronan reached over and squeezed my knee. I've been trying to tell her that all along. Yes, it's going to be a fight, but I have no doubt we're going to win. If the Light Fade join us, we'll be matched in numbers. Even if they don't, we still stand a solid chance. That last part wasn't exactly encouraging, but it was better than if he'd thrown up his hands in defeat. Once we finished up, I gathered our plates and the empty pizza box and dumped them in the recycle bin. I'm going to bed, Alexa said, wiping the crumbs from the coffee table. I want to be fully charged for tomorrow, and I'm still a little tired. I suggest you two do the same. She cut her eyes at Ronan. And when I say bed, I mean go to sleep. It still surprised me a little bit that wolves were so comfortable talking about sex, but it was also refreshing. My mom had been kind of a free spirit that way, but the society I'd existed in for the last couple of decades certainly wasn't. Well, with the exception of Cece and Laurel. Ronan held up his hands. Hey, tell her. She apparently thinks I'm an irresistible hunk of burnin' love. Alexa and I both burst out laughing, and she shook her head. Why is it that all men think that, but when it comes right down to it, we can go without a lot longer than they can? I shrugged, still smiling. I guess it's because we always let 'em think that. We went to our separate bedrooms, and my head had barely hit the pillow before I was fast asleep. Wake up, Jules, Lila said a while later, cutting through my sleep. This time, I was ready for her and snapped my eyes open. I'm here. I was half afraid you wouldn't show. Just as she had been the night before, she wore a flowing black robe over a matching negligee. She turned her attention from the pictures on my nightstand to me. Afraid or hoping? I shook my head as I swung my legs over the side of the bed to sit up. Curious, I suppose. I'm glad you did, though. My team decided it's in our best interest to work with you. If we're going to defeat the Dark Fae, we need all the magical help we can get. She took a seat in the armchair by my dormer window. You know it's not just them, right? I nodded. Yes, at least if we wait for them to come to us. I'm not interested in giving them that advantage, though. I think it will be best to take the fight to them, so we're leaving in the morning. Can you make it? I hadn't even thought to consult her about her availability, but since the fate of the magical world was in our hands, I figured she could cancel a nail appointment or torture session in favor of penciling us in. She nodded once. I was hoping you'd take that route. That means we have to go into the other world, though. They did explain the process and the risks to you, right? Of course they did, I snapped. I'd never charge in somewhere blind, and even though I haven't been part of the magical world for very long, I'm not stupid. She needed to stop underestimating me, so I didn't bother to try to hide the irritation in my voice. She held up a hand. I wasn't implying you were. I just wanted to make sure you knew what we're getting into. Now, what's the plan? Just because I had to work with her didn't mean I was going to outline our strategy for her. I didn't trust her any further than I could throw her. The plan is to meet here at daybreak. I'll fill you in then." Her lips curved into a small smile. "You're smart not to trust me, but I promise you that in this, you have my loyalty." I took her words with a grain of salt, considering it hadn't even been a week since she and her boyfriend had kidnapped me and tried to kill me. That reminded me. This deal doesn't extend to Drake. You know that, right? She flapped a delicate hand. "That goes without saying. I'm not telling him what we're doing." I tilted my head. "Won't he know you're missing?" "No," she replied. "I figured you were going to take the fight to them. It's what I would have done, and I don't think we're as different as you'd like to think. Time in the other world is different than it is here, and if we're lucky, he'll never even notice I'm gone." I raised a brow. "And if we're not lucky?" It was her turn to laugh. "If we don't make it back, does it really matter if he's pissed?" She had a point. "I suppose it doesn't." She trailed her fingers along my dresser and stopped at the picture of the boys. "Have you made arrangements in case you don't make it back? For any of it?" The question stunned me for a minute. I hadn't even considered that. Nope, not making it back isn't an option. I'm not even willing to discuss it. She lifted her shoulder. "That seems unwise. You should name a successor. Since literally every magical person I knew was going with us, I had no idea who I'd even suggest." I wasn't going to tell her that, though, but it occurred to me that she might be asking for a reason. "I suppose that person should be you?" She shrugged, and her robe slipped off one alabaster shoulder. I'd never in my life used that word in a real sentence, but in this case, it applied. "I'm the obvious choice. You might not approve of my methods, but I'd maintain the balance." I scoffed. "Yeah, with your finger on the scale. This discussion's over. I'm not naming a successor because I'm not going to lose. And I'm not going to name you and give you extra incentive to see me dead." She sighed and began to fade away. "Then I suppose I'll see you in the morning." After she was gone, I lay back down, hoping with all my heart that I'd been right. I glanced over at my phone, surprised to see that it was only 11 o'clock. I had a sudden desire to call the boys because the conversation with Lila had driven home that I might not live through the following day. Careful not to wake up Ronan, I slipped out of bed and carried my phone to the living room with Brutus at my heels. I didn't know what I was going to say, but if this was my last night on Earth, I wasn't going to let it pass without telling my kids I loved them. Chapter 19. I set my alarm for a half hour before everybody was supposed to be there in order to give myself a chance to wake up. Ronan and I took our coffee and bagels to the balcony, even though it was still dark, and within a few minutes, Lapis joined us in gargoyle form. I shoved 2 cream cheese slathered bagels across the table to him. "Did you talk to your guys?" He nodded as he reached for his plate.
"Yes, a guard will meet us on the other side of the portal, and we'll go straight to Magnus. I considered sending my men to him, but I believe it will be better if you and I are there. He knew your father, and he and I have a long relationship of peace."
"How do your people feel about working with me?" I knew the entire reason Lapis and Morgana had made their pact was because part of Lapis's faction had been about to rebel. He met my eyes.
"That was a long time ago. My people have long since accepted that we stand with the Mistress of Balance. Have no worries about that."
My stomach was a ball of nerves, and even though everything seemed to be falling into place, I was barely able to focus on my breakfast. I picked up my bagel as 1,000 questions and concerns ran through my head. I was a planner, and I was used to having all my ducks in a row and everything in place before I even started something. There were so many variables here that I felt like I was flying blind. Ronan reached over and laid his hand on mine and gave it a squeeze. "Eat your breakfast.
You'll need sustenance, and you'll regret skipping the meal later."
As he said that, the glass doors pushed open, and Alexa stepped out onto the balcony with a cup of coffee in her hand.
"I see I'm not the only early riser."
She took a seat at the table and reached over to steal half of one of Ronan's bagels.
"Not exactly the breakfast of champions, but it'll do. Have we packed provisions?"
I jumped to my feet so fast I nearly knocked my chair over. "No, I haven't." That showed exactly how rattled I was. Having raised 2 boys and attended countless extracurricular activities, I always had a go-bag full of snacks and a change of clothes packed. I couldn't believe I was about to head out on a trip to a completely different world without so much as a granola bar on me. "I'll be right back." I rushed to my closet and snatched my backpack off the peg. While I was in there, I also pulled a spare pair of jeans, an extra t-shirt, and my leather bomber jacket out. I'd visited Scotland, and compared to Florida, it would be freezing. My eye caught on the chaps I'd worn the day before. I ran my fingers down them and was surprised to see that the gashes left behind from the griffin were gone. I pulled them off the hanger, figuring it would be dumb to leave behind the one item of protective clothing I had. Just in case, I slipped them on instead of stuffing them into the backpack. Now that I was in preparation mode, my brain was thinking of all the what-ifs. Since Ronan had been spending as much time at my apartment as he did at his house, he had several changes of clothing in my closet. I snatched jeans and a shirt off the shelf for him and stuffed them in the bag, too. Before my very eyes, a contraption that looked like some sort of leather harness appeared on the wall with my go-to weapon in a holster. I smiled as I pulled the extendable staff from the scabbard. The weight was comforting to me, and I was glad to have it. Collapsed, it was about 3 feet long and could be used as a baton. By pressing a button in the center, it expanded from either end into a 5-foot-long staff. It was the one weapon I'd become proficient with, and I was grateful once again as I slipped into the harness. I reached over my shoulder and practiced pulling the weapon out of the sheath and putting it back in a couple of times. Unsurprisingly, it was positioned exactly where I could reach it easily, even wearing the backpack, and I said a little thank you to the apartment for covering my ass once again. On a whim, I checked the book of spells my actual dad had left me to see if there was anything new. The book tended to give them to me on an as-needed basis, and if there was ever a time I needed a trick or two up my sleeve, that would be now. I was surprised and disappointed when all I found was a simple spell to dry clothes, of all things. Still, I figured if it gave it to me, I'd need it, so I memorized it. I toted the bag to the kitchen and dropped it on the island. Rifling through the pantry, I pulled out a couple boxes of granola bars and dumped them in, along with a few bottles of water, then wrestled with the bag to get it to zip. I groaned when I lifted the heavy pack off the counter and stared around the room. "Could you do me one more favor and make my bag one of those that are light and bottomless?" I'd been kidding mostly, but grinned when the weight and bulk disappeared from the bag. "Thanks." I didn't know exactly how my house worked, nobody really did, but regardless, I was grateful. As an afterthought, I turned back to the pantry and added more granola bars, some beef jerky, 2 packs of M&Ms, and more water. Just packing the bag had calmed my nerves. I rejoined Alexa, Ronan, and Lapis on the balcony and took a giant bite of my bagel as Ronan ran an appreciative gaze over my outfit. I winked and toasted him with my bagel. "When's everybody else going to be here?" I no sooner said that than my sister appeared out of thin air, dressed similarly to me in leather chaps and a black leather jacket. Rather than a staff, 2 short swords crossed her back. I laid my hand on Brutus's head when he growled. Both Lapis and Ronan stiffened, but I nodded to her. "Mornin'. Are you ready to do this?" She dipped her head as she looked at each member of my little group. "I am." Would you mind telling me what the plan is now? I assume this isn't everybody, or at least I hope it isn't." Lapis growled low and gravelly.
"Don't worry. We have the numbers, and I'm saying up front that if you turn on her, I'll kill you myself."
Lila held up a hand. "Whoa there, big guy." She glanced at me. "Did you not tell them we're on the same side for this one?" I sighed and slid my gaze over to Ronan and Lapis. "I did. We all need to get along, because the time's gonna come when we'll all have to work together." Lila flopped down into a chair. "Seriously, it's not in my best interest for the Fae to get their hands on the necklace, or even the ring for that matter. You have my word that I'll do everything in my power to help you defeat them." Alexa crossed her arms and studied my sister for a minute, her gaze speculative. "And after that?" Lila lifted a careless shoulder as she reached across and took half a bagel from my plate. "After that, things go back to normal. I still believe the necklace should be mine by right, but that's a private squabble. It belongs to either Jules or me, so how about we focus on keeping it in the family for now and let the rest sort itself out later?" I had to give her points for honesty. This little kumbaya session was temporary, and she made no bones about making that clear. Oddly, it made me feel better about deciding to work with her. A few minutes later, just as daylight was tinting the horizon, Seamus and Ian appeared, followed shortly after by Eddie and Eric. Serby rushed forward, tail wagging, and Brutus rose to meet him. While they jumped around, excited, I took a second to measure my forces. 4 shifters, 4 witches, a gargoyle, a hellhound, and a demon dog. If nothing else, we had variety. Lapis spread his wings.
"We're burning daylight. Let's get a move on."
He took flight, and the rest of us turned back into the apartment and made our way downstairs, through the bar, and around the side of the building to where he was waiting for us by the trees. As soon as we reached him, he turned and led us deeper into the little section of woods. We were only a few steps in when my toe caught on a root, sending me sprawling. I shoved out my hands and used my magic to catch myself, and Ronan reached out and laid a steadying hand on my arm. It was annoying that I appeared to be the only one having problems seeing. I was tempted to summon a ball of light, but it didn't seem smart to advertise our presence when we were headed to a hidden portal. Instead, I just squinted to see as best I could and took more care where I placed my feet. "I see we have at least one thing in common," Lila said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I'm just happy it was you that almost fell instead of me. I have a feeling they're a little more forgiving of your lack of grace than they would be of mine." Rather than respond, I just smiled at her. Whether it was an attempt to worm her way into my good graces in order to make me feel complacent, or whether she was being genuine, it was still nice to think I wasn't the only klutz in the crowd. I was paying so much attention to my feet that I bumped into Ronan's back when he stopped. A small clearing lay before us, and Lapis motioned toward it with his hand.
"This is it. I'm only opening it long enough for us to go through, so hurry."
With that, he placed his hand in what appeared to be a large knothole in an oak tree, laying his palm flat. Even though it was barely light, the air started to swirl in front of me, and the trees on the other side of the clearing disappeared, covered by a swirling vortex similar to portals portrayed in sci-fi movies. Lapis disappeared as he stepped through it, and my heart raced as I watched the wolves follow him. Ronan held out his hand, casting a quick glance at my sister. Even though I desperately wanted to show no fear, I reached out and took it before I stepped forward into the swirling mist with Brutus tied against my leg. At first, it was like somebody had tied a string to my spine through my belly button as I jerked forward. After that, I had the strangest sensation of feeling every particle in my body separate as they were yanked through a rush of colored lights. Then, all of a sudden, All the little pieces slammed back together, and I felt like my feet had stopped suddenly, even though my body hadn't. A random memory of hitting a curb with my roller skates as a kid flashed through my mind. A firm hand grasped my elbow and saved me from falling. It was a good thing, too, because there was no way I had enough wits about me to use my magic before I'd face planted. Stepping forward, I brushed myself off and looked around, fighting the urge to throw up. Everybody was there except for Lila, and she exited the portal a split second later, much more gracefully than I had. It was at least 40 degrees colder than it had been in Florida, and I pulled my jacket around me, grateful I'd grabbed it. "Aren't you cold?" I asked Ronan. Despite the chill, he didn't have so much as a goosebump. He grinned at me.
Nope, I was raised here. Plus, I'm a wolf, remember? My thermostat runs much hotter than yours does.
Once he pointed it out, I felt a little silly. We'd taken to sleeping with the AC on high just so he didn't roast me to death. Between his body heat and the awesome cases of premenopausal night sweats that now plagued me, there were nights when I'd have been happy to sleep in a cooler. "So, this is Scotland, huh?" Lila asked, staring around at the forest we'd landed in. "No offense, but it looks like every other wooded area I've ever visited." Lapis grunted as he motioned us forward.
"There's a lot more to her than this, but we're not here to sightsee, and I don't care what you think of her anyway."
Out of nowhere, at least 10 gargoyles surrounded us. When they saw Lapis, they dropped to one knee and bowed their heads.
"Rise,"
Lapis commanded, and they did. Though it was hard to tell their ages, one who looked extremely similar to Lapis stepped forward, his face splitting into a wide grin.
"Welcome home, brother. It's been too long."
Happiness spread across Lapis's face, and he held his hand out. The other gargoyle took it, slapping his stone hand against the inside of Lapis's elbow, and my friend returned the gesture.
"Cathal, it's good to see you too. I wish we had time to share a dram and catch up, but I'm afraid this is a quick trip."
Lapis made the introductions, though he only introduced his brother. The rest of the gargoyles stood as still as the stone sentries they were, facing outward to watch for any threat. Cathal stepped in front of me and dropped to one knee, his eyes down.
"Mistress, it's my honor. I am at your disposal."
Lila coughed when he used my title, and I glared at her before I turned my attention back to him. I was a little flustered to have somebody actually bow to me, but Lapis had explained the importance of commanding respect and accepting it graciously when it was given. I followed his lead from earlier. "Rise, and it's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm grateful to you and your people for your help." Lapis gave me a nod of approval, and I wondered if I'd ever get used to this whole mistress thing. Cathal turned back to Lapis.
"I sent out a scouting party. As of 30 minutes ago, Magnus was in his tree hut."
Lapis gazed out into the trees, though I didn't know what he was searching for.
"Then let's get on with it. Time is of the essence, and the faster we get there, the faster we'll taste victory."
I suppressed a smile at the way his language had changed once he'd gotten among his people. It also made me realize just how ancient he actually was. Though he seemed modern most of the time, every once in a while, something like this slipped through and reminded me who he really was. Without further ado, we moved forward with his party surrounding us. As we walked, I did my best to study them without openly gawking. I was fairly certain 4 of the 10 were female, though I was only basing that on their size. I was dying to talk to one of them, but this wasn't a social visit. Instead, I kept my eyes ahead, wondering what new things were coming next and whether or not they were going to try to kill us. Chapter 20. We walked along for what felt like 10 miles, but was probably only 2 or 3. My toes were frozen, and I wished with all my heart that I had worn a sweatshirt under my coat. It didn't help that the weather was gray and misty. Halfway there, I was soaked to the bone and doing my best to clench my jaws together hard enough to keep my shivering from shattering my teeth. After another half-mile, I huffed out a sigh of disgust when I remembered the spell the book had given me. At the time, magic that would help me dry my clothes had seemed stupid. Now, 2 hours later, I muttered the words, grateful, when the cold, wet fabric plastered to my skin suddenly dried. It wasn't earth-shattering in the scheme of things, but it sure was welcome. I dropped back to where Eddie and Eric were walking side by side. "Is this the first time you've been to Scotland?" I couldn't think of anything better to ask, but I was sick of the silence. All the bad things that could happen had been running through my head nonstop, and I needed a distraction.
"No,"
Eddie replied, his teeth not chattering even a little bit.
"We came here on our honeymoon. Of course, we timed it so that it was summertime. It still rained a lot, but it wasn't as cold."
I blew into my hands, trying to warm them. "Why aren't you shivering?" He frowned at me.
"It's a simple warming spell, sugar. Don't you know it?"
I shook my head, clenching my jaw together. I haven't exactly had a lot of time to learn the little stuff, and that's not one I'd need a lot in Florida. The book did give me a spell this morning for drying my clothes, but it held off on giving me anything that would keep me from freezing to death.
"Well, bless your heart,"
Eric said, sympathy weighting his tone.
"You should have spoken up sooner, sweetie. Repeat after me."
He enunciated 3 words in Latin, and it took me 4 or 5 tries to get them just right. When I did, though, I about cried with relief as warmth washed over me. "Why is everything in Latin? It's a dead language." Eric gasped and fluttered his hand to his chest.
"You take that back. Latin is absolutely not dead. It's the root of all the Romance languages, and English wouldn't be what it is today without it."
Eddie grinned at me despite Eric's outrage.
"Don't mind him. That's sort of a touchy subject because he's a bit of a language nerd, though to be fair, he's right."
I muttered an apology, figuring it was rude to insult him when he'd just kept me from turning into a popsicle. He sighed as we trudged on.
"Don't think a thing of it, sweetie. I'm just getting cranky because I didn't eat anything before we left the house."
I dropped my backpack off my shoulders and pulled it around in front of me. "I can fix that. Do you want peanut butter or chocolate chip granola bars? Or jerky?" After doling out their breakfast, I thanked them for teaching me the spell. Eddie winked.
"It was a good trade for the granola bars. I'm a little annoyed that Eric didn't think to pack any."
I smothered a laugh when Eric's head about exploded.
"You're a grown-ass man perfectly capable of packing your own lunch. Do I look like your mother?"
Eddie bumped him with his shoulder as we walked.
"No, but you spoiled me. You're always the one who handles stuff like that, so I don't even think about it anymore."
Eric scrunched his brow in disbelief.
"You never thought about it before. That's why I started handling it. If I didn't pack things, this is the situation we'd be in all the time."
Now that I was warm and dry, my mood had improved exponentially, and I laughed. I caught a glimpse of Lila out of the corner of my eye. She'd kept to herself, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that the rest of my crew was ostracizing her. Not that I blamed them. In fact, I needed to settle something while we had a minute. I left the guys and fell into step beside her. She looked at me sideways, her hands stuffed in her jacket pockets. "I'm not exactly a fan favorite, am I?" I shrugged. "Well, it doesn't help that we had to peel some sort of weird mind control eavesdropping spell off Alexa yesterday." I watched her expression carefully. Genuine surprise flitted across her features before she locked them down again. "That wasn't me, but that is one of Drake's skills." "So you don't deny it?" She held out her hand, palm up. "I mean, I deny that I did it, and I deny knowing that Drake did it. But I can't deny that it's possible that he did. I guess that explains the extra dose of animosity coming from her and the wolves. I nodded. I don't know how much it will help, but I'll let them know that I genuinely believe you didn't do it. I figured while she was being open, I'd take a shot and see how far her honesty extended. So do you want to tell me who the spy is? She laughed. Now what fun would that be? I will tell you that we didn't even bother trying to crack your inner circle. Though I knew that in my bones, it was still good to hear. I was surprised to find myself ferreting out good traits in her, and it hurt me a little to know I had a sister, but I couldn't have a relationship with her. You know, it doesn't have to be like this. We're sisters. She arched a delicate brow at me. You're right. It doesn't have to be like this. Give me the necklace, you keep the bar and whatever magic you naturally have, and we can try to figure out a relationship. I'd love to get to know my nephews. I scoffed. Before or after you take over the world? I sighed, knowing she realized as well as I did that neither of us was going to give in. A sudden shift in the weather snapped my attention away from her. It was as if we'd stepped out of the cold and dreary and into the warm and sunny. It wasn't hot like Florida was, but it was comfortable, and the skies were blue. A gentle breeze blew across the top of the heather, and the abundance of wildflowers and butterflies took my breath away. Looks like we're getting close, Lila said. This has to be the work of a light fae. Serby and Brutus bounded across the field chasing a rabbit, and Ronan held up his fist from the front of the line, indicating we should stop. Our gargoyle guards closed ranks so that there were only a few feet between each of them, and once again they faced away from us. I had to give it to Lapis and Cathal. Their team took their job seriously. I walked forward to rejoin Ronan, who drifted back and forth between walking with me and talking with his brothers and mother.
Mistress, Lapis said. Like we discussed, I think it will be better if just you and I went. Like most fae, he's not a huge fan of outsiders, even though he's chosen to live outside the other world.
I could certainly relate to that. After everything I'd been through in the last month, I could see the value in being a hermit. As always, I trusted Lapis because he knew the situation much more intimately than I did. Then let's go. The faster we convince him to help us, the sooner we'll be able to get this over with.
No way,
Ronan said, stepping into our path.
I'm not letting her go alone.
Lapis turned to him, squaring his shoulders.
She's not going alone. I'm with her. But you may be right. You're her advisor, and your place is by her side.
I slung my hand in the air. Great, then. If the chest beating is over, can we get on with it? Ronan gave a stiff nod, and Lapis just turned and walked away, obviously expecting us to follow him. We didn't have far to go. My gargoyle friend stopped in front of a massive oak that had to have been at least 15 feet in diameter, then looked up into its branches.
Magnus, it's Lapis. I've come with the Mistress of Balance herself, and we have something important to discuss.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes because of how pompous that sounded, but barely. If all the fantasy books were to be believed, the Fae were a proud but peculiar people, and I didn't know the first thing about their social rules. A couple of limbs shook, and I turned my gaze upward. An elaborate house was built so far off the ground it almost gave me a nosebleed just thinking about it. A rope ladder dropped from what appeared to be the deck. I narrowed my eyes and shook my head, backing away. Not just no, but hell no. I don't do heights. Lapis huffed out an exasperated breath.
Really? How do you feel about dying in a bloodbath at the hands of the Dark Fae? Because without Magnus's help, your odds of experiencing it go way up, and so do ours.
I continued to give the rickety ladder the stink eye. Dying's exactly what I'm afraid of. Images of my foot slipping through one of the wooden rungs halfway up bolted into my mind in technicolor, and I struggled to breathe. In my mind, I could feel my foot slipping, leaving me dangling upside down by only the foot that was tangled in the rope, my blood rushing to my head. Or worse, my foot might not catch in the ropes at all when I slipped, causing me to fall to a grisly, painful death, knowing all the way down that I was going to die, but not being able to do anything about it.
"You're being ridiculous,"
Lapis growled, crossing his arms and glowering at me.
"You're a witch. You could catch yourself before you hit the ground, or I'd catch you."
That hadn't occurred to me. But even the thought of falling ignited a lifelong phobia of heights, and my ability to be logical flew right out the window. I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep breath, then blew it out through pursed lips. Eddie, bless his heart, joined us, accompanied by one of the guards. When he held his hand out expectantly, I knew what he was offering. Sighing, I placed my hand in his and let him give me a hit of magical Valium. That gift of his had come in handy on more than one occasion, and I was glad he'd come along. By the time he let go of my hand, my heart was still pounding a little, but it wasn't racing, and my body had stopped shaking. He leaned in and gave me a little hug.
"You got this. Just don't look down."
I chuckled nervously. Famous last words, right? He gave me a little shove.
"Not to put too fine a point on it, but this might be one of the least dangerous things you face over the next day or two."
I huffed a breath out through my nose. "Gee, thanks for pointing out the silver lining. Now, get out of here before this wears off and I turn into a big giant chicken again." He smiled and gave my arm one more squeeze, then trotted back to Eric. Ronan winked at me.
"Ready?"
I pulled in another deep breath and blew it out slowly. "Ready." Lapis cleared his throat.
"Actually, I have an easier way since you're obviously terrified of the rope. Climb aboard."
He dropped down just like he did any time we were going flying together. For some reason, that didn't scare me at all. I scrambled on, trying to be as graceful as possible since I knew we had an audience, and when I turned around, Ronan was already halfway up the ladder. With a mighty push, Lapis was airborne, and just a couple seconds later, he landed gently on the deck I'd been viewing from 10 stories below just a moment before. He dropped down so I could climb off, and I did my best not to focus on how close the edge was or that there was no railing. On shaking knees, I moved closer to the tree and farther from the edge as Ronan pulled himself over the ledge and stood.
"You must be Jules Cavanaugh."
One of the most beautiful beings I'd ever laid eyes on said from a patio chair. Magnus was tall and slender, but every muscle was perfectly defined. His eyes were a deep amethyst, and his hair was platinum.
"I knew many of your ancestors, and you favor a few of them."
I inclined my head. "And you must be Magnus. It's a pleasure to meet you." I wasn't sure whether I was supposed to bow or shake his hand or what, but before it could get awkward, he turned and motioned for us to follow him inside. I was shocked by the beauty of his home. The entire thing was wood, but there were no boards. It was like the tree had grown the house itself. A hammock swung from one corner, and a large bookshelf made of intricately woven limbs took up one wall. I ran my hand along a gleaming rail, awestruck. It's seamless. It's as if it's part of the tree. I didn't realize I'd spoken aloud until Magnus chuckled.
"That's because it is. I sang to her, and she grew it for me, of course."
He looked at me as if he was explaining something simple to a child. For lack of anything better to say, I simply nodded. Of course. Ronan stepped into the house, filling the entire doorway.
"It's good to see you again, Magnus. It's been a long time."
He held out his hand, and the face stepped forward and took it, grasping his elbow in the same manner that Lapis and Cathal had greeted each other.
"Both too long and not long enough, Ronan,"
Magnus said.
And I sense this isn't a social visit.
I'm afraid not, I replied, doing my best to greet him in a way that was both respectful and commanded respect. I hate that on our first meeting I'm going to ask you for a favor, but I've only held my position for a month, and things are dire. Without your help, I'm not sure what the fate of my ancestors' legacy is. I shook my head a little at how formally that had come out. Apparently, these ancient people were rubbing off on me. Magnus glanced toward Lapis.
She speaks the truth?
I bit back the urge to remind him that it was rude to imply I might be lying right in front of me. We needed this man, and I knew nothing about Fae traditions. One of my strongest traits was my ability to run my mouth, but since the fate of the world was in my hands, I figured it wouldn't kill me to bite my tongue for once. Lapis nodded.
It is. We need you to open the portal to the other world.
It didn't escape me that he'd stopped way short of telling Magnus the whole story. The Fae tilted his head and studied the three of us.
Why?
When Ronan and Lapis simply looked at each other, I decided to follow my gut. It told me that this man wouldn't help us unless I could make him understand the gravity of the situation. Because the Dark Fae are planning to move against me and steal the necklace and the ring. If they have to kill me to do it, they will. Magnus's eyes widened, and then he wrung his hands and began to pace.
Oh no,
he muttered.
That simply won't do.
I couldn't tell if he was talking to me or himself, but Lapis held his hand up and shook his head when he met my gaze. Fair enough. I'd let the Fae work through it himself. He was quite possibly one of the strangest beings I'd ever met. He paced back and forth in front of a fireplace, which seemed an odd thing for a tree to build, but who was I to judge?
We can't let non-Fae into the other world, at least not without the Queen's permission.
I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, he answered himself.
But we can't let the Dark Fae gain control of the necklace either. What should we do?
He paced like that, arguing with himself and using the royal we for several moments before he turned back to us with a decisive nod. I felt a little like I'd fallen down Alice's rabbit hole, but I was so glad he'd stopped pacing that I almost didn't care which decision he'd come to as long as he stood still. Watching him had made me a little seasick. As the wind blew through the trees, it rocked the entire house. On top of struggling not to barf, I was also doing my best not to think about what would happen if the whole house just slid out of the tree. Yes, I realize it was irrational, but that's kind of how phobias work.
We'll help you,
he said, bouncing on the balls of his feet with a semi-manic smile brightening his face. The floorboards gave a little each time he hopped, and I swallowed, trying to ignore the image of the floor falling out from under us.
When would you like to go?
I breathed a sigh of relief, both because he'd decided to help us and because I was bordering on fantasizing about tossing him over the deck just to make him stop moving. That was probably a little harsh and definitely counterproductive, but on top of the whole heights business and seasickness thing, I was also getting hangry despite my nausea, and my feet were hurting from all the walking. Plus, I really needed to pee. As soon as possible, I replied, reaching deep for a smile. Right now, if we can. His expression shifted, and I was suddenly afraid I'd just said the wrong thing. Lapis frowned at me, and I held my breath as he stepped forward with an appeasing hand held out. Before he could say anything, though, a wide grin spread across Magnus's face.
Excellent. I don't feel like socializing today either, so we'll just skip all that. I'm out of refreshments, and my good tunic is still hanging out to dry.
I blinked a couple of times, afraid to say anything else. My mind was whirling, trying to keep up with the strange man, and I felt like I'd just dodged some kind of phase-specific social bullet. He glanced at me like I was kind of dim, but I couldn't really blame him. He bounced past me toward the door, then motioned with his hand for us to follow him.
Come along, then. You said you were in a hurry, and I obviously need to start a batch of honey brew for when you stop to visit me on your way back."
Lapis glared at me, but Ronan just shrugged, obviously as confused as I was as we followed Magnus out the door. Chapter 21. A few moments later, when Lapis touched down and dropped all fours so I could get off, I resisted the urge to drop to my hands and knees and kiss the ground in gratitude. Eddie and Eric rushed forward, and Serbian Brutus nearly knocked me over in their excitement. Eddie lowered his voice to a whisper.
"What did he say?"
"He's gonna help us," I whispered back. "But please, do us all a favor and just let him be as quiet as he wants to be." Magnus clapped his hands.
"Are we all ready? It's quite the march, and I need to get back. I have a date with the honeybees at noon, and I simply can't miss that."
Both my buddies blinked in as much the same fashion as I imagined I had earlier.
"Is he—"
Eric made little circles by his ear. "Batshit," I replied low enough that I knew Magnus couldn't hear us. "But he's gonna help us, so for now, his crazy is our crazy."
"Mistress!"
Magnus called, his voice sing-song.
"Would you like to walk with me? I have all sorts of stories I can tell you about your ancestors."
I pasted a smile on my face and pulled in a deep breath as I struggled not to do the pee-pee dance. "Of course, Magnus. That would be delightful. But before we leave, maybe we should take a few personal moments?" He tilted his head and looked at me.
"For what? I thought we were in a hurry."
Trying to remain delicate, I replied, "Because I need a tree for a minute. I'll hurry." He waved his hand around.
"There are all kinds of trees. What kind would you like?"
I sighed, unwilling to play verbal ring-around-the-rosy with him for the sake of decorum. I was about to wet my pants. Before I could just blurt out that any tree would do as long as it gave me 30 seconds of privacy, Alexa stepped forward, hiding a smile.
"Magnus, if you'll give us just a few minutes, we ladies need a bit of privacy."
Realization crossed Magnus's face.
"Why didn't you say so when we were in my house, lady? You could have used my facilities. If you like, we can go back up."
Just the thought brought another wave of nausea, and I shook my head. "There's really no need to trouble yourself. It'll just take a second." Lila rushed forward. "I need in on that too." A few minutes later, we were ready to roll, and I took my place beside Magnus. Once I made it past his eccentricities, I learned he was well educated and had a unique view of history, told from his own point of view since he'd lived in it. He told me all about Morgana and highlighted several of my ancestors between the two of us. "May I ask why you choose to live alone in this world instead of the one your people built?" I didn't know if it was considered impolite, but I was truly curious. A shadow of sadness crossed his face.
"I fell madly in love, but she chose another. It was bad enough watching the two of them, but then they were blessed with a child. Fiona died bearing it, and the wee girl looks just like her mother. I couldn't bear it. Even though I tried to think of the child as a small bit of my love living on, all I could see was the reason she was no longer with us."
He lifted a shoulder.
"It was just easier for me to move out here and be the guardian of the portal."
That was so tragic that I blinked back tears. "I'm sorry, Magnus." For once, he didn't take my words as a literal apology.
"Thank you, mistress."
We walked on in silence for a bit as I struggled for a way to bring the conversation back around. Eventually, he did it for me.
"You keep interesting company. A hellhound and a demon dog together. Your sister wishes to take your power, and your shifter wants nothing more than to sweep you away from all of this. Does he not know your strength?"
I glanced sideways at him with a small smile. "He does, but it's in his nature to be protective. He's the same with his mother and brothers and pretty much everybody he cares about, though. He returned my smile with a wily one.
If you believe that, you're not quite as wise as I thought you were.
I left that alone since it wasn't a path I was ready to take, and we moved on to other subjects. Oddly, the weather remained gorgeous. I'd expected it to revert back to the cold drizzle that we'd suffered through on the way there once we left Magnus's, but it seemed he carried his own sunshine with him. A mile or so later, he held up his hand and turned to Lapis and Ronan.
I believe both your people are here. You might want to go ahead and call them in. We've arrived.
Looking around, I realized we stood in a large stone circle, but rather than being upright, the stones were level with the ground. A few moments later, our handful of travelers had grown to include at least 50 more gargoyles and probably 100 wolves. I was a little awed at the sheer number of people who'd shown up to support me. Magnus laid his hand on my arm.
Before you count victory yours, know that you'll be going up against at least as many Dark Fae warriors, even if the Light Fae agree to help. It would be many more, except the factions are divided. Still, I think you have a chance. Now let's get you to your battle.
He stepped forward and placed his hands in front of him, energy formed between them, and he recited what I assumed was a spell in a language I didn't recognize. The ball of energy between his hands grew, and his voice became louder as he repeated the words. The wind whipped, blowing leaves and dirt around, but nothing else happened. He doubled his efforts, and the air around me crackled with energy. Still nothing. After several moments, he put his hands back down and reabsorbed the energy. The wind died down, and he turned to me, his expression troubled. "What is it?" I asked, confused. He shook his head.
It won't open, mistress. You're going to have to find another way.
I was having trouble processing what he was saying. Of all the things I'd considered going sideways, this hadn't made the list. Brutus leaned against my leg and whimpered, and Ronan strode forward to stand beside me.
What's going on?
He asked.
Why aren't you opening the portal, Magnus? Do you need something from us?
He shook his head.
No, I'm the only one who can open it, but it's not working.
Lila rushed forward. Let me try. Call your 2 wizards forward, Jules. Maybe if we join forces with Magnus, we can force it open. Magnus looked at her and shook his head.
That isn't how it works. It's not a matter of force. It's a matter of having the right magic to do it. You don't. I do. If I can't open it, nobody can.
I plopped down on a nearby rock and stretched my aching feet, and Ronan moved to stand behind me. So now what? I asked. Magnus took a seat in the grass beside me.
Now you just have to go in the other way, of course.
I turned toward him, but I was told there were only 2 ways, this way and one other that no non-Fae has ever returned from. His face lit up.
Exactly. That's the one I'm talking about. You'll have to go that way.
I was having second thoughts just then about missing the chance to throw him off his deck earlier. But I was told it was impossible to get through. He shook his head.
Not impossible. Just nobody's done it yet. Or at least nobody who isn't Fae. But I have confidence in you. No mistress has ever died on Fae lands, and besides, it's either that or go back home and wait for the Dark Fae to come to you.
I looked up at Ronan, but he shook his head.
If they come to us, it'll be a bloodbath. There are too many people on the beach and in town, and there's no way we'll be able to protect them all, especially since the Fae will have the tactical advantage.
I pulled in a deep breath and closed my eyes as I blew it out. Then it looks like we're about to make history, one way or the other. Chapter 22.
That's the spirit, mistress,
Magnus said in a chipper tone.
I have faith in you. But just in case, may I suggest you leave most of your party to camp here while you go through the working portal? Once through, you can go to the Light Fae and ask them to reopen this one. I'd suggest you go alone, but I don't believe your wolf would agree to that."
Ronan crossed his arms and braced himself, his feet shoulder-width apart.
"Absolutely not. Where you go, I go."
Lila mirrored his pose. "If you think for 1 second I'm letting that necklace out of my sight, you're crazy. I'm going." As badly as I hated to admit it, all of the reasons we'd chosen to bring her along still applied. Maybe now more than ever. I nodded. "Then it's us, Lapis, Eddie, and Eric. Each of us have skills that might come in handy." Brutus bumped his head against my leg and whined. I reached down and scratched his ears. "Of course you're going, and Serby, too. I'd be an absolute idiot to leave behind those two."
"Let me go talk to Mom and my brothers,"
Ronan said.
"I'll explain what we're doing and fill Lapis in, too. Mom will put up a fuss, but somebody needs to stay here and organize from this side, and it'll give her a little more time to recover."
Eddie and Eric had shuffled close enough that when I turned to them, I didn't even have a chance to ask before Eric held up a hand.
"We're in. We knew coming in that there were going to be risks, and we're not letting you go through that alone."
I smiled and pulled them both into a hug. "You know we might die, right?" Eddie flapped a hand and rolled his eyes.
"Sugar, I'm sure you've heard the expression that heaven don't want me and hell's afraid I'll take over. I'm the reason they made that t-shirt. We're gonna make it through just fine."
I laughed, and for the first time since the portal wouldn't open, I felt a little hope. "Where is the second portal?" Lila asked, sounding like a cranky teenager. "My feet hurt, and I'm hungry." I dropped my backpack from my shoulders and unzipped it, then dug in and pulled out a handful of granola bars, jerky, and a bottle of water for each of us, then handed them out. Brutus plopped down on his butt and offered me a paw, whining. I tore off a chunk of my jerky and handed it to him. "What? Is your bad guy finally wearing off and you're hungry again?" I realized my slip as I glanced at Lila. She didn't know yet what he was, and I wasn't sure I wanted her to unless we had no choice. She waved her hand and rolled her eyes. "Spy, remember? I already knew you have a demon dog. And I learned from our battle that the Buggle's a hellhound. Don't worry about spilling secrets. Trust me, you don't have any." I didn't like her words, but there was no condescension in her tone. Instead, she just sounded tired, like she was stating facts, not bragging. I would figure out the spy thing, though. That irked me. Fair enough. By the time we finished eating, Ronan was back and Lapis was with him. I offered them both water and something to eat, which they took.
"Hey, Magnus,"
Lapis called around a bite of jerky.
"Where is this portal?"
Magnus, who'd been standing by himself a little distance away, scurried back to us, eyeballing my granola bar. Smiling, I reached into my bag and pulled out one for him too, glad I'd added the extras. He returned my smile and took it with the same glee a kid would a candy bar.
"It's not far from here. We intentionally set them close together so that if this one failed, we'd have ready access to the other. That's the reason it's booby-trapped, too. If Faye should ever need a fast, safe escape, it's there."
None of what he was saying made me feel any better, except for the part where we wouldn't have to walk for much farther. "We're ready when you are, then." I stood and shrugged back into my backpack. He gave one sharp nod.
"Very well, then. Follow me."
10 minutes later, we stopped on a rickety wooden bridge hanging over a waterfall.
"Why are we stopping?"
Lapis asked, scanning both land and water for a threat.
"Because we've reached the portal,"
Magnus said, as if it were as plain as the nose on his face. I looked around. "Where? Don't you have to open it?" He shook his head.
No, remember? It's meant to be an escape for Faye. All you have to do is jump, not fly because you need the momentum, off the bridge and over the waterfall. It's the perfect hiding spot because no enemy would follow us.
I peered over the edge of the bridge, and my granola bar threatened to come up. You want us to jump off this? It has to be at least 100 yards to the bottom. He nodded his head.
Indeed. So if you're in a hurry to get to the light, Faye, I'd suggest you stop dawdling and jump.
That couldn't be right. He had to be trying to trick us for some reason. He must have read the suspicion on my face because he held up his hand.
On my honor, mistress, I'm telling you the truth. I swear to you that there's a portal at the bottom and that you'll only face 2 more challenges. This is the first. I can't tell you what the other 2 are. I'm bound.
I didn't know much about Faye, but Alexa had explained how much stock they put into spirits and the afterlife. The dead were sacred to them, so I narrowed my eyes. Swear on Fiona's spirit. His eyes widened.
Mistress, I don't believe you understand what you're asking.
I nodded. I know exactly what I'm asking, and if you're telling me the truth, it shouldn't be a problem. He pressed his lips together for a long moment.
I swear on Fiona's spirit that I'm not trying to trick you, and that to the best of my knowledge, there's a portal at the bottom of the waterfall. I've used it myself.
Considering the other portal was blocked, the way he said that made me uneasy. Is there any way this portal has been locked like the other? He shook his head.
No, because there would be no other way out of the other world. It's tied to the life force of this side, so if it were closed, the other world would die.
That was about as good a reassurance as I was going to get. I'd always been a firm believer in never asking anybody to do something you wouldn't do, so I closed my eyes and got ready to take the plunge. Before I could, however, Lapis beat me to it. I watched as he plunged over the waterfall and landed with a splash in the water. He didn't resurface, and I started to panic.
That's normal,
Magnus said when he saw my expression.
The portal is at the bottom, so if he didn't come back up, he made it through.
Taking a deep breath, I scooped up Brutus and reached for Ronan's hand. As soon as he interlaced his fingers with mine, we jumped. The fall was quite literally something from my nightmares, and by the time we hit the water, I was convinced I'd just taken my last breath. The water was icy, and instead of reaching a certain depth, then bobbing back to the top, some sort of invisible force grabbed our ankles and yanked us toward the bottom. Just when I'd reached the end of my air, my butt hit something solid, and the water disappeared. We slid down a small rocky slope and bumped into Lapis at the bottom. "Watch out," I said, hurrying to move off the path as I gasped for breath. "The rest are likely right behind us, and you're sort of in the way."
"It's not what's behind us that I'm worried about, mistress."
For the first time ever, Lapis's voice held an almost imperceptible quiver of fear.
"It's what's in front of us that I think we should worry about."
I glanced around, realizing we'd ended up in a cave. Bones littered the floor, and I tried not to focus on the blank orbs staring out of the graying skulls. About 20 yards away, a massive turquoise creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake undulated, its diamond-shaped emerald eyes glittering. Light reflected off the water of its opalescent scales, giving them an eerie life of their own. I froze, hoping it would return back to wherever it came from if we didn't move. Instead, it struck right at Ronan and I, and we barely managed to roll to the side in time to avoid her snapping razor-sharp teeth. If this was only the second challenge, I was pretty sure I didn't want to see the third. Chapter 23. My biggest fear right then was that Eddie, Eric, and Lila had no clue what was waiting for them. If the serpent realized that the hole was spitting out ready-made meals, she might turn her attention to them and snatch them before they even had a chance to see it coming. "We have to get its attention." I told Ronan, frantic.
"Are you out of your ever-loving mind?"
he barked.
"The goal is to avoid the monster, not get eaten by it."
I stood and waved my arms when Eddie shot through the hole, followed almost instantly by Eric, who was actually grinning like a lunatic who'd just stepped off a theme park ride. "Watch out!" I yelled. "Sea serpent at your 12!" Eric's gaze shot up, and the grin slid right off his face as he grabbed Eddie by the shirt and yanked him off to the side. Serby stood and shook the water from his fur, then turned to the serpent and growled. Within a couple seconds, he shifted into his hellhound form, red eyes glowing and sulfuric drool dripping from his fangs. Brutus bounced up beside of him, and I was curious to see if he was going to shift into anything. He did not. Instead, he stiffened his legs and raised his hackles as he bared his teeth. As far as striking terror into the hearts of his enemies, it was a weak effort at best. However, I knew what he had the ability to do, so he was a clear example of the dangers of making assumptions based on appearances. The question now was whether or not his mouth opened wide enough to accommodate anything bigger than a human. I threw a rock at the serpent in order to give Lila a fighting chance once she made it, but unlike the rest of us, she shot down the slope loaded for bear. As soon as she hit the bottom, she bounded to her feet with a ball of energy already forming between her hands. To be honest, I was a little jealous of how cool she looked as she drew the ball back and flung it at the sea serpent, shouting words in Latin as she did. Rather than damage it, though, the monster caught it midair and swallowed it. The blood drained from Lila's face, and she rushed to join us, pulling her swords from their scabbards as she did. Lapis rushed the beast from the side, but when he tried to take flight, the ceiling was too low. Roaring, he put his stone shoulders down and rushed in again, grabbing hold of it with his talons. He managed to pierce its side and rip off a couple scales before it gave a tremendous shake and flung him against the far wall with a thud so hard sand sprinkled down from the ceiling. Lila rushed in with her swords, but the serpent swung its tail at her, knocking her into the wall of the cave. She stood and shook it off, but rather than attack again, she moved closer to us. Eddie held up his hands and closed his eyes, then started speaking. Though I couldn't hear his words, if there was ever a time for a calming spell, this was it. If it didn't work, I'd have to go at it with both barrels, but I was starting to understand the bones and bits of tattered cloth scattered about the cave. Rather than drifting into the blissed-out state most beings did when he used that spell, the beast screamed and struck at him so quickly I barely saw its head move from one spot to the other. Serby realized the danger his friend, because even hellhounds have masters, was in and leapt at its head. The giant hound crashed into the side of the monster's head just before it snapped its jaws shut at Eddie, knocking it off course with the impact. He managed to sink his fangs into the serpent just behind its ears and scrambled to dig his claws in before it could shake him off. With a roar, the monster reared its head back and slammed Cerberus into the wall. He crumpled, whining, then stood and limped over to stand in front of Eddie and Eric, teeth bared valiantly, despite his injuries. Ronan took 2 running steps, then jumped, shifting to his wolf form midair. Unlike Serby, he wrapped his paws around the monster at the same time he sunk his teeth into it. He managed to land directly behind the giant's flared horn that circled the serpent's entire head so that he was as protected as it was when it slammed against the wall. It swung its head back and forth, screaming in anger and pain as Ronan tore at it. His tactic didn't last long, though. Since it couldn't swing him off, the creature flipped over backwards, slamming him into the ground. I racked my brain trying to figure out which element would be best to use against the sea serpent. I drew up a ball of fire, but then it reared its head back, opened its giant maw, and breathed a massive stream of flames right at us. I released the magic holding the ball and flung out my hands, hoping at least one bit of my magic would work as I cast my shield large enough to protect us all. For once, my luck held as we all ducked behind it. The flames curled around the edges, and I could feel the heat threatening to burn through it. Serby jumped in front, absorbing the flames and bellowing them back at the creature. "This isn't working!" I yelled as the monster changed tack. It swung its giant head low to the ground, then swept its tail around in an attempt to knock us over like bowling pins. For the first time ever, I was thankful for all of the physical training I'd been doing. Like the others, I was agile and fast enough to leap over it. Lapis rushed it again, and this time he managed to rip a giant gash about halfway between the beast's head and where its body was supporting it on the ground. It roared in pain, and rage turned its emerald eyes gold as it struck out again. Brutus opened his mouth, disappearing behind the gaping black hole as he dove toward the monster's head. It whipped to the side just in time, then lowered his head and slammed him toward the wall. I threw up a blast of air that stopped him from crashing into the solid rock, then manipulated it to lower him to the ground. While I'd been distracted doing that, the monster dove at me. I tried to dodge, but by the time I saw it coming, I knew I was too late. I tripped over what looked like a leg bone, and just when I thought I was finished, Lila flung a massive ball of energy toward it, throwing it off just enough that its razor-sharp teeth barely nicked my leg. My chaps saved me, and I crab-crawled backwards until my back was against the wall. We obviously weren't going to be able to defeat it like this, so I threw out my hands. "Everybody stop!" Magnus had called these challenges, not battles. I hoped that meant there was more to them than just fighting for our lives. The Fae were known as tricksters, and they appreciated wit and wisdom far more than fighting, at least if everything I'd been told was correct. Thankfully, the sea serpent had paused when we did, though it stayed at the ready, undulating as it stared at us. It didn't move to strike again, so I thought maybe I was onto something. "I don't think we're supposed to fight our way out of here," I said, keeping my voice low. "Everybody think, and look around. Do you see anything that might give us a clue? The Fae passed through here unharmed, so the trick must be something specific to them. What do they value so much that they think no other creature could equal them?"
"Courtesy and honor," Lapis growled. "They're both a big deal to them, and both set them apart from most other races."
Careful to maintain eye contact, I inched forward with my arms out and my hands facing down. The serpent kept its eyes on me, but didn't move to strike. I bowed. "My name is Jules Cavanaugh, Mistress of Balance. What's your name?" Lila snorted behind me, but I didn't dare turn around to glare at her.
"Names have power, and you haven't earned that privilege. I know of you, though. What is your purpose?"
The serpent replied after studying me for a few moments. I realized it was a female. "We need to speak with the Queen of the Light Fae." She tilted her head sideways, considering me.
"About what?"
"The Dark Fae seek to steal my necklace for its power. Allowing them to attack me in our world would bring about the death of many innocent creatures. We need the Light Fae to join forces with us, or at the very least, open the other portal so we can bring our army in and attack them first." She moved her head closer to me, tasting the air around me with a forked tongue.
"What has become of Magnus, then? He's the only one who can open that portal from the other side, yet you came this way. Has his life been taken?"
I shook my head. "No, Magnus is fine, but he couldn't open the portal." Brutus edged up beside me and leaned into my leg. I could feel his little body shaking clear through my chaps, but even though he was terrified, he was by my side. The serpent glanced down at him, then to Serby.
"You come here with dark creatures at your side and expect me to believe you seek a peaceful audience with the Light Fae?"
I drew myself to my full height and looked her in her emerald eyes. "We all choose our own paths. Even the Fae would argue that the line between good and evil isn't always clear. I give you my word we mean them no harm. As I said, we simply seek their help." She scoffed, and plumes of smoke billowed from her nostrils.
"There is nothing simple about that. They've isolated themselves for a reason, and they have no interest in what happens in your world."
Ronan's mind touched mine, and I felt him move beside me. He bowed as I had done.
"I'm Ronan, Alpha of the Scotland Wolf Shifters, and advisor to the Mistress of Balance." "Rise, Ronan of the Wolf Shifters. What have you to say?" "Begging your pardon, but if the Dark Fae sees control of the necklace, doesn't it make sense that the first people they'll seek to conquer will be the Light Fae so they can control the other world?"
She considered that for a moment, and my eyes were drawn to the sticky green blood running in a steady flow from the injuries she'd sustained fighting us. I opened up my senses just a bit and felt her pain.
"And what will you do if the Light Fae refuse to help?"
"We'll leave the other world and prepare for the battle in ours. It would be a death wish on our part to attack with only the people you see here," I replied. "I think we'll be able to make them see reason, though. With that hope, all we're asking is that you let us pass so we can talk to the Queen herself about it." I had a flash of intuition, and though it made no sense, I followed it and stepped forward, holding out my hand. "If you'll allow me, I'd like to heal your wounds." She measured my words for a long moment.
"Why would you do such a thing?"
I shrugged. "You're in pain because we handled the situation badly. I feel like I owe it to you to make it right. Plus, it's what decent, sentient creatures do for one another." She huffed another plume of smoke through her nostrils.
"You have my permission, but if you're trying to trick me, your death will be swift but painful."
I gulped. "So no pressure, then." Cautiously, I moved close to her and laid my hand over the first wound. The scales beneath my hand were slick with blood. Closing my eyes, I drew on my magic, instinctively infusing it with the intent to heal before I pushed it from my hand into her body. Somehow, I had utter faith that this was going to work, even though I'd never even considered trying it before now. Gasps sounded from the peanut gallery when the gashes began to close. As the final one sealed, my knees buckled. It had taken almost all my energy, but it had worked. The serpent twisted her body and rolled her head, testing my work. She dropped her head down to the ground so that she was meeting me eye to eye.
"You have the heart of a warrior, yet you act with wisdom and mercy. Go forth, Mistress of Balance. You passed my challenge."
I jumped when she touched me with her nose and gasped when energy flowed from her to me. Her mouth curled into a dragon-like smile.
"Fair is fair, and now we share a bond."
She motioned with her nose toward the other end of the cave. Light shone through the exit, and we didn't waste any time moving. I didn't want to give her time to change her mind. We were almost out when she called my name. I turned and was surprised to find she was right behind me. I really needed to work on my spatial awareness. She pushed out her chest.
"Take one of my scales. It might serve you well. Also, because you were generous to me, I shall return the favor with a hint for your next challenge. Don't fear the dead."
I stepped forward and plucked a loose opalescent scale from her chest, then tucked it into my backpack and bowed once more. "Thank you. Have I earned the right to know your name?" She blinked a couple of times.
"In all the centuries I've guarded the portal, nobody ever asked me that, and now you've asked twice. Should we ever meet again, you may call me Shira. Now, go start your war and fight it with the spirit of a dragon."
I nodded and pivoted on my heel, then joined the rest of my crew outside of the cave.
"Holy shit, girl!"
Eddie exclaimed.
"You knocked that one out of the park and saved everybody's bacon. Excellent job."
I grinned and released the first easy breath I'd taken since I'd jumped from that godforsaken bridge, then limped toward a stool-sized rock. Thanks, but now you need to give me a minute. I'm pretty sure I wet my pants. Eyes wide, Eric shook his finger.
Sugar, you ain't the only one. I doubt there'd be a dry pair of britches among us, even if we hadn't just jumped off a waterfall.
I laughed, because I was pretty sure I'd found my people. Chapter 24. Once we caught our breath, I took a minute to take stock of our surroundings. I was glad the drizzle hadn't returned, but everything around us, from the trees to the sky, seemed brighter than they were in our world. Huge, colorful flowers bloomed everywhere, and the grass was thick and soft. The color wasn't quite right, though. The green had just a touch of blue in it, and it made me wonder if this is what the people in Kentucky raved about.
"This place looks almost cartoonish,"
Lila said, as an extra fuzzy rabbit hopped by, not even giving us so much as a second glance. She was right. It was almost like they'd taken our world and made everything just a touch brighter and happier. The clouds were fluffier, and the trees were twice as lush, though I didn't recognize what kind they were. A path meandered along the river, and I took a second to figure out the logistics since the cave had been dry. The only thing I could figure was that the waterfall continued underneath the cave, then reappeared on this side of it. Cerberus seemed to have healed from his wounds, and so had Lapis, or so I thought, until he took a few steps toward me. He limped on his left leg and held his arm tight against his ribs like he hurt. "Are you okay?" I asked. He tried to smile, but it came out more a grimace.
"I will be. I'm a lot better than what I thought I was gonna be before you used your head back there. I can't believe you figured that one out."
I rolled my eyes. "Thanks. I'm happy to have exceeded your expectations." He glowered at me.
"That's not what I meant, and you know it. If it weren't for you, we would have been Monster Child for sure."
I thought about the pile of bones and shuddered. We got lucky is all. For the first time since we left the cave, Lila spoke. "No, luck had nothing to do with that. I have to hand it to you. I would have never thought to do that." For the first time since the whole journey had started, Eddie smiled at her.
Don't feel too bad. None of us thought of it either. And if Magnus is to be believed, literally nobody else ever has either.
He beamed at me with pride. Eric nodded.
Our girl is special. I knew that before we even started. When we said we were willing to die for her, we figured that was exactly what was going to happen.
I gave him a look of disbelief. Really? I'm not sure whether to be happy you care that much or annoyed that you had such little faith in me. I'd taken my boot off to rub the arches of my feet, but after a few minutes, I slipped them back on. If we made it through this alive, I was booking a full 90-minute massage for all of us. I suppose we should get going. I have a feeling this place is only pretty on the surface. If that was our first challenge down here, I'm afraid to see the last. Lapis snorted.
"Almost. I'm a freaking gargoyle, and I'm terrified."
Ronan lifted his shoulder.
Maybe they put the hardest ones first. I probably would have if I were the one who planned it out.
Lila shook her head. Not me. The entire goal is to stop people from getting in here. If somebody made it past that, I'd crank the game up to expert level to keep them from getting past the final one. As bad as I hated to admit it, I agreed with her. If Magnus had told us the truth and there was only one challenge left, it was going to be a doozy. That's how I'd do it too. Come on, let's go see if we can live through the next hour. Ronan chuckled and took my hand.
I love the optimism.
I scoffed. And I love that we've reached the point where just hoping to survive is optimistic. I glanced around us as we walked. We appeared to be in a narrow valley. The The land across the river sloped up into a near vertical wall of rock, and the meadow we were walking through only extended to our right 100 yards or so before it turned into a dense forest. Whatever was on the other side of the forest was cloaked by a dense wall of mist, but if what we'd seen so far was anything to go by, nothing good lay in that direction.
Does anybody else feel like we're in a funnel?
Lapis asked after a while, wincing as he limped along beside me. When he pointed it out, I looked ahead. The meadow did seem to get narrower in the distance, but that could have just been an optical illusion. Maybe, but we'll deal with that when we get there. I reached over and laid my hand on his arm, then shoved a little bit of the magic I'd used on the sea serpent toward him. The drain on my energy was almost instant, so as soon as he straightened and took his arm away from his ribs, I pulled it back. He still had a little bit of a limp, but at least he wasn't grinding his teeth in pain. He glanced at me sideways with a small smile.
Thanks, but you didn't have to do that. You need to conserve your energy.
My stomach rumbled when he said that. Unlike most of the other stuff I could do, healing took a real toll on me, and the granola bar I'd eaten before we left was long used up. I pulled out an energy bar and a jerky stick. Is anybody else hungry? Ronan shook his head and laughed, but Serby and Brutus bounced in front of me. I don't even know why I bothered to ask, I said, tearing the jerky stick in half and giving a piece to each of them. We walked for several minutes before Ronan stiffened and put his hand out in front of me to stop me as he put his nose in the air and sniffed.
We're not alone. I don't recognize the smell exactly, but it's an animal of some sort. It's earthy with a musky undertone.
He wrinkled his nose.
And foul.
I opened my senses and looked around. I hadn't noticed it before he said anything, but the place had gone eerily silent. The birds had stopped singing, and even the air felt as if it was standing still. Lila dropped into a fighting stance. That can't be good. Which direction are they coming from? Her gaze darted ahead, then to the right. Since the river was on the left and a sheer rock face was just on the other side of it, it only made sense that whatever the threat was, if it smelled like an animal, it wouldn't be coming from there. We had our answer moments later when at least a dozen giant leathery-looking creatures wearing only loincloths rushed out of the trees toward us, bellowing and swinging morning stars bigger than anything we'd had hanging on our weapon wall at the training center. The shafts were every bit of 6 feet long and as big around as Ronan's bicep, but the spiked balls at the end of the chains were the size of bowling balls. Of course, it made a certain amount of sense since the creatures were every bit of 15 feet tall. I rubbed a hand over my face. We'd just passed a sea serpent, so of course trolls were real. I wasn't sure when I was going to stop being surprised when new myths turned out to be reality. As they got closer, the stench was so heavy I gagged. Serby switched back into his hellhound form, and Brutus hopped atop his back before he charged forward. With Cerberus's size, it didn't take them long to reach the trolls. When Serby was airborne to leap at one, Brutus jumped off his back toward another and opened his mouth wide. He caught enough air that he was able to drop down from above, allowing him to devour the troll from the head down. He closed his mouth and gave his head a vicious shake. He hadn't managed to quite get the whole thing down, and the troll's legs stuck out from the knees down, kicking. He made the little jerking motion with his head that I'd often seen him use when he was gulping down pieces of chicken fingers, and in 2 more gulps, the troll was gone. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I noted that at least now I knew his initial bite capacity. 3/4 of a troll? Check. Cerberus slid to a halt 10 feet or so from the next one, braced his feet, and let loose with a bellow of fire from his mouth. The troll didn't stand a chance. Once he was aflame, Cerberus attacked, taking him down with one snap of his tremendous jaws. That left 10 or so, and they were storming closer. Ronan bolted toward them, shifting midair into his wolf form. Something glinted around his neck, and I was shocked to see the ring dangling from a golden chain. I'd only seen him shift on a few occasions, and the sheer size and power of his beast form stunned me for a second before my brain re-engaged, and I realized 3 of the trolls were almost on top of us. Beside me, Lila formed a massive ball of energy between her hands, and I summoned a fireball of equal size. She looked over at me and nodded, and we drew our arms back and released them in tandem. When they collided between a cluster of 3 of the creatures, they appeared to cancel each other for a second, joining and shrinking to the size of a volleyball. A split second later, it exploded into a starburst of energy so powerful, it rebounded back to us, knocking me backwards onto my butt. She managed to stay upright, but barely. Without pause, Lila reached her hand out to me and grasped it so she could pull me up. We exchanged a glance, and her expression was as shocked as I'm sure mine was. She blinked a couple of times.
Well, that's the thing.
I filed it away for later, and I'm sure she did the same. When we were on opposing sides again, it would be good to keep it in mind. The 3 trolls were down for the count, but I didn't know if we killed them or just knocked them out. Either way, they were out of the game, at least for now. I took a second to take stock of our situation. Ronan was battling one and appeared to be winning, and the dogs had taken on another. Since Brutus hadn't eaten another one, I assumed that trick was a one and done until he could digest, maybe. Eddie and Eric had teamed up on another, but there were 4 left, and they looked pissed as one turned to attack Ronan from his flank and another rushed toward Lapis, shoulders down like a linebacker. Since the gargoyle was already grappling with one, he had no idea he was about to be attacked from behind. I closed my eyes and pulled energy from the air, sending it toward the troll in the form of a lightning bolt. It struck it seconds before it reached Ronan, and there was nothing left of it but a huge scorched area in the green grass. I sucked in a breath and struggled to remain standing. Summoning that much energy back to back had almost drained me, and I wasn't sure how much fight I had left in me. Lila jumped in front of me moments before the other 2 descended. She opened her arms wide, then brought them together in front of her in a clap that made my ears ring even from behind her. The energy it caused made the air shimmer as it blasted into the final 2. It blew them back a solid 10 feet, knocking them over, and they didn't get up. That left one, the one Eddie and Eric were battling. Ronan charged toward it, the muscles in his rear quarters bunching as he launched himself into the air. His jaws closed around the throat of the creature, and I closed my eyes and averted my gaze as the sound of tearing flesh reached my ears. The absolute silence that followed was almost louder than the roars and battle cries that had filled the air moments before. I pulled in a deep breath and released it as I stared around at the carnage. My hands and feet were freezing, and I started to tremble all over. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew shock was setting in, but I clenched my teeth and took stock of our group. There'd be time for a meltdown later. Wonder of wonders, nobody seemed seriously injured. Ronan had a few scratches, and Lapis's limp seemed a little worse, but the rest of us were fine. Lila sank onto the grass, and Eddie and Eric bent forward, bracing their hands on their knees as they gulped in lungfuls of air. Ronan shifted back into his human form, and that part of my brain that had been keeping track of odd details noted that his clothes appeared with him. The ring was once again on his finger, and the stone glinted in the bright sun. He strode toward me and placed his hands on my shoulders, running his gaze down my body as he checked for injuries. When he realized I was fine, he pulled me into a crushing embrace, his heart pounding so hard that I felt it against my cheek.
"What happens now?"
Eddie asked, his voice a little shaky.
"We've made it past the 3rd challenge, but nothing looks different."
I stepped back and opened my senses, even though fatigue pulled so hard at me that I felt as if gravity had tripled. I shook my head. That wasn't the third challenge, I don't think. The first two were tests, so I can't imagine that the third would be brute force. Besides, it was too easy. Lila scoffed. You thought that was easy? Ronan ran a hand over his face.
Easier than the first two. The trolls didn't require anything other than sheer power. We're a small group. If an entire army ever managed to make it past the serpent, the trolls wouldn't have posed much of a threat.
They're right,
Lapis said.
That's not how the Fae work. I think Jules and Lila were right when they said the third challenge is going to be worse than the first and second, and in the scheme of things, the trolls weren't. I think it was just bad luck to run into them, and maybe the Fae put them here to reduce numbers. We got lucky, but we're not finished.
I sank to the ground and was shocked when energy pulsed from the earth and into me. The necklace grew so hot at my throat that I had to jerk it away from my skin, and the grass around me turned brown as the fatigue fell away from my limbs. I jerked to my feet and broke the connection before it could suck the life from anything else. Lila arched a brow as she examined me in the dead grass. I really want that necklace. I scoffed and rolled my eyes. Let's live through this before you go getting all froggy. Eddie cleared his throat.
Has it occurred to you that it might not answer to you? No offense, but from what we've seen so far, you're not exactly a big picture thinker like our gal here is. Plus, you don't know how much of her magic comes from the necklace and how much is hers naturally. It could just be that Big Sister has more game.
She shrugged as she turned back to the path. I guess we'll see. It killed me that she still didn't see how well we worked as a team. But then again, her driving force seemed to be what was in it for her. Not that I was really anything special, but maybe Eddie had a point. Ronan took my hand and gave me a lopsided smile.
Come on, Serpent Whisperer and Slayer of Trolls. Let's go see what's next on the agenda.
I tried to put some oomph into my smile, but even though the sip of energy I'd taken from the ground had put a little pep back in my step, every inch of my body felt like it had been beaten with a sock full of quarters. All I wanted to do was get this over with so I could get back to my jacuzzi tub and a full bottle of wine. Chapter 25. Serby and Brutus alternated between trotting along beside us and chasing whatever critters we came across. Just as Lapis had predicted, the valley narrowed as we walked. Up till then, I hadn't paid any attention to the water flowing beside us, but a flash of something caught my eye. Stopping, I turned my undivided attention toward it.
What?
Ronan asked, his gaze sharp as he glanced around.
I don't hear or smell anything, so what did you pick up?
I scanned the surface of the water, doing my best to look beneath it. After a few moments, I shook my head. Nothing. I guess it was just the sun glinting off the top of the water. Serby and Brutus trotted over to us, then edged down the muddy bank for a drink. Brutus went first, stretching his little neck over the grassy knoll. Before his tongue even touched the water, the surface appeared to boil. Serby snatched him by the scruff of the neck and flung him back away from the bank just as an enormous head broke the surface, mouth open wide to expose rows of razor-sharp teeth. Instinctively, I jumped backwards, losing my footing and falling on my butt with a bone-jarring thump. Even the dog scrambled back up the slope to hunker beside me. I pushed back to my feet and edged close enough that I could peer into the water, but not so close that anything could jump out of it and grab me. My mouth went dry when I realized what I was seeing. Sharks, or what used to be sharks, swirled around each other in the water, the bony remains of their fins cutting through the water. Though they were in various stages of decay, every single one of them still had those flat-back, beady eyes of death. I squeezed my eyes shut and willed my pulse to slow. Fucking sharks! Of all the zombie creatures in the world they could have booby-trapped the place with, why did it have to be fucking sharks? What? Lila called from a few yards ahead. Apparently, she hadn't seen the incident with the dogs and wasn't yet aware of the creatures of death swimming just yards from us. She stepped a little closer, her gaze following mine. When she realized what I was talking about, she huffed a scathing breath out through her nose.
You live in the Gulf of Mexico, you're standing on solid ground, and you're scared of something that can't even get out of the water and come after you?
I glared at her, and if looks could kill, she'd have dropped dead where she stood. Rather than respond, I turned back to the trail, though I scooted to the far edge of it just in case. I didn't even want to look at them, so I pinned my gaze ahead of us. Let's go. Dusk was beginning to fall, and as darkness tinted the skyline, I wondered how much farther we had to go. We'd already been walking for 2 hours, and the last thing I wanted to do was face the last challenge in the dark. Fireflies 3 times the size of any I'd ever seen blinked all around us, and I smiled. Catching them had been one of my favorite things to do as a kid, and I was grateful that even though the place was full of trolls and zombie sharks, it wasn't all bad. When I realized what I'd just thought, I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. In just a few months, my worst realistic nightmares had gone from incorrectly filed financial aid forms and the crabby old bat who managed the parent pickup line to evil wizards and zombie sharks. Dorothy and her stupid little dog didn't have anything on me. I slapped my arms as something bit it, then blew out an irritated breath. Apparently, mosquitoes existed in every world. Something zipped through the air in front of my face, and I waved my hand and smacked at it. Rather than a mosquito, though, a tiny creature about 2 inches tall with iridescent wings and a blonde ponytail paused in front of my face and smiled.
Aw, do you guys see the fairies?
I asked, smiling back at the creature. Everyone paused and turned to me.
No,
Eddie said, glancing around.
All I've seen, or rather felt, are killer mosquitoes.
He scratched at his arm, then swatted his neck to emphasize his point.
I suppose that's better than trolls, but not by much.
I examined the tiny little fairy a little closer as she hovered in front of me, then I held my finger up horizontally for her to perch on. Instead, she dove for it, opening her little mouth wide to reveal a dense row of teeth that came to sharp points. I jerked my finger back before she could take a chunk out of it and slapped at her. Those aren't mosquitoes. Believe it or not, the fairies bite.
You gotta be kidding me,
Eric said as he jumped sideways and batted one away. Lila backhanded one.
If you have a giant bottle of bug spray in that backpack, now would be the time to break it out.
I smirked at her as I swatted the air. Believe it or not, I don't. I covered the snacks and drinks. It was somebody else's job to bring the fairy repellent. Eric grinned.
Me and Eddie have this one. We've lived in Florida long enough to have come up with the spell for this. Repeat after me.
He said a few words in Latin, and Lila picked it up right away. The air around all 3 of them shimmered, and she grinned. I struggled to say the words correctly, and noticed Ronan was struggling too. Though he was saying them right, he seemed to be having a problem getting his magic to work. Focus. Reach deep and find your magic. It's there, I said, flicking my hand at another of the vicious little beasts before it could sink its teeth into me. He closed his eyes for a couple seconds, then said the words again. Like Lila and the guys, the air around him pulsed, leaving only me. Lapis laughed, and I glanced at him. Like the others, he looked perfectly comfortable. I drew my brows down. I thought you didn't have any magic. His lips curled into a mocking smile.
I don't. Stone, remember?
Before I could say something snarky, another little monster dive-bombed me, and I squealed and dodged just in time. After the fairies bounced off everybody else a couple of times, they turned their attention my direction. Eric repeated the words again, slower and enunciating every syllable. I sighed with relief After I spoke the final word again, a fairy diving from my arm bounced backwards. "Why does everything have to be in Latin?" I grumbled, forgetting how sensitive Eric was about the subject.
"Because that's how it's always been,"
he snapped.
"It's not the magical world's fault that most of humanity have become illiterate heathens."
"Hey!" I exclaimed. "I speak French fluently and enough Spanish to get me by on top of English. I hardly consider that illiterate." He cocked a brow at me.
"How many times did it just take you to do that spell?"
I scowled and stalked forward, irritated because he was right. I supposed it was time to learn a new language. Just the thought of that piled onto all the other craptastic stuff I was dealing with made me crankier. I poked him on the arm as I passed him and sent just enough energy down my finger to give him the equivalent of a static electricity shock. "Let's just go." He yelped and glowered at me.
"Somebody's getting hangry. That was just mean."
Rather than say anything else, I stumped up the path, leaving them to follow me. Chapter 26. As Lapis had anticipated at the beginning, the valley had gradually narrowed to the point that it wasn't much more than our path and the river. The forest was gone, and a sheer cliff wall had taken the place of the mist. "Am I the only one who feels like we're being herded toward something really nasty?" Lila asked, running her hands up and down her arms.
"Nope,"
Lapis replied, his gaze sharp.
"Wherever this ends, it's not going to be good."
The words had barely left his mouth when the path began to widen. The grass under our feet became sparse, turning to sand over the span of just a few feet. A round space about 50 feet in diameter opened up in front of us, but we were at the end of the trail. I pulled in a deep breath as I looked around. It was almost as if we'd stepped from the shaft of the key and into the keyhole. The stone walls that surrounded all but the river were so tall that I couldn't even see the tops of them. A cave cut into the side of it directly ahead, and my heart sped up in anticipation and a touch, fine, a whole bucket full, of fear when something moved inside of it. Ronan, who'd been walking beside me, took a couple steps forward and crouched. His every muscle was tense, and I knew he was ready to shift in the blink of an eye. Lapis had been bringing up the rear, but he circled around to stand to my left between me and the river. Brutus and Serby flanked me, and I glanced over my shoulder to see Lila, Eddie, and Eric crouched in battle poses, their hands up and ready to call forth their magic. Rather than some giant beast lunging toward us with the intent to eat us, a fey woman dressed in white flowing robes stepped out, smiling and spreading her hands in a gesture of peace. "Welcome, Mistress of Balance, and congratulations on making it through our challenges. You and your people are the first non-fey to do so in all the centuries our world has existed." My heart settled back in my chest, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Can you tell us what's next?" I asked. "We need to speak to the Queen of the Light Fae. Can you lead us to her?" She dipped her head, then met my gaze with her amethyst one. "I can. That's what I'm here for. They're not far away, and we can reach them by nightfall. They have a feast prepared for you, and the Queen has been made aware of your victory." Lila stepped forward and nudged me with her elbow. "I told you the trolls were the third challenge, but then you made me overthink it. Let's go. I'm starving." I put my hand on her arm, then scratched my nose and put my hand to my hip. Though I wanted nothing more than to believe the gorgeous being in front of us, something felt off. "This isn't right," I said to Ronan and Lapis through our links. "I don't know what it is, but I don't think she's who she says she is."
"I'll follow your lead, mistress,"
Lapis replied.
"Me too,"
Ronan added.
"I want to believe her, but if your gut is telling you she's not who she says she is, then follow it. Your instincts have been dead on so far, so trust them."
I took a moment to look around, hoping I'd missed an escape route. My heart sank when I saw that the path we'd been following was gone. The stone wall had shifted so that it now extended all the way to the river. I thought desperately, searching for a solution. Impatience flickered across the Fae's face.
Come! There's no time to waste if we don't want to be traveling in the dark.
She turned toward the cave and motioned for us to follow her. Eddie and Eric glanced at me, unsure. I gave them the smallest shake of my head, hoping they picked up on it, but she didn't. They both eased into a pose similar to parade rest, but I knew they'd understood me.
What's your name?
You know who I am, I said. So you have me at a disadvantage. She turned back to me and tilted her head. Her features were sharp and angular and shimmered just a little, just like Mary's had when she'd appeared as an old crone. Cold swept over me as I realized the woman was wearing a glamour. I strained my eyes to see behind the magic, but I couldn't. My name doesn't matter, she said, never dropping the sickly sweet smile.
The only thing that's important is that you follow me. The Queen will be angry if I don't do my job. I'm sure a witch as powerful as you knows that you're not safe here.
I nodded slowly, assessing the situation and reviewing every bit of knowledge and experience I'd gathered since I'd first met Magnus. He'd been odd, but straightforward. Unless I missed my guess, the first test, the waterfall, had been about courage. Shira, as close as I could figure, had been a tactical test meant to measure my ability to find a nonviolent solution. The one thing they had in common was that neither of them were easy or obvious. Mary's words flitted through my mind. Friends appear as enemies and vice versa. Then I remembered the clue Shira had given me, and my heart sank. I glanced between the Fae, or whatever she was, and the water. The gruesome sharks swirled, and I cringed at the sight of the fleshless fins and deadly jaws.
Don't fear the dead.
That's what she'd said. The water's the way out, I told Ronan and Lapis. Ronan glanced toward it, and his jaw clenched.
Are you sure?
A feeling of rightness flowed through me.
Do you think I'd be suggesting we jump into shark-infested waters if I weren't? Have you met me?
As I said, mistress, I'll follow your lead,
Lapis said.
How do we tell the others?
Ronan asked. I'd been considering that too, and had only come to one solution. We don't. Let's go, now. I spun around and summoned a gust of wind so fierce it swept Eric, Eddie, and Lila toward the river and into the water. Come on, boys, I called to the dogs, and I pivoted and ran. I didn't give myself a chance to second-guess myself as I bolted toward the river. I looked over my shoulder, and the once beautiful creature shifted into something wraith-like. Tattered black robes replaced the pristine white ones. Her face appeared to melt as it elongated, then disappeared into a hood, and her elegant hands transformed into claws as she swept toward us. I squeezed my eyes shut as my boots hit the muddy bank, and I dove as soon as I saw Lapis and Ronan leap. Both dogs were beside me when I leaped. Rather than hitting water, though, my feet landed on solid ground. The river, and more importantly, the sharks, were gone, and we stood on lush grass. I glanced around to make sure everybody had made it before turning back to the wraith. I threw up my hands, ready to fight, but it was gone. The air shimmered where the riverbank had been, creating a wall between us and the clearing.
It was nothing but a mirage,
Eric gasped, reaching down to offer Eddie a hand up. From what I could tell, the area around us mirrored the valley we'd just traveled through, but there were no more cliffs. Instead, we stood on the outskirts of a thick forest. Sun dappled through the trees, and birds flitted through the branches.
You threw me to the sharks!
Lila exclaimed, standing up and brushing herself off as she stared at me in disbelief. I slammed my hands on my hips and glared at her. I saved your life.
If we'd listened to you, we'd probably be in some deep dark pit, being mauled by giant spiders or something."
"Welcome, mistress," a man's voice said, interrupting our exchange. A tall, dark-haired face stepped from the tree line, smiling. He bowed deep, sweeping his arm across his middle. "Welcome to the other world. My name is Aiden, and I'm at your service as long as you're our guest." I paused. So far, nothing in this land had been as it seemed, and I wasn't willing to just trust this guy blindly. I thought for a minute, then opened my senses. I didn't pick up any deception, and nothing felt off about the situation. Finally, I nodded and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Aiden. We look forward to meeting your queen."
"Oh, thank the gods!"
Eddie exclaimed.
"If I had to face one more thing that wanted to kill me today, I was just going to fling myself into its jaws and get it over with."
Lila strode forward.
"Speaking of swinging things into jaws, let's go. Like I said forever ago, I'm starving."
I smiled and shook my head. My sister had a lot of quirks, but being a picky eater didn't seem to be one of them. Chapter 27. The next morning, I woke before the sun was up. Ronan snored softly beside me, and for once, I was glad he tended to sleep later than I did. The Fae had put us in a beautiful log cabin with a sturdy front porch facing east, and I was curious to see what a sunrise looked like in this place, where everything was so much more vivid. I often took that time at home to gather my thoughts and center myself, and I desperately needed to do that now. I made my way to the kitchen and was disappointed to find that there wasn't a coffee pot, a tea bag, or anything at all to eat in the place. My stomach growled and my brain screamed for caffeine, but I pushed all that away. They'd fed us the night before, so I figured someone would come along. Sure enough, a few moments later, as I was buckling on my chaps, somebody pecked on the door. I cracked it open to see who it was. A small Fae with large turquoise eyes stood there holding a tray with a teapot and a plate of fruits and meats. She smiled up at me.
"You mentioned you're an early riser last night, mistress, so I thought you might be hungry. I also brought you a morning draught. It isn't your coffee, but I believe you'll find it flavorful and energizing."
I swung the door open and invited her in. "Thank you. I was just about to go watch the sunrise. Would you care to join me?" Her cheeks pinked, and she turned her gaze toward the floor.
"Oh, I couldn't. Aiden would have my head for sure."
Alarm and disbelief rushed through me. "You don't mean that literally, right?" She shook her head so vigorously that it sent her pink ponytail swinging.
"Oh, no, mistress. He'd never lay a hand on me. He would, however, set me to doing dishes all day if I dawdle."
She wrinkled her nose, and I laughed. "Then we can't have that. That would be torture for sure." She giggled, then put her hand over her mouth, but her eyes sparkled.
"I wish I'd never told him how much I dislike doing them. It's his favorite way to punish me when I misbehave, which I do a lot. I like to go watch the unicorns, and time gets away from me. I once caused the whole village to come searching because I fell asleep in their pasture."
I tilted my head, considering her. "Do you mind if I ask how old you are?"
"Not at all," she replied. "I'm only 43.
Color me shocked. She didn't look to be more than a young teenager, but she was almost my age. She giggled.
"I see I've startled you. I've never met a human before, but I've studied your history. If I understand correctly, you age much differently than we do. Fae don't reach adulthood until we're almost 200, though we look more like adults when we reach our 150th year."
I grinned, relieved. "Yes, that's much different than humans. We're adults by the time we're 18. Her eyes widened.
"I knew there was a difference, but we're not so much more than babes by then."
A bell tolled in a way that reminded me of the one that hung on the church near my place, cutting through the morning air. She swiveled her head toward the sound, then dipped into a quick curtsy.
It's time for morning chores. If you need anything at all, just come to the common area. Queen Caitlin will arrive within the hour to speak with you.
Wait, I have something for you. I pulled my pack from the table and dug the M&Ms out of it. These are my favorite candy. I want you to have them. She opened the pack and poured a couple into her hand.
They're beautiful. You say you eat them?
I nodded, and she popped a blue one into her mouth. When she crunched through the candy shell, her eyes widened in surprise.
I've never tasted such a thing. Are they magical?
I grinned at her. In their own sort of way, absolutely. Now you better hurry before you get into trouble. She scurried out the door, closing it behind her.
Who was that?
Ronan asked as I poured myself a cup of whatever was in the teapot. I filled a second cup and handed it to him. It was one of the kids bringing us breakfast. She said the Queen will be here in an hour. I took a sip of the warm liquid, and it was so delicious that I had to restrain myself from gulping down the whole cup. He laughed.
Be careful with that. Remember how strong the honey brew was last night?
I pulled a face at him, but set the cup gently back on its saucer as a pleasant buzz of energy flowed through me, making the hairs on my arms stand up. I'd only had a small glass of their version of wine the night before with dinner, and it had been as intoxicating as it had been delicious. Even after one, I'd had such a buzz that I'd switched to water. The last thing I'd wanted to do was meet the Fey Queen hungover, but it had been as delicious as this morning brew was. Quickly, we shared the food, and by the time we got cleaned up and dressed, it was almost time. Rather than sit around the cabin, we headed toward the common area where Eric, Eddie, Lapis, and Lila waited for us with the dogs. Brutus and Serby had disappeared the night before, and I'd been a little concerned. Even though Lapis had assured me that they were fine, I was glad to see them. Lila plucked a chunk of pink fruit from a large platter sitting on the picnic table into her mouth. I have no idea what most of this stuff is, but I wish we had it at home. I'll never look at pineapple and cantaloupe the same again.
The same with this tea, or whatever it is,
Eddie said, holding up his cup.
I gotta hand it to them. When they created their own world, they gave it a lot of upgrades.
A few minutes later, Aiden and a tall, dark-haired female Fae strode toward us. She was dressed much like he was in a supple cloth that looked like leather but moved like silk. A golden sword belt sat at the hip of a green thigh-length tunic that hugged her curves, and her fire-colored leggings disappeared into black knee-high leather boots. She smiled as they approached, and she was almost to us before I noticed the gleaming golden circlet on her head. My gaze slid down to her hand, and as I suspected, she wore a signet ring on her right ring finger. I jumped from the table so fast that I banged my knee. I wasn't sure what the protocol was, so I decided more was better. I dropped into a deep curtsy in front of the woman and was relieved when I saw Ronan and Lapis bow. Her voice was melodic but strong when she spoke.
Rise, mistress of balance. You need not bow to me. I'm Caitlin, queen of the Light Fae. We're equals. Ronan, Lapis, it's good to see you again.
When I raised my gaze to her, she was smiling.
I understand you need to speak to me. I'm sorry I wasn't here to greet you last night, but I was out on the hunt.
That explained the outfit then, or maybe that's how she always dressed. I'd expected her to be a lot more fancy, but then again, I officially had a high and mighty title and spent most of my life in cut-off shorts and tank tops. This woman was nothing like I'd expected, and I was surprised to find I liked her. Did you have any luck? She winked at me.
Luck has nothing to do with it. I'm a better-than-average archer, but sometimes I suspect some of my guards miss intentionally to butter me up.
I laughed. Does it work? No. she said, shaking her head. In fact, it pisses me off, as you humans would say. If I ever catch them doing it on purpose, they know I'll move them off my guard and into the potato fields for a while. I hate pandering. It implies they think they're better at something than I am. I agree wholeheartedly, I said, nodding. There's nothing more annoying than being bumped out of the way because somebody assumes I'm too weak to do something. She arched a brow at me. I guess some things stay the same no matter what world you live in. You and I prove them wrong every day, though, don't we? Ronan coughed beside me, and I shot him a sideways glance. The Queen snickered. Calm down, Ronan. I'm sure she wasn't talking about you. She turned her attention back to me. Walk with me. Tell me what it is that's so urgent it brought you to the other world. I fell in step with her as she strolled toward a more private area, then reached into my pocket and pulled out the ring from the dark fae Brutus had eaten. I dropped it into her hand. She studied it for a second, then stopped and turned to me. Where did you get this? It came from a man who attacked me on the beach. It's how we knew for sure the dark fae are coming. Coming? Are you certain? Consternation etched her face as she tucked the ring into her pocket. Perhaps you should start at the beginning and end with why you're here. I sighed as we started walking again. The long and the short of it is that the dark fae are planning a coup against me, and I could use your help. We decided to bring the fight to them instead of giving them a chance to organize an attack in my town. If that happens, a lot of innocent people would get hurt, and to be honest, I don't particularly want to sit and wait for them to attack me. I prefer to go on the offense rather than be a sitting duck. She nodded. I remember the early days of my reign. I was young when I inherited the crown, and there were many who didn't think I deserved it. She flapped an elegant hand as we moved off the path and closer to the river. It's tedious constantly defending something that's yours by birthright. Your right to want to strike first. Do it fast and do it hard, and take no prisoners. This isn't a time for mercy. If you give even an inch in this battle, it'll leave you open to more challenges. Let the worlds know you're a force to be reckoned with up front, and your life will be much easier down the road. It shouldn't be hard to do considering you have the full backing of both the wolves and gargoyles, along with your own considerable powers. I laced my fingers behind my back as we walked the shaded, sun-dappled path. That's the problem, though. I need your help this time. She cast a sideways glance at me. Why? I've managed to keep the dark fae in their place for centuries, and I only have a quarter of the fighting force that you do. I huffed out a dry laugh. Yeah, in the other world. The only force I have with me are the ones here today. I need you to open the other portal so I can bring my forces through. We walked in silence for a few minutes, and I gave her time to think. When we moved here, we vowed to stay out of man's wars. That's why I closed the portal. In fact, I'm curious how you got through it. Has Magnus learned some tricks since he moved over there? I did my best not to look at her like she was crazy, but it was tough. No, we came through the other portal. That's why there's only a few of us. Magnus couldn't get his portal open to let us all through. Caitlin stopped and turned to me. Are you trying to tell me you came through the Fae portal? Aiden didn't tell me that. I nodded. Yeah, and I almost died a few times doing it. That's how important this is. She stopped and turned to me. No beings other than the Fae have ever gotten through with their lives. I barely managed to resist rolling my eyes. So everybody keeps saying, look, I jumped off a bridge to get here. If you knew me, you'd understand what a big deal that is. And it was only the first step. Shira almost killed us, then we had to fight a bunch of trolls. Finally, to really put the cherry on top of the shit sundae, I willingly jumped into a river of zombie sharks. Trust me, I can honestly say yesterday was one of the worst of my entire life. Yet here I am. Are you going to help us?" She shook her head, and sadness shimmered in her eyes.
"It's a shame about Shira. She lived for centuries by fighting off entire armies, yet she meets her demise at the hand of an inexperienced witch and a handful of her guard."
I furrowed my brow. "What are you talking about? Shira's fine." She narrowed her eyes.
"I don't sense deception, yet somehow you're lying to me. Shira would have never let anybody pass who didn't pass her test, and I highly doubt you managed that. No offense."
I dropped my backpack from my shoulders and unzipped it. "Just so you know, people usually use the term 'no offense' right before they say something offensive." I scavenged through my bag until my hand closed around the scale, and I pulled it out. She said this might come in handy, though I don't suppose it proves she's alive. She took it from me and turned it over in her hands.
"Actually, it does. If she were dead, it would have lost its sheen. This changes things."
I didn't know how, but if it changed her mind and got her to help us, I'd go with it. "So you'll open the portal?" She shook her head.
"No, I haven't changed my mind on that, but I will send my warriors with you. You're right to want to stop them here, and in this matter, our interests are aligned."
It wasn't what I'd hoped for, but I'd take what I could get. "Thank you. When can your warriors be ready?" A wide grin spread across her face.
"My warriors are always ready. We ride in an hour if that's okay with you."
I returned her smile and shook her hand. "No time like the present. Your land is beautiful, but I need to get back to mine. I have a bar to run and a beach chair calling my name." She threw back her head and laughed.
"I like you, Jules, mistress of balance. I think we're going to get along just fine."
I thought of something. "Speaking of my bar, would you be willing to set up some kind of trade for honey brew? That stuff would go over like gangbusters." She chuckled.
"I'll think about it, but I'm not sure humanity can handle it."
On second thought, she might be right. Maybe just some from my private stock, then. Chapter 28. Caitlin hadn't been exaggerating when she'd said they could be ready in an hour. 45 minutes later, almost 200 warriors gathered in a large grassy meadow outside their village.
"Are you sure you don't want a horse?"
she asked me, patting her massive black unicorn's neck. I smiled as I patted Eddie's gentle gray mare. He and Eric had chosen to ride, claiming they'd walked enough in the previous 3 days to last them a while. Believe me, I'm as shocked that I'm turning down a chance to check something off my fantasy bucket list as you are, but I have Ronan and Lapis. Besides, I haven't ridden a horse since I was a kid, so I'm not even sure I remember how. She laughed.
"These aren't horses. They know exactly what to do, and all you have to do is hang on."
I have to admit, it was tempting. Considering I'd be fighting for my life in another half hour, though, I figured it was best to stick with what I knew.
"I don't know how much you know about the Dark Fae,"
Caitlin said, leaning forward a bit in her saddle.
"but their primary weapon is their ability to steal light. It's best we take as many of them as we can by surprise before they can do that."
My hand shot to the lump in my shirt where the crystal was hidden. "Actually, I have a counter for that, but it'll only give us a few minutes. It was a gift from a friend." She scrunched her forehead.
"May I see it? I had no idea such a trinket existed."
"Sure." I said, pulling it from under my shirt. I didn't see what harm it would do, though I wasn't going to take it off. Caitlin leaned farther forward and slid her fingers behind it.
And you say this will bring back the light?
I nodded. She said it won't restore total daylight, but it will give us a few minutes of dusk. She nodded once, her expression determined.
That will be enough. I need to let my people know.
As soon as she said that, she held her hands out and closed her eyes, and her voice tickled my mind.
The Mistress of Balance has a tool to defeat the darkness. When she uses it, be prepared to act. We'll only have the element of surprise and the gift of light for a few minutes, so make the best of it.
I raised my brows once she opened her eyes again.
That's pretty freaking impressive, Your Highness. She smiled. It's nothing you can't do. You just need to learn how. And I have every faith you will.
Aiden charged toward her on his enormous sorrel mount, sliding to a stop when he was a few feet from her. The creature's red shimmering forelock was so long it reached nearly past its nose, and another twinge of envy shot through me. It was too late to change my mind now, though. He dipped his head to Caitlin.
We're ready, Your Majesty. Our scouts say the rebel faction of the Dark Fae are running drills in the eastern pasture.
I'd have preferred he said that they were all out in their common area passed out on honey brew, but there wasn't much I could do about that. I'd decided to go with Lapis, since that was how I was most comfortable fighting. Once we were there, he'd land, and I'd fight on foot. He bent down so that I could climb aboard, and Ronan gave me a leg up. I leaned down and kissed him, then laid my hand on his face. Be careful. I fully expect you to be in one piece when this is over. And keep an eye on Brutus, please. His lips curved into a sexy smile, and he winked at me.
Back at ya. I'll see you when I get there.
Let's move out,
Caitlin shouted, and Lapis launched us into the air. Many of Caitlin's people were on foot, and they scattered into the trees. A few moments later, only 4 dozen or so rode through the meadow. It was a larger group than you'd expect to find out for a pleasurable ride, but not so large that you'd think they were a battle party.
This is a good lesson for you, mistress. Throughout this trip, you've gotten several lessons on things not being as they seem.
Lapis thought to me. I sighed and adjusted my leg so that it wasn't being pinched by his wing. I already knew that. I've spent 2 decades schmoozing the wives of upper-class businessmen. Trust me, nobody has more faces than those women. He chuckled, and we moved on in silence. A few minutes later, the air shimmered in front of us.
That's the line between the light fae and the dark. It won't be much longer now,
he thought. I pulled in a deep breath and blew it out, surprised to find I wasn't even that nervous. I supposed I was either getting used to it or had just become desensitized to near-death experiences. Maybe I'd give roller coasters another shot, assuming I lived through the next hour. As Aiden said, a few dozen people sparring in a meadow came into view 5 minutes or so later. There was a large clearing 1/4 mile or so before it, and Lapis drifted toward it. As soon as his feet touched down, I went to slide off.
Not yet, mistress,
he said.
Wait for the others. They should be here any minute, but I don't want to run the risk of being attacked before they get here.
Sure enough, it was only a few seconds before Ronan loped into the meadow in wolf form, his ring-turned necklace nestled against his throat directly beside the queen. She glanced down at me and shook her head.
I sure hope you end up being worth this. We've been at peace for centuries, but that ends now, all because you asked for our help.
Ronan shifted back to his human form, glaring at Caitlin.
No, it's not because she asked for help. It's because they planned a coup against her. They started this, so your people are in as much danger as ours if they win. All we're doing is ending it before it starts.
One side of her mouth curled up in a dry smile.
I suppose you're right, Wolf. Still, they're our cousins, and we share a world. As you said, though, they brought this on themselves. Let's get on with it.
She made a couple of signals with her hands, and her warriors charged forward.
You can ride to the meadow with me,
Ronan said, then shifted back into his wolf. He knelt down beside of me. I scrambled on and wrapped my hands in his fur as he charged forward. As soon as we made it to the clearing where the dark fae were sparring, I leapt off his back and instantly reached for my magic. Caitlin's warriors streamed from the forest, weapons brandished as they charged toward the enemy. 2 dark fae women turned their attention to me. Each turned their palms upward and summoned purple balls of energy. I started to respond in kind, but Caitlin's words came back to me. Do it fast and do it hard and show no mercy. I called forth my magic and tore a page from my sister's book. Spreading my arms wide, I brought my hands together in front of me in a clap so forceful, pain rushed up my shoulders, then focused my magic directly at them. The impact of my magic flung them back so hard that they went airborne, crashing down in a crumpled heap. 3 more rushed at me, and were so close I didn't have time to think. I just shoved out my hands and willed them to stop, and they froze in place midair, toppling over. If only I could use that move to break up bar fights. As soon as they crashed to the ground, I spun and ran toward Eddie and Eric, who were fighting off 4 more. Before I reached them, though, thunder boomed and everything went dark. I panicked for a minute as a complete absence of light disoriented me.
"Sugar, now would be the time to break out that crystal,"
Eddie hissed to me through the inky blackness. I pulled it from my shirt and wrapped my fingers around it, then muttered the spell Mary taught me. As she'd warned, it didn't bring back the sunshine, but it did spread dusk across the meadow. That's all the advantage we needed. It seemed Caitlin had been right, and that was the weapon the dark fae had counted on. Our side charged in hard and fast before the other side had a chance to recover and regroup. This time, they were the ones disoriented, and I rushed to the front of the fray. 2 of them were almost upon me, and I pulled my staff from its scabbard and snapped it open. We were packed too tightly for me to safely use my magic, but my training paid off. After I beat them, though, 4 more took their place. I spun, searching frantically for my team. All were engaged, and from the look of things, victory was nowhere near guaranteed. Thunder struck when I realized the magic I'd used on the 2 women might take down their whole army at once. There were only 30 or so left, but they were fighting hard. I spread my arms wide, and as I was bringing them together, Caitlin shouted at me to stop. It was too late, though. I'd summoned my magic and brought my hands together before my mind had time to process her words. A sensation similar to dropping suddenly from the peak of a roller coaster rushed over me as I brought my hands together, and the edges of my vision went dark, dropping me to my knees. It took every ounce of energy I had just to pull my head up to see if it had worked. Many of them lay scattered on the ground, but not all of them. 3 rushed me at once, and when I reached for my magic, there was nothing there. Seconds before they were upon me, Ronan leapt in front of me, and stone talons wrapped around my forearms, sweeping me into the air. Everything went black.
Jules, wake up.
A calloused hand gently slapped my cheek, and a rough tongue swiped up the side of my face as I struggled to open my eyes. When I did, Ronan's face hovered over mine, and Brutus licked me again, his tail wagging when I reached up and patted him. My arm felt like lead. Lapis stood to my other side, concern etched on his stone face.
"Mistress, you scared us to death. You almost killed yourself using that much magic."
Apparently, now that he knew I wasn't dead, he was royally pissed. Anger laced that last sentence. I tried to smile, but it turned to a cringe when I tried to sit up. Every muscle in my body hurt, and my head spun. Trust me, dying wasn't my intention. I was trying to... Caitlin moved into my line of sight, scowling.
We know what you were trying to do, and it was stupid. You can't use that much magic simply by drawing it from within yourself. Only the goddess knows how you survived when it should have killed you.
I swallowed and struggled to a sitting position. I did, though, and trust me when I say I learned my lesson. Lapis huffed.
As usual, you had to do it the hard way.
I rolled my head as my equilibrium returned, then held out my hand to Ronan so he could help me stand. I hated feeling like the only weak person amongst us, and to be honest, my pride was hurting worse than any other part of me. I felt like a kid being chastised, and the worst part was, I knew I deserved it. I did do it the hard way, but it won't be something I forget anytime soon. I assume we won since you're all hovering over me like mother hens. Ronan nodded.
We did, and as badly as I hate to admit it, what you did played a huge part in it.
Caitlin crossed her arms, studying me.
Yes, but it would have all been in vain had you not lived to carry out your destiny. You need training.
Eddie and Eric, who'd apparently been standing behind me, rushed to me and pulled me into a hug that pushed me back and turned to Caitlin.
She does, and though we don't mind helping her, that level of magic is way beyond us. I'll see what I can do. First, though, I need to see the prisoners.
The Queen turned on her heel and strode back toward the battlefield. Ronan, Lapis, and the guys took turns telling me about what happened after I passed out. Very few of the Dark Fae had died, and none on our side. All in all, it was a best-case scenario. While Caitlin and her people rounded up the stragglers, I staggered to the edge of the field for a moment of quiet. Now that it was all over, my whole body shook, and I just needed time to breathe and process. Squirrels the size of cats chased each other through the trees. It seemed they didn't care that a magical war had just taken place, only a small distance away from them.
"What a day, huh?"
Lila asked as she approached from behind me. I turned to her and nodded. "I suppose you could say that. Are you ready to have a go at me already, or did you just come to enjoy the quiet with me?" If she chose to attack, she'd put a beat down on me for sure. It was all I could do to stay vertical. One side of her mouth curled into a wry smile.
"I'm not foolish enough to attack you here, even though you're so weak I could easily take you out. We still have to get home, and as far as I can tell, the only way that's going to happen is if Caitlin opens the portal and lets us out. I highly doubt she'd even let me live long enough to get off the battlefield, let alone be gracious enough to send me home. She'd probably feed me to those damned pixies."
She shuddered and shook her head.
"No, our truce lasts until we're back in our world."
I nodded, returning my gaze to the squirrels. "I don't know why you think we have to fight. Our father named me his heir, and the necklace chose me. You have to know you don't stand much of a chance. Wouldn't it just be easier to make the truce permanent?" She lifted a shoulder and pushed a rock around with her toe.
"Easier, maybe, but I still believe it should be mine. As far as not standing much of a chance, don't underestimate me. I've given you that courtesy, and it's in your best interest to do the same."
We sat in silence for a few minutes, and I realized they would probably be the final moments of my relationship with my only sister. Rather than try to convince her she was wrong, I just took it for what it was worth and lived in the moment. Chapter 29.
You know we got lucky today, yes? You're the first person to ever counter that particular bit of magic.
Caitlin said when we took a walk through her castle an hour later. The guys had contacted Cathal and Alexa to let them know what had gone down. Now they were talking logistics. Translation, drinking honey brew with her master-at-arms so she'd offered to show me around.
We caught them unaware. The victory was only easy because they didn't anticipate the crystal. They won't make that mistake again.
I shrugged as my boots squeaked on the gleaming gray marble floor, and I barely resisted the urge to run my hand along the rich wood of the wall. It appeared to be seamless, but that couldn't be right. That's fine, since the crystal was only good for one use. I'll find another counter, though. Even if they anticipate it, I won't be caught in the dark. Her lips curled into a world-weary smile.
You're already thinking to the future. That's good, because you'll have more challengers before you secure your position, and even after, even though there'll likely be fewer.
I looked at her sideways, figuring there was no reason to beat around the bush. And will any of those challengers be Fae? She stopped at a set of large, ornate doors.
You're wise to ask, but no. You can count on me among your allies, and I've made it clear to the Dark Fae that I'll consider any challenge to you as a challenge to me. Unlike you, I've already proven myself, and they won't risk that.
There's just one more thing I'm curious about then, I said. Why did you just take my word for it that they were planning a coup against me? We walked for several moments before she answered.
For one, you made it past Shira. Had she so much as sniffed a lie on you, you wouldn't be walking with me now. Also, I've been the queen for a long time, and there's always been that small faction willing to act against me. We may appear to be isolated here, but I have eyes and ears in your world as well as mine. I knew they were gathering forces, which is why I closed the portal. I just had the target wrong. I thought they were preparing to rise against me. So when I showed up, I realized I'd gotten it wrong. Or at least I'd skipped a step. The necklace would have allowed them to take over Otherworld. That would have been their first move.
I realized I was in the presence of one of the few people who might have some of the answers I was looking for. If the necklace was meant for me and it chose me, would it even work for other people? She glanced at me as we entered a cavernous oak-paneled room. Candles that seemed to float midair lit coats of arms that lined each wall, and I followed her to the first one.
Nobody really knows. It's never happened, but any time you have an artifact like that, somebody's going to try to steal it, at least until you make it abundantly clear what an unhealthy decision that would be.
I turned my attention to the coat of arms, assuming she'd brought me there for a reason. 2 unicorns, one black and one white, consumed most of the middle space, and elaborate runes similar to Roan's tattoos adorned the outer space. Each unicorn was on its hind legs, and they faced each other, divided by a sword. Flowers twined up the blade, and I stepped closer to see what they were.
Lavender,
Caitlin supplied.
It's the flower of peace. The light fae and the dark are 2 sides of the same coin. We used to be one people until 2 sisters, twins, were born into succession. The oldest was the weaker of the 2, but because she was born 2 minutes before her sister, she was named heir. The second sister believed she was more fit to rule, and it divided us. Since then, we've had an uneasy alliance.
I huffed a small breath through my nose and gave her a wry smile. That sounds familiar. I'm living a similar scenario now. She dipped her head.
And yet here she is, allying herself with you to conquer a common enemy.
We moved to the next coat of arms. This one was similar to the first, except it only had the white unicorn with 2 swords crossed behind it. I gazed at the one we'd stopped in front of, clasping my hands behind my back. She's made it clear that this is a temporary thing. As soon as we get home, all bets are off. She sighed.
Such is the way with powerful families. I'd love to tell you she'll come around, but that's a choice only she can make.
I motioned toward the coat of arms. I assume this is yours? Caitlin nodded.
It is, and the one beside it belongs to the Dark Fae.
I glanced to the next. It was identical to Caitlin's, except the unicorn was black and it was facing the other direction. 2 sides, same coin. What is this place anyway?
This is the Hall of Fae. On rare occasions, we come together, and this is where we meet.
I glanced around the large room, noting that there were 4 large rectangular tables running the length of it. There was 1 large round table in the front. It didn't take a genius to figure out that's where the leaders sat. One thing confused me, though. So who do the rest of the coats of arms belong to? I should probably know the answer to that question, but the more I learn about the magical world, the more I understand how little I actually know. She smiled.
Many people more experienced than you don't understand our world. There are many types of Fae. As I said, the light and dark started out as one. When the sisters split, everybody picked sides. There are, of course, exceptions, and nothing is as black and white, pardon the pun, as it seems. There are the elves, which I am, the leprechauns, the dwarves, the goblins, even demons are Fae. And unless you were exceedingly lucky, you probably encountered 2 more on the way here, the trolls and the pixies.
My gaze ran down the length of the hall, and I turned to look at the other wall as I grinned. There goes the human world getting it wrong again. I thought they were pixies because of Tinker Bell. There are so many. She nodded with a small smile.
There are, and you would do well to forget all your preconceived notions and learn about all of us.
We moved to the next coat of arms. Unlike the first 3, this one was less elaborate. The outer space was unadorned, and a large fleur-de-lis took up the center space. A chill ran down my arms when I recognized it. Maybe it was a coincidence, but given the circumstances, I doubted it. Who does this represent? I've recently seen it. She turned to me and arched a brow.
Was it in the form of a tattoo? If so, trouble's coming your way, and what you've faced so far is child's play.
I blew out a breath, puffing my cheeks. Just fabulous. If this was child's play, I hated to see what the big leagues looked like. It was. A being claiming to be the ghost of my father has appeared to me twice offering advice. I know from Ronan and Alexa that some magical people are born with tattoos that are specific to families, or at least that's how it is with the shifters. Caitlin nodded.
That's how it is with many magical people. I bear the white unicorn in the center of my back.
She nodded toward the fleur-de-lis.
That particular symbol, though, belongs to the jinn.
What little I knew about them came from TV and movies, but given the pixie mix-up, I had a feeling those weren't accurate depictions either. My heart sank as the little slice of hope that my dad had come back to me shriveled and died. So why would one appear to me? She crossed one arm across her chest, rested the elbow of the other on it, and rubbed her chin in thought.
I suppose it depends on context. It's not a good sign that it appeared to you as your father. It was trying to gain your trust by deceiving you. For now, that's all I can really tell you, because without more information, it's impossible to say. But in this instance, it's safe to assume it does not have your best interests in mind.
I rolled my eyes. Awesome. Is it at least true that they live in lamps and are controlled by somebody else? She laughed.
I've seen the shows you're basing that on, and they were quite amusing. Like I said, though, nothing is black and white. It could be that somebody somewhere along the line tricked it into servitude. That's certainly not unheard of. It could also be acting on its own, though I doubt it. All I can tell you is to watch your back, but that should be a rule for you to live by anyway. I'll dig a little bit and see what I can find out.
Not exactly useful, but it was better than nothing. Is there at least a way to keep it out of my house? It came to visit me in the shower, for God's sake, and now that I know what it is, the creep-out factor is about 100 times what it was when I thought it was my father. That was weird enough. She nodded.
That should be easy enough. Just ward your house, and you should be able to keep anything out that you don't specifically invite in. I'm shocked that your friends haven't made that a priority already.
I shook my head. It's not their fault. I sort of assumed my place came with its own security system. It remodeled itself to suit my tastes, and it provides me with stupid stuff like bath bombs and Advil exactly when I need it. She raised her brows and blinked a couple of times in surprise.
You, mistress of balance, are a mysterious creature. I seriously doubt your house is sentient to your needs. Rather, I imagine you're manifesting most of that yourself. It's possible your father spelled it to accommodate your design needs and possibly added some unique protection charms, but I doubt it goes beyond that.
I wasn't even sure what to do with that information. I've never done anything consciously. I just assumed it was one of the better side benefits that came with the gig. Things just sort of appear when I need them. She laughed.
And that's what makes you so mysterious. You don't even realize how powerful you are. I'm anxious to see what you can do as you learn to control it.
I glanced at her, stunned as I tried to absorb all the new information. You and me both, sister. You and me both. Chapter 30. This is the life, I said 2 days later, twisting the bottom of my drink glass into the sand as I adjusted the umbrella over my beach chair. The sun was shining, the water was perfect, and for the moment, nobody was trying to kill me. Life was good. I knew that could change at the drop of a hat, and that I needed to address the gin problem as well as finally figure out who the spy was, but for the moment, I was going to sit right where I was and enjoy the peace.
What? You didn't enjoy the other world?
Ronan asked as he rubbed sunscreen onto my back. I snorted. I never thought I'd say this, but I don't even mind the mosquitoes and the no-see-ums so much anymore. I shivered, thinking about the teeth on the carnivorous pixies. I plucked the cherry from my drink and popped it into my mouth. That place was gorgeous, and I realized unicorns lived there, but not even that is enough to make me want to live there. The way he was taking his time applying the sunscreen distracted me to the point that I barely registered his next question.
So what about your sister? You know you're going to have to deal with that eventually.
I sighed, then rolled my head on my shoulders. I know. I guess a part of me really hoped that we'd come to a meeting of the minds during this, and I was starting to think we had until after the battle. He shifted around and adjusted his towel before he leaned back against his lounger.
What happened then? I saw you two talking, but I forgot to ask you about it in the chaos.
About what you'd expect, I replied. I tried to talk her into making the truce permanent, but she still has it in her thick head that she should have inherited the necklace. Not to blow my own horn, but I think Eddie was onto something when he said the necklace isn't all it's cracked up to be. He started to protest, but I held up my hand. No, hear me out. I know it all has the extra woo-woo that connects us and helps me to focus my power, but I took it off at the warehouse the other day, and I really didn't notice much difference. None at all, really.
I do think it helps me unlock new skills, but I think they're already there, somewhere deep inside me. He lifted his sunglasses a bit and looked at me.
You weren't wearing it the other day when you did all that magic without even using words?
I shook my head. Nope. I wanted to see what I could do without it. My phone rang, and I fumbled around in my beach bag trying to find it before I missed the call. I smiled when I saw the girls' faces on my screen. I hadn't talked to them since I'd gotten back from the other world, and I missed them. "Hey, ladies," I said when I answered. "What's up in the big city?" Laurel waved a hand, and when her fingers flitted across the screen, I noticed she'd gotten her Halloween manicure. Every year, she alternated black and orange with spiders, which grossed me out. "Everything's fine here. Same shit, different day. But we just had to call you. Cece's gone clear off her rocker." My stomach sank. This was the moment I'd been dreading, but I hadn't thought it would happen over a phone call. I tried to smile and play it off. Now what? She's changing out the carpet in her living room again? You know you're not going to be able to talk her out of that, so just make sure she doesn't get anything weird. Cece narrowed her eyes and shook her head on her half of the screen. "Oh, no, you don't. You're not gaslighting me again." Laurel rolled her eyes.
"Ever since we got back, she's been going on and on about how she saw you magically fix broken glass and turn it to sand. I told her it was probably some kind of fever dream from all the tequila she drank, but she insists."
Panicked, I looked to Ronan, and he swung his legs over the side of his lounger and sat up.
"That's entirely up to you,"
he whispered.
"Personally, I think you should tell them. They're a big part of your life, and you're not going to be able to hide it from them forever. In fact, I don't think you should."
I puffed my cheeks out and turned the phone back so they could see me again. "Okay, here goes nothing." She wasn't still drunk from the night before. She saw exactly what she thinks she did. Cece's face lit up with her "I told you so" smile. "See? I've seen some crazy shit when I was smoking pot, but I've never hallucinated on alcohol." She snapped her mouth shut, and I bit back a laugh as I watched half a dozen expressions flit across her face as she realized the implications of being right. "Wait, what?" For her part, Laurel just stared at her phone screen, a little slack-jawed.
"Seriously, Jules, don't placate her. She's driven me batshit for the past week. I called you to set the record straight, not to feed her delusions." Ronan reached across and squeezed my knee in encouragement. "In for a penny, in for a pound."
I held my phone back far enough that I could put my hand up where they could see it. "You heard me right. She hasn't lost her mind. She saw exactly what she says she did." I held my hand up so my camera would catch it, then snapped my fingers and called a little flame into my palm. Laurel apparently dropped her phone because it made a weird thunking noise and the picture went all wonky. Cece, on the other hand, shrieked with self-righteous glee. "I knew it! You moved down there and got bit by a vampire or had freaky sex with some foreign warlock from Paris or something and got some kind of magical STD that gave you powers, didn't you?" My head was spinning over her depraved creativity. Obviously, she'd given it a lot of thought. Apparently over a lot of martinis. Ronan laughed so hard his beer came out his nose, and I smirked at him. "Serves you right." Laurel had picked her phone back up, but hadn't said anything. "You okay?" I asked her. She blinked a couple of times, then nodded.
"Do it again."
I scowled at her. "I'm not your trick pony." She raised her brows.
"Oh, yes, you are. Do it again. Now."
I coughed out an exasperated laugh, but repeated the magic.
"What else can you do?"
she asked. "A lot."
I replied, but before I could say any more, Cece burst back into the conversation. She waved a hand.
We can get to that in a minute. First, you gotta tell us how you got it. Is it Ronan? Is he some kind of dark wizard and passed his magic to you during some hot tequila-induced orgy?
Her eyes widened.
Oh, are his brothers involved? Because that totally tracks.
Considering he was sitting in the chair right across from me, silently laughing like a lunatic, my face felt like it was on fire. No, you freaking pervert. There were no orgies. Ronan didn't give me a magical STD that allows me to blow shit up and light fires in my palms. I don't even think that's a thing. She pressed her lips together and pushed them to the side, and her shoulders slumped with disappointment.
Wait,
Laurel inserted.
You can blow shit up? Show me.
I gaped at her for a second. This is Florida, not Missouri. I can't just walk around using my magic in front of God and everybody. Believe it or not, I'm supposed to keep it a secret. Cece snorted.
Way to knock that one out of the ballpark. You didn't even make it 6 weeks.
Laurel's eyes shifted to the side of her screen I assumed Cece was occupying.
Shut up for a minute. No more talk about orgies and ballparks. I want to know what happened. For real.
It's crazy simple, actually, I said, taking a drink of my margarita. When I moved here, I found this necklace in an old leather book in a hidden safe behind a picture in the apartment. When I put the necklace on, Laurel scowled at me.
Don't bullshit me. That's some storyline from a fantasy novel.
I laughed. The girls shared my love of those sorts of books. If you think that's fiction, wait till I tell you trolls, gargoyles, unicorns, and shifters are real. Oh, and biting fairies, but I'd never read about them before. Cece covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes went so round that I could see the whites around the irises.
Oh my God, Ronan's a shifter. That explains everything. His hotness, his family's hotness, and the way he looks at you like he could eat you alive. What kind?
She looked heavenward.
Please, please, please don't say he's something weird like a ferret or something.
I glanced at Ronan, who was still grinning, and got momentarily distracted by how the oil gleamed on his chest and shoulder muscles. I shook my head to draw myself back to the topic at hand. I didn't mind telling them about my magic, but I wasn't about to out him without his permission. He held out his hand and wiggled his fingers in a silent gesture for me to hand him my phone. I smirked at my 2 best friends. Since you have so many questions, Ronan's sitting right here. I'll let you talk to him. I snickered when both of their faces went red. Considering the outrageous suggestions Cece had made throughout the conversation, it served them right. Ronan took my phone and turned it toward him, orneriness scrawled all over his face as he smiled.
Hello, ladies. I heard you talking about me and understand you have some questions.
They both hemmed and hawed for a second, and their discomfort made me happy. That's what they got for being depraved. Laurel, of course, recovered first.
I guess I'll be the one to address the werewolf in the room, then. Are you some kind of magical creature? Cece seems to think you're a shifter, but I'm leaning more toward Greek sex god.
My cheeks burnt because somebody had to be embarrassed for them. They obviously had no shame of their own. Ronan, however, just laughed.
Sorry to disappoint you, but Cece is right. Though I do find it a little offensive that she thinks I could be a ferret. Honestly, do I look remotely ferret-like?
I scooted over next to him so I could see their faces. Laurel rolled her eyes.
Obviously not. That's why I went with Greek god. But right now, I'm starting to lean more toward demon lover. No offense, but you kind of scream naughty sex. And I never really got that vibe from any of the statues that I saw in Greece."
Ronan laughed and rolled his eyes when I coughed. He knew me well enough to know that I was so embarrassed I was about to crawl out of my skin. "I swear to God," I said, crossing my heart, "they really do know how to be normal when they want to be." He turned back the phone, his lips still curved in humor.
"Just let me put you out of Jules' misery. I'm a wolf shifter, and no, I did not give her her magic in some tequila-induced sex game. The way she told it is exactly how it happened, though there's a bit more to it than that."
Cece piped up.
"I knew you were going to be a wolf. You just had that vibe."
I motioned for my phone. "Here, give that back. I have to say goodbye to my best friends." I put emphasis on those last two words, mostly to remind myself. I took the phone back, and they started hammering me with questions so fast I couldn't understand what either of them were saying. "Look, I know you're both about to burst with curiosity, but this really is something I'm supposed to keep secret. More importantly, if certain people know, that could put you both in danger. You have to swear not to say a word about this to anybody, and you absolutely cannot discuss it among yourselves in public or anywhere else you might be overheard. I'd prefer you didn't talk about it at all, but I know you too well enough to know that's a pipe dream." Their faces grew somber as my words sunk in. "Are you okay?" Laurel asked.
"Yeah,"
Cece added. "You're not in any danger, are you?" Before I could help myself, I barked out a dry laugh. Like I said, there's a whole lot more to the story, but to be honest, I've had a rough few days, and all I really want to do right now is lay on this beach and have a drink or two with Ronan. I love you two, but I really can't get into it right now. When they remained silent, I was afraid I'd hurt their feelings. I'm not trying to be hurtful or keep information from you anymore. I just really need to decompress. Can we talk about it tomorrow?" Though they were both fun-loving and light-hearted, they were also smart and loyal. Most importantly, they loved me.
"Of course,"
Cece said with a smile.
"Now that Laurel knows the cheese hasn't slid clear off my cracker, I'm fine. As long as you are, that is."
I nodded. "I'm good. Promise. Talk tomorrow?" They both nodded, and we signed off.
"That went surprisingly better than what I thought it would if you ever told them,"
Ronan said, draining his beer and reaching into the cooler for another one. I slipped my sunglasses back down onto my nose and fixed my towel. "They're both pretty pragmatic. Plus, remember that Cece saw me with her own eyes even before Laurel saw me do the little fire trick. I promise you, they've been talking about this since they left. As you saw, reality was relatively boring compared to all the other scenarios they'd crocked up. Trust me, they were already convinced I was some sort of witch before I admitted it, even if it is so far outside their reality. Wait till they're here next time. I'm gonna have to brush up on parlor tricks just so they won't think I'm a boring witch." He leaned across the space between our chairs and slid his hand around the back of my neck, then pulled me into a gentle kiss.
"You're my witch, and you are amazing just the way you are. No parlor tricks needed."
He laid his forehead against mine, and for the first time in days, everything was right in my world. Jules' story continues in Hair of the Demon Dog, Book 3 in this series, so don't miss out on her next adventure. This has been Hair of the Demon Dog, a Shot of Midlife magic novel. Written by Tegan Maher. Narrated by Megan Kelly. Copyright 2022 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright by Tegan Maher.